29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13.
I think 13.
11.
9.
9. In the map pool 7 total, like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, there's like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6250.
6,200.
5,700.
Max shield 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I would never buy a Ghost. I'm just gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
What's Matt Shield? 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload. 5.
6. Bro, I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna, right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
Together, fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Prowler through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classics involved in the game, but Seven says, just stand right there for me, please. Rounds this time, though. Not so serendipitous. Nerve here. No reason but to stand and fight. He's down to 8, and there's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Will get it just in time to fight this all the way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time to, and isn't caught by that bite actually, so no extra damage done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell. Every
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. Final day here of week 3, and we're going to have our first team qualified to playoffs today. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here by my co-host. We have Leon and 2 wonderful analysts. We have Roy and Emily here. I love him so much. He knew that there was some good Valorant today, guys, and Roy, he would be right, because we have seen some awesome Valorant this week, and we're going to be topping it off with some even better Valorant.
Completely agree. Leon, welcome to the show. Come take my job, honestly. I'm kind of down for that. Yeah, I think we said our first goodbyes recently to Blue Otter. That was a pretty sad match, but it was, you know, I think that just means things are moving along. We're progressing through this, and the 1 in 3 bracket is also crazy. I'm so excited for everything. I'm just happy to be here. Some more Valorant today. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I mean, also speaking of progression, like we really saw M80 kind of take form and perform the way that we kind of wanted them to and expect yesterday, and it was really nice to see.
Yeah, talking about yesterday, let's deep dive into that. Right, we did say farewell to one of our teams. I mean, as we're getting closer and closer to playoffs, goodbyes are always sad, but it had to be done here. And Emily, looking back at this match, it was Blue Otter going up against ADG, but in the end, ADG 2-0 victory to knock Blue Otter out, who will have to fight for their spot in Stage 2 and promotion relegation.
Yeah, it just felt like they were so inconsistent. Like they all had really good players, but it didn't feel like all of them were able to kind of show up every day. And they just took too much time with their growing pains to kind of make it here in Stage 1.
Yeah, it didn't really felt like the identities of these teams was kind of evolving like match to match, but unfortunately for Blue Otters, they couldn't quite land on the final identity that would take them kind of through the brackets. But I feel like what we saw from Blue Otter with Bob back on the Sova, she's always so impactful on that role, and I feel like that style fit them very, very well. But kind of the same story goes for ADG, right, where they're also trying to find their identity. They're also swapping compositions and kind of trying to land on something that makes sense to them. And what we saw from ADG looked great. And of course, right after that, we got to see M80 versus Winthrop University, 2-0. It was, some people on the desk were shocked. Sierra, you and I were not shocked. We expected this M80 growth to come in at some point, and what we saw from them yesterday was beautiful.
No, they looked so dominant too, and I was really happy to see them playing really well together, because I feel like when I watched M80 in the past, I always saw like players kind of panic or hesitate or kind of just do solo plays when they feel like they needed to. But here we saw a complete opposite, like a new M80, which we've been, like I said, waiting to see.
And it was really nice. Got to talk to Nismo after this victory from M80, and he had talked about and expressed how losing with the team early on is good for the team, right? That's where they're really able to grow. That's where they're able to learn. And talking about just the potential of this roster, that already if they can play their peak, they should be the best team, and they still have more growing to do. And honestly, looking at the names going across, perfectly timed with Bonnie getting a cheeky little ace there. I mean, I believe it. I think that M80 is a team that is here to play, though they still have a little bit of a run ahead of them to make that happen. But for today, we're going to be focusing on teams with a little bit more of a positive record, kicking it off with NRGA going up against SaD, and then taking a little journey down to that 2-1 bracket to see QOR going up against YFP. And of course, there's the side stream as well to be able to catch all the matches. But Roy, eyeing it up, we're getting our first team qualified today.
Right, it's so crazy. Elimination yesterday, qualifying today. Also the other matches, I'm so sad we don't get to watch all these games, because I feel like every single match today is just so fun and so sick. EG versus SRB, like woo, that one's gonna be crazy. EP versus Alliance Guardians, and of course QOR versus YFP. That one will be on the mainstream. Man, I'm excited. I'm ready to get this show on the road.
It's going to be a good day, that's for sure. And those side stream matches, I mean, normally I try and focus all my energy on the match we're watching. I'm going to have those open, though, because I think glow-ups from these teams have been incredible. I mean, that Alliance Guardian and Sleepers game being the 2-1 while we're seeing teams like M80 at that 1-2, I think was just absolutely incredible. And, of course, those teams will be fighting out to try and keep that record going to get qualified sooner rather than later. But let's focus in on the first series for today, because, again, qualification on the line here for NRGA and SaD Esports. One of these teams is going to come out of this undefeated, and honestly a really big toss-up as to which one. But I think to start this off, we have to talk about NRGA, because I think if you ask 10 people, 9 out of 10 of them are going to think this is the team, Emily. I mean, NRG have just looked incredible so far this stage.
Yeah, it really feels like this stage, they are kind of the team to beat. You know, they've taken down teams that are like had high expectations behind them too. Evil Geniuses Academy, M80. Both teams have those high expectations, have the support from an org, and players that have just, we've seen them thrive in tier 2 before, right? And same with NRG. They have had players that have been in tier 2 for such a long time, but haven't really had a chance to kind of rep a big org like NRG, but they're really making the most out of it. They play really good Valorant. We see it in their reactions. They have the ability to adapt, and that just shows that these players have such a great foundation when it comes to their knowledge of Valorant, and also really good confidence.
I think for me, this roster is like undeniably the best team in the current form that we're seeing right now. Like in terms of how well-rounded they are, how on the same page they are, in terms of how deep their map pool goes and how deep their strategy book goes. I feel like this team just has it all right now. And in terms of the individuals and in these individual roles, it feels like there really is no glaring weakness. Like everyone's kind of crazy. Like you have Renz, very experienced duelist. You have Chloric, kind of the upcoming IGL, that kind of popping off, carrying the team. You have Giza, like bro's just a frag montage walking. You got the new addition of Shondex, of course, who's looked so good on this roster, so flexible, able to jump between any single role. And then of course you also have Ange, the experienced controller, who's there to clutch up for them and kind of just put in so much of that dirty work for this roster. So I feel like overall, when I'm looking at this team, I'm looking at how long they've been together. It kind of makes sense to why this team is at 3-0 and they're looking for the qualifier today.
Yeah, and like you're right, they have really good players, but they're the only team that I see and look at and watch them play where they don't ever really have to rely on solo hero plays. Even when they're in a numbers disadvantage, like their micro decisions together are on point, that I always believe they have a shot of making it back into a round and kind of switching things up.
I mean, it's a team with no glaring weaknesses that plays so well together, doesn't need the hero moments, and just every spot is a bright spot. So to stand above is so difficult. But there's a player that we have not stopped talking about, which, I mean, has been able to still stand out amongst this stacked roster, and that's Chloric. I mean, what he's been able to accomplish with his team this stage, Emily, has been no short of extraordinary. Like, there's a reason that we just cannot stop talking about him.
Yeah, I mean, mechanics aside, because he is mechanically gifted, but he's also just such a smart player. Like, he doesn't let his kind of ego or confidence get the best of him, especially because of the roles that he plays. He plays really vital roles. We've seen him on the Viper, we've seen him on the Sova. All agents that have util that will contribute to the round. So he knows to kind of play a little bit more disciplined, which I feel like is really hard, especially for tier 2 players when they have the aim that they can feel confident swinging anyone and kind of winning that fight.
And bro is the full-time caller of this roster. He's calling every single attack round, it feels like. He's like free-time calling, he's mid-rounding for them on the attack side. He's also playing Deadlock, and then he's jumping to Sova and then still putting up the same numbers. Like there's no degradation of performance. It just feels like no matter what happens, he's just popping off. And whether he's on the Viper, whether he's on like literally any role, he's putting in crazy amount of work individually. And when you watch him, the way he's maneuvering in the late rounds is just, it's very intelligent, it's very well constructed. And honestly, I don't know if it's crazy for me to say, but he feels like one of the most well-rounded players in the league right now.
I don't think that's crazy at all.
I don't think so either. I mean, when you're looking at that series up against EGA and you have the scan initiator, you have the controller and the Senti, and he's calling, like, I bet this guy also files his taxes on time too, calls his mom every night. Like, what
he's got good vibes. Like, what can he do? He's got no character flaws, man.
No, genuinely. So I just absolutely cracked. That's simply put. On the other side, though, that's a team that's undefeated. But SaD Esports as well, one of these teams that are looking to try and finish off a flawless run into the playoffs. A team too, SaD Esports is definitely no stranger here to challengers. And with this roster, maybe it's one that people didn't quite believe in quite at the beginning, but really quickly, Roy, they had to have changed their minds because they've just looked phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's disbelief or just the fact that they've just flown under the radar. Like, it's just so easy to look at, you know, SaD's record in VCL and kind of just dismiss the name. But I feel like when you really do a deep dive on these players, it's very obvious that, you know, for Stellar, for Jerwin, for Welly, like these are players that we kind of expect to be at the top of, you know, top of the boards soon enough. For Pain, for SaD, those are players that we're like less familiar with, but I welcome into this league because their performances have just been so consistent at such a high level. And I feel like this roster is very sleeper. And I feel like the experience that Stellar brings to this team has like, kind of made them extremely well-rounded. But for me, the big question mark for this roster is their path here. It was a lot easier than NRG's. So I feel like this match will be the test to see exactly where this team stands and on the power rankings and how well they can perform against what we consider to be the most well-rounded team in the league.
Yeah, and I feel like when I'm looking at these two teams just kind of going against each other, just their kind of game style and game plan alone, on the side of SaD, they're just a lot less structured. But the other side of the coin to that is that their reactions are so good and so quick. And they have that firepower to kind of back up that play style, just kind of reacting and not really being set in their ways, which I feel like can happen when you're trying to like overstructure a team that's meant to be more loose. You're right, they also have a really good mix of vets and Zoomers. And I don't want to discount them because they are 3-0 for a reason. We've seen them perform really well, but getting this win against NRG would kind of just solidify that narrative for everyone.
Especially to the work that they've been putting in. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to adjust going into today. But if we're talking about the work being put in, I don't want to talk just about the roster, but the individual performances as well, and talk about Welly in this blow up, because Welly is definitely no stranger to the challenger scene, but definitely one of the players that in amongst a really stacked challengers, Emily, we didn't talk about quite as much, but again, someone that has been performing at a really high level for this roster and a big key to their success.
Yeah, I mean, just the utility is always on point for Welly. Like the shock dart kills, the ult kills, all the timings that he has, it just always finds a way to have value. And he's also great at capitalizing it off it for himself, but also his team is. Like, he's so good at kind of setting everyone up for success as well.
Come on, please. Man, I'm just watching the plays. I'm just lost in these replays, Roy, but let's talk more about Welly. Like, what are we expecting going into today?
Okay, this is going to be crazy, but I think that Welly is the Trent of VCL. Like, and mechanically speaking, he's always so on point, and he's the person that's willing to just like chump check people, and he's also, his utility is just so on point. And whenever you need a clutch player, he's there. And whenever you need someone to be playing Valorant in the most Zoom-esque way with the Odins, with the judges, Welly's right there to annoy the crap out of you. So I think Welly's a really good fit for this roster, and players like him kind of make things interesting.
100%. That must explain why I was just lost in these replays. You're saying he's playing like Trent, like I just, But let's talk about the road. Let's talk about both these teams and the matchup we have going into today and what we've gotten to see from them heading like so far into the stage. Because of course there's gonna be, we can talk about the individual performances all day long, and rightfully so. But Roy, also the meat and potatoes of it. What have the teams been doing right to get here?
Yeah, and I think that this graphic is so interesting because you kind of get an idea of how they've gotten here, right? You look at NRG Academy, they're 71% in pistols. Like, what? They're winning 3 out of 4 pistols per series. Like, that makes no sense to me. That is so crazy. And then you look at the rifle win percents, their gun rounds, they're at almost at 70% also. Those are just such incredible stats. They're so far above the league average. Then you look at their 5v4 conversions. How are they performing when they secure early advantages? They're so good at converting those rounds. And then you look at the 4v5s, how well are they performing when they start the rounds negatively and they're down 1 player? They're also so good at almost 40% on those round disadvantages. Now you're looking at the stat, it's very obvious that NRG is overall looks a lot better in these situations. So for me, like, I'm thinking, okay, what differentiates NRG Academy from SaD Esports? But then you kind of do a bit of a deeper dive and you see that NRG Academy almost never win. Actually, they haven't won a single round where they're down 2 players. But you look at SaD Esports and they're able to claw back those deep disadvantages. And I think that's the individual powers coming in for SaD Esports. They're willing to be the high risk, high reward players, even when things aren't going their way. And I feel like what I'm looking for when I see this graphic and I kind of, you compare these stats, I want SaD Esports to devolve these rounds a little bit. Try to find picks, try to find, like push and pull, get NRG Academy to not play in their best, which is together. Whenever NRG Academy is playing together, whenever they get advantages, they're so hard to punish. So I want to see SaD Esports just try to dismantle that structure and bring it more into the territory that they're really good at, which is the individuals, the kind of the clutch factor that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I look at these two teams and just kind of see how they've been playing, especially like the comps that they've been running on any map, you look at NRG, they love running double controller comps. They love having the ability to kind of cycle smokes to be able to work more space, a little bit more strategic, and also set up lurks, right? But when I look at SaD, they do run double controller to kind of still have that same ability to work a map, but they also have double duelist so that they can like zoom up when they need to. And I think that is a big key factor in their playstyle, because you're right, they're like just looking at the stats, they have that firepower that, yeah, it is nuts. They have the firepower to be able to kind of bring them back rounds and kind of make those solo hero plays, but it doesn't always feel solo because there's always someone following that up. And I think that's really great when it comes to like the amount of aggression that they have.
Man, our analyst desk is popping off today. You two are so smart. I love, like, you just laid out what we expect in this entire series today between these two teams. I am so excited. So let's talk about the map picks in advance, because you're talking about all these different ways with the rounds to differentiate themselves. Map pools is another way to be able to do that, but kicking it off, NRG picking Haven, this is something that's good for both of the teams, which then, Emily, makes me even more intrigued on how like SaD can find advantages here to try and take the first dub.
I mean, I think it's going to go back to the aggression. I think they're going to kind of have to be willing to fight for space and not allow too much of the lurks coming out from NRG, not really allowing them to kind of work the map and kind of get twisted around on the side of SaD, because you want to be always, or with their comps that they've run in the past, especially on Haven, you want them to be able to kind of fight up space, hold it, and also be able to rotate fast off of that info, you know, not letting NRG just kind of rule the map.
And the interesting thing with Haven as well is SaD Esports is so good on the defensive side, and that's typically not the half that you see teams winning this many rounds. But for context, SaD Esports is winning about 80% of their defensive rounds on this map in the 2 matches that they've played. So it's very obvious why they pick defense. They're very comfortable on that side. So I feel like there's actually a lot of pressure on Chloric and NRG Academy to try to get as many rounds on that attack side as possible. And then of course going into bind, that's kind of, you know, where things get also pretty interesting, because there's just such overlap of maps, and like the Haven is really good for both teams. The bind is really good for both teams. And if it comes down to Breeze, we don't really know what to expect from either of these rosters. So it should be very interesting should we get there. But these first 2 maps, they are going to be crazy.
Yeah, the fact that this is going to be qualification for one of the teams, that we're getting Battlegrounds to kick this off that are good for both teams, means that both teams really have to be bringing their A game. But only one of the teams can remain undefeated after today. And getting into our official predictions, I mean, I was the last to vote. Everyone's voting NRGA. You know when like there's the op peeking A long, and you know that you shouldn't dry peek the op, but it's so tempting because if you get that shot, it just feels so much better. Yeah, that's simply put. I'm dry peeking that op, guys. That's about all I need to say here. Let's get into the game. Nothing else needs to be said there. Let's get into our agents, Roy.
Yeah, I'm down. Sis just said, I like to do bad peaks and hope I win them. You know, I like that logic. I'm down for it.
All right.
But yeah, this is exactly what we expected. A mirror composition coming out, of course, with the kind of the popularity of this double controller setup, as well as the neon. There's so much versatility in terms of pace and in terms of approach. Now, of course, I want to reiterate that SaD Esports is starting on the stronger half for themselves. They've looked very good defensively. So I'm looking to see how German's going to get space, how he's going to kind of find the holes in the double controller setup, because you don't want NRG Academy to pull you and allow Chloric to really get into your head and kind of find the weaknesses, because NRG Academy will expose you.
But that's one thing that NRG Academy is so good at doing and not really getting punished for it. We've seen it before, right? We've seen Shaunex being able to find success in lurks, and just by even playing with their utility over towards the A side, or just trying to lurk up mid. And I just feel like the way that Shaunex kind of moves around all that, they're willing to also take fights. And if they get that, it just kind of opens up the round for NRG. It's going to be really hard for SaD to kind of, I guess, counter that. But we're going to need to see a lot of aggression coming from them.
I mean, hopefully that's exactly what we're going to get. There is firepower on that team. People like German, who we haven't quite talked about yet. But of course, NRG have looked so strong this stage. Time to see who's going to strike first. It's time to head into our very first map of Haven. And to your casters, it's none other than Shio and Jaws.
Thank you very much. 2 flawless teams. It's time to figure out who is perfect. Shio Wager, Jaws on the mic. Jack, talk to me. What are you looking at? What do you like in terms of these comps between SaD and NRG?
Like straight up, just who's better in this situation, you know? Like I've always been a fan of just, hey, You play it one way, we play it the other, but I would be a bit scared, in all honesty, from what Roy said. SaD Esports with almost an 80% win rate on their defense. I mean, what are your expectations here for SaD against NRG, who've looked almost flawless, with Chloric as well, having the highest ACS currently, sitting at, I think it was like 266 or something ridiculous coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wall on SaD side, and as you're talking about Chloric, the hammer on the other, I think what I'm trying to get at is when two mix, those two mix, it's about the impact. It's all about the impact players here today. Could be Chloric, could be the way Jerwin ends up taking space. There's many options on both sides of the roster here. We're starting things off hot, and honestly, I was gonna say hot. It's kind of cold. A slow walk up towards C. A lot of the times we've seen this pistol opener all across NACL. Insta hit on the C site. The retake is what matters, but Jerwin already up mid, gets the first pick.
Yeah, a little first pick and a quick acceleration now, as NRG just make their way onto the site. They're gonna have to deal with quite a lot of players coming through backside CT side, but it's a fairly trivial plant at this point, Shire.
Yeah, they're gonna just wait for the spike to actually go down before Utho comes through. There it is, a few kills, and SaD looks so good right now.
I mean, that's it, really. Just SaD just dominating the round. That's a beautiful looking plant, and 80%, maybe 81 at this point. It's going up.
I gotta learn how stats work myself. That might be an 85 and 86. What's 100% true is the fact that SaD look absolutely online starting this game off. When it comes to NRG Academy, they like these early leads, but they're no strangers to trying to come back inside games as well. Shondex, I think, is one of the players that is such a good two-way player in both the duelist role and this Viper role as well. It's such a unique circumstance for a player to have that inside the bag, and I feel like he could be a little bit of a game changer coming to this map, looking at how to adapt against someone like SaD or a team like SaD. A lot of people love to lurk, and Viper is really good at shutting that down.
Yeah, no one died either on the side of SaD Esports,
Yeah.
so you're looking a real good going into this next round. A whole lot of rifles and a whole lot of judging in Garage. Nice little dart there. SaD's just going to be able to find that no problem, though.
Pay attention to Renz, though, trying to get that first pick. Stella with the judge inside Garage. It's so
good luck,
hard
mate.
to defuse the spot. Yeah.
Hey, no way you're getting that one. Can try and put the wall up, but Jowen's already heavily inserted.
And Jerwin loves doing stuff like this. Roy talks about it, taking that free space. If you give it to him, he'll make it miles, an inch to miles right now.
Yeah, B push here. Look at this. Grass, 4 players just waiting, lurking around. Should be first contact in Pain. He's got a Bulldog in hand too, as well as that Paranoia ready to rock and roll at the moment's notice.
And SaD's waiting for NRG to just try to make a mistake, try to overextend, try to bait that Garage side, but they're not biting just yet. It's going to be B.
Shock dart. There's the Paranoia, and here comes the damage. Chloric at least finding one, though, in Pain. Bulldog down on the ground. Well, he should be able to retrieve it, though, and maybe throw it back. Just make sure they don't end up getting it. But NRG Academy, they lose another. And just going to fall. Ren's now trying to go for an aggressive peek, but the Judge and the Sheriff there to match him. Joe in 2 with a little no-scope on Shondex, and now a 1v4. Chloric have to go nuclear. Gets one, but shut down by Willie. And that's another round for SaD.
Okay bonus, or okay anti-eco, I would say, from the side of NRG Academy. They're going to be up into the business and looking at just getting 2 picks. SaD going to be there to be able to control everything, make sure they don't lose too many weapons. What's left over is a little bit of a Guardian for those long-range fights. I would assume that Jerwin with that rifle is going to be back inside A long again, but the most beautiful thing about SaD when it comes to these games is they can switch things up at any time. You're taking A space, you're kind of sitting inside Garage for a bit too long. That can change in a moment's notice. They're going to buy into the not just a little bit over here, but I wonder what the game plan is for NRG Academy. Rifles online. It's time to roll. Let's see if A is the wave. I want to see a pace change. Maybe you're against bad guns. You can make it work.
Welly on only 1 away from the Hunter's Fury as well. Hard pushing down A long here. It's going to get spotted out by Welly. He's got the Marshal, but they're going to slow it down here.
Very early space take here. You can always double back, take that C space too. So you'll notice Shondex, he's going to be up top with the team going through short. Meanwhile, his counterpart, SaD, is not moving off that C site. They're not fully convinced that all 5 are on here. It's not bingo yet. They haven't seen every single player.
Going to drone first for a little bit of info. Okay, no, at least there's 2 players down there now. Ren's opening up with a kill. There's going to be a blind coming in and hitting backside. Well, it's going to be a little bit vulnerable, but it's all good. Pain with the backup. Recon Bolt, though, unfortunately revealing the location as Ange takes down Welly. Graffiti now cleared. Pain playing in the smoke. A nice little headshot there, but again, Pain jumping through, just surprising them at the back. Shondex ends up going down. Spike, though, is down in Graffiti. A teleport, Giza with one. Sheriff in hand now for Stella's got a judge, but the range is not the game that he wants to play. And that is NRG Academy with a round on the board.
Costly though, that pain factor backside, you saw the smoke sprays. Dear God, if I'm on the other side of the smoke, I'm not even sure if it's see-through if Pain's on the enemy team. That's kind of hurtful to play against. I like that TP style as well to maybe try to get a bit of a cheesy pick on the Giza, but that guy's just always online. I want to also highlight Renz in that round, Jaws. This guy, systemic, sacrificial duelist. He has all the S's because he plays at a rank of S when it comes to Neon inside the server, man. I mean, the matchups here in this thing are so good when you're seeing these 3-0 teams play against each other. I want to see more of that from Renzo. Push even faster, push further, be on tempo with each other.
This is playoffs contention here as well. Winner here does go on. Both of them sitting at a 3-0 right now. Another very slow, methodical push from NRG Academy. Stella's going to be the first point of contact.
He's playing the op angle, but it's actually German who has that up all the way at A. He sees that there's nothing there. The whole team now, fast, light speed rotate towards the C side.
Slowly but surely making their way through. They managed to smoke off the window at the very least, but SaD is going to be the first point now. Ren's dead. Hunter's Fury unleashed really early. Oh dear. Okay, don't want to hit your teammates, but yeah, you're chill. Maybe a little push now from NRG Academy. No, they've decided to back up C long.
Yeah, I mean, the reactions here from SaD are almost instantaneous. They don't see anyone A long. They push far away. They get Jerwin on a new angle. Hunter's Fury coming in immediately. And I like the use of it, right? It's just the third round. Get your lightning on. It's totally fine. It can actually strike twice. Don't believe what the people tell you. Right now, could be lightning in a bottle when it comes to Garage. It looks like the secondary place that NRG Academy want to go. Look at the system, though, Jaws. You got two inside Garage. Omen can paranoia for it defensively. Actually, Pay doesn't have it, but he's in position too. This could be very dangerous.
Stella's going to peek out of garage. Use that wall for cover. In fact, two of them are going to go. Giza's in a good spot here to get a double. Oh, there's one. There's the second. Giza lying in wait. Window kill, though, from Pain. Hunter's Fury is going to get unleashed. Clearing back sight now on C. Smoke's going to get laid down, but Ange is already through on an angle backside.
Ange is the key here. He can just get multiple kills and not get clear, but he actually shoots. So passive TP, it's a fake, and he's online.
Just going to get stunned up, though, but they need to be able to check this blocks. Up around the corner, Jerwin at melee range there manages to get one, but Ange still alive. Another swing by the Neon. That's a double for the op. And now waiting in long is Chloric, but both SaD players are just stacking up on the bomb, touching it, waiting for him to peak. 11 HP on the Sova, and Jerwin with 3.
Not the same instantaneous types of reactions from SaD. They had a little bit of a situation down in mid as well. We thought it was going to be tiresome for the fact that they lost 2 players. It's all good. They can breathe. They can relax. That SaD retake. I mean, it's sad for the enemy team, not for them. They're happy on retake all the time. Jerwin upping melee range. The fact that they actually end up clearing Ange, isn't getting an extra 1 back sight. It's good for them. They keep the op online. And you mentioned the Hunter's Fury before, Jaws. Now they got that overdrive active for German as well. He can get freaky with it on sites if he chooses to.
Yeah, and NRG Academy looking like they want to at least poke and prod at A. And Jerwin is right around the corner with the op, guessing right this time around.
Yeah, I think right now between these teams, the speed is actually so fast between them. Even with this Viper wall, even going down it, the kills are coming in the first 5 seconds, man. This is such a fast game, even on Ecos.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling so safe, though, as well, knowing that a lot of them are on pistols. Hero rifle, though, for Renz, as they attempt to try and push up A long, maybe even recover that gun. Looks like Shondex has got it.
Yeah, on the side of SaD, they see that rifle, see the Vandal, and now you're going to get a little bit of questions tossed in the way. What is the eco on the side of NRG Academy? If one of them has a rifle, could the rest are be forcing up Bulldogs? Is this the flip round that NRG Academy are going for? You got to start to slow things down. You'll notice people just holding the longest angles possible, praying for pistols, staying very static on the map. I say that, and immediately you see Zaj going for a call all the way on the other side of the map. I don't know what NRG Academy have done, but they've pulled people towards A with that cut of noise. Now with the drone coming in through Garage, they're going straight towards C.
Going to try and maybe peek in B, but of course Stella waiting around the corner with the judge. They're going to make they're going to make mincemeat of Giza. At least traded though. Still, Shondex with the rifle is going to be able to get the plant wall for cover. Snakebite does land in the choke, so Shondex for the time being alone on the site.
Some time to work with. That stink might go down. It's all about Chloric. How far can he take this
He's
charge?
got to
There's
survive
no jury.
this. There's no way. Stun. Nice. Jerwin now leaping around. Payne with one and make that a second. And that is a very fast retake from SaD. Well drilled and well executed too, and kind of what we expect on their defense.
Oh, absolutely. There was a chance there too. And still a little bit expensive. Not going to be losing the op or anything, but a few players going down every single time means you don't see the values of 4,000 and 5,000 building up for SaD. I mean, it's a lead of 4-1, but a few of them are still on absolute broke economy. Look at Stellar's money right now. On the other side of things, you always expect, yep, a timeout to come through. Yeah. I mean, the pace is so weird. It's super fast. And it feels like, you know, that means NRG Academy should be doing well. But SaD are picking these guys apart even when they get doubles. I mean, everything's going SaD's way.
Yeah. I mean, NRG Academy have been almost flawless, honestly. They lost one map to EG, but they've just looked so good. We had the lone prediction of SaD on the desk from Sierra, but honestly, right now, they are looking clean. It's the question for me is, Shayo, can they actually keep it together on their offense? Getting a whole lot of rounds early like this is great, but if you can't lock it down on your offense, then the tables really can turn. I'm looking at SaD right now as well. One away from Pit. They've even got a teleport from Payne as well. But on the flip side of things, they have a whole lot more. KJ ult. They've got a Pit themselves. They've got a TP. And Ren's coming up as well. One away from that overdrive. So this could be a big ult economy fight here for NRG Academy as the timeout is up.
NRG Academy are really good with those ultimates. We've seen it in previous games. And you mentioned SaD's defense side. I want to highlight that a bit more. Their worst kind of rating so far, the performance on defense has been a 9-3, I believe, up against Sleepers. So yeah. And their best pass at the second time they played it was a 10-2 versus Azure Dragon Gaming. So these guys are Haven defense connoisseurs. They have been a little bit of a comeback situations happening from the other team every time they end up going on attack, so that'll be the test. But this is why, look at the layering. You have so much util and an up waiting for you after the doors open. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
They're popping this and running it down even after losing one. We'll see if they end up faking back, but it doesn't look like it. There's a safe spot in heaven, and unfortunately, Jerwin, all eyes on the site, has already got 3, dies to a shock dart, but honestly, killing 3 like that and saving the op on the high ground, you're feeling pretty chill. Wally is going to get a little bit of damage, but the spike is going to go down.
It's just so tough when Ange is that first pick. You don't have Heaven smoked. Past that, an Odin and Frey as well. I mean, this is looking a little bit doomer from NRG Academy. This was after their timeout as well.
Yeah, you know they're going to not be playing off site either. They're going to play full on site. Chloric ends up finding one, but a trivial defense round, it feels like. Again, from SaD. They save the op. They save the Odin. Economy looking good. NRG Academy, even after that timeout, couldn't quite lock it down.
Yeah, they're about to get into win more territory as well. I mean, the lockdown was used from the NRG Academy side. SaD has one just coming up very soon. Jerwin's getting closer to another overdrive if he ends up using, you know, this op shot to get 2 every single round. It's just looking dire, and I don't think we're ever going to get a back-to-back timeout. The boys are kind of stranded on their own on the side of NRG Academy. A hasn't worked too much. The B splits on slow pace haven't worked that much either. From what I've seen in the history of Haven is that when you're in trouble, split C, go through garage fast. I'm looking at the minimap. I'm seeing that tech here now. It can refresh your mental. It can get you past an eco round. I wonder how fast they take this one.
Oh, a little bit of information at the very least.
They're going.
They're going to try. Turret down in garage. Now they go. Blind backside. Zaj in trouble. However, Rens, you got to look for your man's backside. Otherwise, you're going to get shot in the back. It doesn't matter. Savior there from Ange. Takes care of the Viper, and the Pit gets locked down on that choke point. Yeah, good luck re-attacking this one. I mean, you've got the op for sure, and you've got an Odin. You can spam it, Shayo. But there's a lot of close-range weaponry available for NRG Academy. Looks like Ren is actually going to take a stray bullet to the dome there as Payne gets a kill.
3v3 slightly doable, but just pushing just this actual spawn side.
They're pushing the extremities. They're trying, Shai. Well, he ends up falling. Another big trade here. A 2-on-2. The gun disadvantage here, of course, for NRG Academy. A nice little slide in from Jerwin. Looking immortal right now on the Neon. Hunter's Fury unleashed, but he ends up putting away the bow as the smoke on the bomb should be enough for Jerwin to at least get half. It's going to be a swing, but the long-range damage isn't enough. And there's no way near those bullets flying over the head of Jerwin as another defense round is won by SaD.
I might be up against in a matchup against a psychic Pokemon because I'm beyond confused. I'm confused at that round. You have a Viper Spit put down on the spike. Yes, it might be maybe not completely on it. It's not like completely encapsulating the center of where the spike is, but I think Shondex just leaves and goes straight into spawn. Yeah, that pit ends up going down completely. Maybe they were just playing for the Fury, but I swear to God, you want to stay in there. You want to make sure you have the round kind of secured with the pit on lock, especially if you have eco weapons. That round just confuses me, and that also sends SaD up 6-1 now on this defensive side. I mean, they're on par to get that 10-2. This could be an 11-1 with how detrimental the attack is from NRG Academy.
Yeah, especially if they win this next round. NRG Academy's economy not looking so hot. Solo push here out on grass from Chloric. Has got the spike. He's going to try and like test Garage a little bit, but of course they don't mind slowing things down. Droning at Garage just to get the clear.
Minus 400.
Yeah.
Just for the snake bite. That drone barely got any information. Jerwin's here as well. Pain factor up inside the B side. I mean, they have some A control on the side of NRG Academy. You could snap on this, but look what's waiting for them, right? The Killjoy util is there. They swapped this Killjoy around multiple times. I've loved the way Stellar has kind of positioned himself around the map. Is it in Garage? That's where they saw it last time. So they might go towards A. They're going to try to, but lots of machinery in the way.
Yep. Molly. Not destroyed just yet. There it is. Okay, one bit of Killjoy utility already gone. They've already made their way onto the site. SaD, though, again, fairly happy with this. They don't mind a retake.
Absolutely not, especially with the lockdown. Stellar puts it down. Wait 7 seconds. It's time to tap in afterwards.
Oh, what a swing. Joe would just jump round the corner. Giza down, Lurker dead. Killjoy ult is going to be able to clear the site. There's one actually TPing back. Arndt with a nice little angle here, but needs to get onto the site right here, right now. A stun ends up coming out, but SaD have already taken over. Arntt's TP here is going to be able to get one kill at the very least, but this is the easiest defuse of their lives. Jowen's even going to give it over. Oh, maybe not. Okay, just going to grab that one for yourself. Get the ult online. And Arndt with a nice little play. But SaD executed their front line way quicker than Arndt could react.
That's kind of what it's been every single time, right? It was Anj this round, Shondex with the pitfall the round prior, with a spray almost coming in from the side of Chloric. But what we're looking at is two teams racing. Both look at equal speeds. It's just that SaD is basically starting at the finish line every single round. They're setting themselves up for success. They're choosing their starting point so well that NRG already look lapped as soon as 10 seconds immerse and the round begins. I mean, you got Jerwin getting a pick almost every single time in the first 5 seconds. You got these guys losing their smoke player half the time. Their ult usage is getting a bit interrupted by the way that SaD play too. This time, the scaling looks fast. No one is lost. Dart clears a lot of the space early, and they're ready for this hit. The question is, it's 3 people from the side of SaD. They're all on site, and they're ready to stop this.
Line's going to be good. Hits at least 3 players there. Slide to the back site for Renz, but Swelly's just going to stand up. That's 4 kills for the Sova. Make that a 5th for Stella. And that is a flawless round for SaD. It looks like the battle for Thermopylae if Leonidas had a tank, an M1 Abrams chilling in the choke point, bro. Like, how do you practice defense? It seems impossible.
They have the reads, they have the switch ups as well when it comes to the setups in here. Sometimes the alarm bots in B, sometimes it's inside the brain of NRG Academy, and SaD are instantly alerted as to exactly what they want to do. If you say Leonidas, I'm gonna go classic with it. Hydrogen bomb, sleeping baby, man. I mean, this is tough.
It's not even coughing.
Not even coughing. He's not even coughing. Because he was coughing in that round and they dropped the pit. No more coughs. The baby's sleeping, man. 8-1 for SaD.
This might just be a new record for us. That's all I'm saying, bro. We'll see. Another slow push here. And yeah, economy, like I mentioned before, not looking so hot. Let's see if Giza can find a nice little swing into Garage. Oh, wrong time to throw a snake bite out. That's a free weapon.
You're seeing Welly go for this one before. Fish couldn't find a bite. This time it'll be Pain that uses the worm to get Giza out of Garage.
They're on site, though. Well, this Killjoy utility. And a nice little headshot. Killjoy utility down. Another weapon retrieved, Shio.
Yeah, they've got from the shadows kind of maybe take some A long space if they want to take that risk. But already you see Shondex playing for that ante. Welly tries to go for a hero play. But Batman's forgot his grappling hook. And yeah, there's no chance he wins a fight there. No prep time.
Just DoorDash to Vandal. That's all they got. Oh, they got cash. They got cash. That's all I'm saying, but there you go. They've also got rounds.
Rounds. the best relationships, the best food, the best clothes. Right now, SaD are living in luxury, man. They're living large.
Let's have a look at that replay real quick. Yeah,
that's not luxury. That's
timing,
poverty
unfortunately.
timing.
Yeah. Well, there's a round over to NRG Academy. Honestly, at this point, especially with that being a thrifty too, their economy is looking vastly better.
Look at the win con for them as well, SaD, and are used to this, right? They're used to getting a lot of defensive rounds. It's the attack that's questionable. For NRG Academy, you could even say 8-4 is a good half. If they get 4 attacking rounds, and they know that SaD doesn't have the best attack ever afterwards, they can just lock it down and maybe end up winning this game. No one's really gotten 4 rounds versus SaD yet.
Yeah, slow push to B. Now make it quick. Ren's dead again. The nice teleport from Pain is beautiful. Straight behind Arnge. And unfortunately, Shondex is blind. Smoke in the eyes, has to back up. I mean, Chloric is going to get assassinated as well. And this is just another round to SaD, unfortunately. That's a 1v5 now. An unwinnable situation for Shondex.
It's a diff on almost every single side. I think Shondex is the only one that wins the mirror match. Omen to Omen, you're getting out TP'd. KJ to KJ on the lurk, you're getting outwatched, you're getting outgunned. And down in mid as well for Shondex. Ooh, nice shots.
Give him it. Doesn't get stunned. Pain in the corner. I mean, look. Shondex against the op. Oh, sees the ponytail of the Neon, but still ends up getting shut down. Good return fire there by Welly. It's another round on the board.
Living room situation for SaD right now because they're used to seeing all this furniture around them. 9 couches spread apart with 2 lightings up top. Sometimes there's a 3rd light in there. You know what I'm saying? It's a 9-3. Other times it's what, like 9 couches, 1 love seat, and 2 lights instead of 10-2. So maybe it'll be business as usual. Haven's gonna be theirs. 9-2, very familiar, very comfortable. They've got the NRG Academy guests sitting around the seats right now, and I mean, the couches look a bit too small for these guys, man. They're kind of uncomfortable. They want some more room. This could be a chance for them to get a bit of that space. That's the question. Look at this off angle for Pain. He's putting punishment down.
Jump in again, but ends up getting chunked half. There's a ult coming through too. Hunter's Fury to try and clear out the site, and they've done just that. 4 players now, just on site, ready to rock and roll. Killjoy Molly's can do a little bit damage to Geezer, a little bit too much damage. Oh, the snakebite on top of that too, almost eliminated him. Joe in straight to the back though, an instant kill onto Arnge, and I don't think Chloric even blinked before everybody died, and there it is. SaD 10-2 at the half with a flawless round to finish us off.
Giza's gonna hit with a Venn diagram of doom, and both circles right now are just kind of eclipsing over.
That, bro.
Yeah, 2 circles. One side is you're losing 5 rounds. The other side also says you're losing 5 on defense. 10-2 for SaD, and this is their question now in this halftime. What are the talks that are going down? You still have 2 timeouts for this entire half. How do you approach this one just to end the game? Jerwin's online, but he's been playing kind of slow when it comes to that op. Yes, his overdrives have been good, but can he entry the site? SaD also has some lurks alongside Stellar. Can they all group as 5 and end this game somewhere, or will they just, you know, go up to the same routine, start to lose that pistol, have a comeback build up against them? SaD needs to break that pattern and end the game now.
We'll see how slow they end up taking this one. Looks like a pretty early peak from Chloric. Yeah, no instant damage there, but it does set up Zaj with a nice little push in to short.
He's up in short at the same time you see Chloric pushing up long, so the timing will be different there. In Garage, though, it's a full push. They could call it back, but the spike is here, and they have the option of going C.
Ended up blinding the drone there, but looks like a 4-player push from SaD through Garage. Giza still looking down C long.
Oh, they're calling
slowly
it back.
but surely.
They're going straight back, but look at the position. Jaws, this fight's happening. Ignore the fight for a second. Look at the position inside A main for Chloric. He can stop this whole push. At the same time, look at Zaj all the way inside A. Whoever moves faster is in trouble, and it's going to be SaD.
Oh,
2 big shots from Chloric.
Chloric.
He's found the lurk, and he's found even more.
Oh my word. I mean, Zaj is kind of on a little island right now. 1v2 for Chloric. Couldn't stand up to the test, unfortunately. Renz too is going to get collapsed on here. Zaj ends up getting eliminated, but still a push onto the site is needed here for SaD. A stun backside didn't end up connecting, and a fake tap of the plant on the sites. 1 player left. Pain goes down, and that will be a round on the board for NRG Academy.
Tell me if it's deja vu right now for SaD, because this is exactly how some disasters start for them in Haven beforehand. Yes, the wins are always there for them, right? They're up in the business to try to push the lead to, you know, from 10 to 13, but instead of a 13-2, 13-5, it becomes a 13-7, 13-9. For NRG Academy as well, these are different opponents, Jack. These guys, again, you show them a bit of sunlight, they make sure that sky stays shining the entire half through. They can really get momentous, push forward here, and make this comeback possible against that.
Love Ren staying on this angle. Oh, and Welly peek it. Right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, what a shot. Paying down. Getting a lot more than that, I fear. Oh, tried to go for it. A little ego swing there by Renz, and he ends up getting punished for it. Jump into the backside, but infinite mollies on the ground. How would you even survive? Well, I'll tell you how. He didn't. Geezer ends up getting one as well. Almost a double there by Welly. A little collapse, but it's shut down.
Before, like when they were workshopping some movie titles, right? Fast and Furious. Before it landed at that, it was called Renz and Furious. If you remember, Jaws, we were looking at some of the Wikipedia stuff on that. Yeah. That guy is like light speed, bro. It goes crazy.
Renz born before Fast and Furious, the original one, came out?
His parents were like workshopping the names. Like, I'm pretty sure they're movie marketers. Yeah. So it goes crazy. It's a really cool job, man. It's a really cool job.
Well, he's 5 and 12 right now. He's making, especially on the offense, was trying to make as much space as possible, like dashing into sites first. Was shut down a lot of the time by players like Pain. Still though, Bulldogs Guardian, you're not too upset about this. The NRG Academy's a bonus.
This one's going to be the decider, though, right? If you can do some damage here on the side of NRG Academy, you can really make this comeback possible. When it comes to a 10-4, this has to be at least going towards 75% of a flip round. How does that look? That means that no matter what, you want at least 3 SaD members to die. You want to even maybe try to go for something on the spike where there's even more damage done after the fact. If it does get planted on SaD's side, if they save, that's even better, and you end up winning the round. But NRG Academy, the goal here is damage. The goal here is kills.
Easy as you like here. Very slow play from SaD. Now trying to make them move. Alarm bot on the floor. Just in front of the B doors. Now they're going to go in. Potential T. It looked like he wanted to go for a TP there, but he hasn't actually got any. All good. Mollies to stop Geezer from being an instant threat.
Oh, this retakes super fast. So while this happens, all the way on A, another fight for Chloric. We swap back over to B. Geezer's getting his. This looks good for the defense.
Got one. Yeah, Welly is just kind of waiting on the corner here. Does end up collecting 2. But can they actually make a re-entry here? Going to wait for Pain potentially. There's going to be a dart and a defuse coming in through for Geezer.
No way.
They're going to have to go on this summer point. You're going to have to run in at some point. Geezer with the defuse. Okay. NRG Academy. They end up winning the round anyway.
Hannah Montana, best of both worlds. They get the defuse. They kill 3 as well. They've done both goals and kind of finished 2 missions at once. I mean, for SaD, that's so tough. For the side of NRG Academy, that's just amazing. And the fact that these guys are still lurking and Chloric is clocking it, I mean, Jack, these guys are fighting each other's brains right now. This is such a sick game.
Well, they got to come back at some point and like find a way back into this game. Not the strongest buy. I mean, look at the end of the day. Having the Hunter's Fury could open something up, but maybe they spec'd into defense more than they did offense. A little bit of a cover and fire here. That's instantly pulled, by the way, NRG Academy for 3 players. Like 3 players on site right now, and they've decided maybe that Garage needs a little bit of paying attention to.
Yeah, they just trust Chloric on that lurk. He's been winning it a little bit. The Ember on A side. Hunter's Fury comes in. Paranoia. The side's
popping. Got to check platform though. Archer's already found one. Hits the Paranoia down the main. A TP across to the box there. Pain on default right now. Shondex ready to spring through the smoke. Sees a little bit of fire coming in, and Stella just gets the spam kill. Okay, sure. Chloric and Renz now in a 2v3 situation as Renz opens this one up onto Welly. Pain, though, with the orb is going to be able to create a little bit of gap between them both, but Renz with a wide swing. And now Stella waiting as Zanj is going to try and find an entrance. Chloric with a good brain there to check back sight, but ends up losing the 1v1. on as Ren's in a very tough spot now with that one way just being an absolute nuisance. Does end up swinging Garage though, and has got a good idea where this last player is. Ends up swinging in, pulls the gun out. There's the quad. Defuse coming in too.
Doom for SaD. NRG Academy are doing it, pushing forward, getting that defuse. There's way more than enough time. That was beautifully done for the Academy, man. NRG are looking locked in right now.
Insane clutch, and it's going to be a big confidence builder for Rens too, who didn't have the hottest first half of all time. What was it, 5 and 12? We pointed out just a second ago. Getting a nice little quad kill, and having the confidence on a duelist is exactly what you want. Nice stuff there. And gets the defuse too, so a lot of ult points.
Roy telling me know too that was actually the first 2v4 that these guys have won all split. I'm pretty sure that's how the stat works. So that's kind of insane when it comes to a clutch, and that's what it takes kind of to get up against a team like SaD and usurp them. Call for a mutiny when it comes to how the ship usually flows on open water. The 10-2s have to have some eco thrifty flips, have to have some rifle rounds that are impossible to win becoming possible. This time all the way up towards the B site again. Ange not cleared, has the timing.
Oh, jumps out, but jumps straight into the snake bite, unfortunately. SaD have already found 3, and speaking of being SaD, Chloric does do a lot of damage to that Hunter's Fury, but now has to try and re-engage on a full 5-man stack here on B, and even people lurking on grass too. Yeah, they know. They know. Oh, still gets the kill though, but realistically, you know where both players are. Not going to give them their ones, although Joan definitely wants to try.
So low on HP as well, man. This is just a tough one. We'll see.
Wow.
Chloric get picked. Rens gets electrified. The thing is, right, this is why people talk about investing your money. Like, it always just kind of works for you, right? 10 rounds in, and things are looking bad for SaD. As soon as they win one, you realize, oh, they're up at 11. They were rich this whole time. They were rich in rounds. They invested that defensive half early, and now they're just 2 away. It takes one mistake for NRG Academy. SaD jumps on top of it. I'm pretty sure that's the second time out that's going to be coming in, from NRG Academy. You've got to lock it down now and play perfect for what? The next 7 rounds?
Yeah, really tough. And with SaD too, if you feel the need to, you can stack up a few ults. Just make sure a round is very trivial, and then, well, you're on match point, and then you take the first one away, and then you go to bind, which is your pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be nuts. You just reminded me that this is NRG Academy picking this map and giving SaD the choice of defense. That is bold. And the approach so far, let's talk about the things we like from NRG Academy. Chloric has been taking space for free so far. Rens has kind of elevated himself through in this defense side to have so many just more kills on the board, so much more impact on the board. I need to see Ange and Shondex really activate, amplify, and do their thing as well. When it comes to defense, these are some of the best anchors in the game, the best two-way traders in the game as well. So we need to see a bit of that just locked down. You mentioned it a lot though, Jaws, and I talked about it last half. Both these teams are very reactive when they hear noise. They insta-rotate. Is that a mistake? Is that good? I mean, up till now, it's been a problem. It's been the solution sometimes. I feel like SaD are kind of manipulating it on the side of NRG.
Cheeky beaky. Joan shut down, and what a push from NRG Academy. Well, that timeout really working out. They managed to recover the spike though, do SaD, but it's just Stella and Payne left alive. I mean, we've barely started the round. That 4-player push from NRG Academy up A long. Looking at Stella to put it in a accurate terms, I suppose.
Literally accurate. Lock it in with Stella as well.
I like Giza, man.
This pushback.
Giza, yeah, just pulling back, realizing that, well, it's definitely not going to be A. I just want to wait for the rest of my team. Like, they're going to be able to pick up a couple of weapons here too. Giza, the only one without any real firepower, but SaD do want to test him. And there you go. Giza with the information now. 50 seconds left on the timer. This will be a plant.
Win con for SaD there is trying to find a pick. So smart for Giza to not let that happen. You want to make sure no one on NRG actually ends up dying either. They're so poor. And just one down so far.
Stun. Fly. Payne. Re-swing. Headshots on to Rens. 2 players down, but NRG Academy still come away with the round.
Look at their, economy. It's looking kind of homeless. It's kind of tough, but it's okay. 3 alive. Get to keep rolling in. Able to maybe buy some players. A lot of the time when it comes to Rens, might not even need a gun. Could just rock in with the Bucky Overdrive is getting close to being activated as well, if not already up. I didn't get to catch his ultimate logo there in a second, but the shots from Pain might make a difference as we keep moving down. SaD go for a timeout. And that's very interesting. I know that NRG Academy are winning, and I realize that there's a few ultimates on the board for SaD as well. They can get that Hunter's Fury. ZAJ is 2 away, so getting a, maybe they go for the C orb for Welly. You get the orb, but you plant with ZAJ. You could be playing a 5-round ultimate over here, right? Or a 5 ultimate round here. The thing is, when you call a timeout, you're giving NRG a chance to talk as well. They've got a pit. They've got their lockdown. They've got Rents on that overdrive. This is a dangerous timeout, and it might be a mistake from SaD.
I mean, it does still feel kind of good to have both your timeouts at this point in the game as well. So you can just like quickly go back to the drawing board if you feel like you're in trouble. Of course, they're on 11 rounds still. Going to be able to get a little bit of a buy here. They got a few rifles. They've still got the Killjoy lockdown as well. Looks like, again, NRG Academy want to maybe even peek A long once more. We'll see if SaD kind of respond in kind of like holding back for a moment. And it looks like, yeah, they're way further back in spawn than I even anticipated. So they're waiting for this push. They've got a feeling it's coming.
I think SaD's game plan here is just to get as many kills in the skirmish as possible. Make it so that the Giza retake doesn't matter too much. Here it goes. Paranoia close range. The first one's there for Rents.
Yeah. NRG Academy have already found 3. Celerin is left in the same situation again from previous round. 1 HP on the Neon, by the way, on Rents, but, you're chilling. You're still alive. That's what counts. The same situation happened. They didn't really slow it down at all. They put Pain in a position where maybe they could kind of get an off angle on their long players, but that bomb is in an even more unrecoverable spot. Ange takes a little bit of damage from the snake bite, but still, NRG Academy, Shio, feels like they come out on top again.
Maybe the first few words of that timeout was, okay, guys, first of all, there's no shot to do that again. So here's the plan. And then
we will do
the
it.
exact same thing again. That's just so tough. And that's got to hurt a little bit. I mean, the best case scenario here for SaD, or I guess the saving grace, the silver lining, is that they didn't use any of their ultimates just yet. And with Welly dying, he does get that Hunter's Fury. They go up to 5 ultimates to be able to use to lock down the entire game. This one's going to be a 1v4, probably not possible. Again, look to do some damage. Every kill from here from ZAJ will matter.
Yeah, 1 HP. If you hit your shots, it doesn't matter how much HP you got. Defuser's coming in, and there's the triple swing. Okay, NRG Academy. That's going to be an 11-8. They are closing in on this lead from SaD.
This is about to be the round where like everybody uses their domain expansion though. Like you have ultimates, maybe almost 10 active on the entire map. It's one of the rarest things you can see inside the game. We do have a lot of like, this team has 4 ults, the other team has 3, but to have 10 ultimates to be coming out of a timeout a round prior might be cinema. And sometimes you see teams, especially on attack, use their ultimates on these equal rounds to supplement the loss of power and then use a strat in the other rounds to make sure they still have, power pumping throughout their approach on attack. The thing is, the eco's looking really dire. A few sheriffs there. It's not like an all-in with guardians or anything. SaD might just be playing for the next round. But Jaws, that means they're just wasting their orbs. Any kills they get doesn't really build to much unless they're on ZAJ. Everybody's already locked in their ultimates, and nobody might use them this round.
Friends is really happy too with that outlaw with all these weaker armors. Slow peak up, a short, no early aggression from NRG Academy.
A big thing right now, big push from NRG Academy down through C long, so they know this is A. A few players are already moving in here to lock this site down.
Trap here. Chloric off to the side. Didn't even do any damage. Snakebite stops the push. At least for now. Joen taking a lot of damage too. Those regen shells coming in. So it's only going to be, what, 51 HP realistically for this next push. Paranoia hits backside, and here comes the ult, but Joen shut down instantly by Chloric. He gets a second too. Wide swing from the box there from Giza, but Ren still with the outlaw is just a menace. And now Welly with the Marshal is going to run head first into Ange and actually just nail him straight to the wall. That's going to be a gun upgrade at the very least. And now in a 2v1, a very winnable situation. Giza only 16 HP, and they're double stacking A with Welly booking it to C.
The most gangster thing possible is blind ulting into B or spawn. like go through the ancient Tibetan monk timing and try to get like a 60-meter kill here. You might even hear these footsteps to get the timing in garage. That could even be the craziest, luckiest thing.
They line him up, he can just knock him down like bowling pins, mate. I mean, Giza.
Oh, overdrive.
Here, the movement. As well, he expect Giza. Oh, no! I mean, Giza with the kill. I mean, he saw his elbow before. Well, he saw his, I suppose. That is an unfortunate timing there.
She's got the highlighter jacket though, man. I saw the elbow. It's tough. Sometimes you got the mini map. You got a neon overdriving all over the site. Stomp, 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 stomp. So much just information overload and so
Sad,
close for Welly. Yeah. I mean, the best thing there though is that just overdrive was used from Jerwin on the side of attack for SaD. Like they didn't use anything else, and it's just it's an ult you can use like jet knives to be in the business on an eco round. All the important ults are still here. Both Neon's kind of out of the conversation. And this round could be a Ginga Bear. And once again, SaD need to close this out. NRG Academy 3 away from winning the map.
Wow. Early pit. C looking unassailable now. Yeah, even just a random shock dart being thrown in to see if any chip damage should come through. But yeah, there's just no shot. Changing up their minds here, but we see a heavy stack on B right now. There is going to be a smoking garage. Maybe they're going to try just split here, or maybe garage to B. Drone. Did they check the corner? I don't think it did, so Arch is going to have the jump on these players. Oh, flies the wrong way, though. Back to Jerwin. And Arch goes down. Pit still in C, but it's going to go down. Smoke integrity at 0 now.
Lockdown traded for this, though, so how much of an advantage is there really? We're not even pushing in for the moment. Might be threatening maybe of an A-lurk or something. It could be a delayed hit from cutting noise. I don't think Shondex is buying it. He still thinks it's happening. Here it is.
Yeah, blind ends are going a little bit wide there. Wall ends are coming up. Pain TP to the top of the box. Shondex not expecting that. Geezer's on the side, does manage to kill one. Ren swinging from the spawn. And, well, he does get the op kill and another swing kill from Geezer. But this op with 5 HP is just so devastating to peek into. But it's just one tap. That's all it takes. Alarm bot in garage. They know it too. And Ren still gets the kill onto Stella. Zaj has to go for some kind of plant here. No chance really to transition to another site. So puts down the pit in a 2v1.
Jones about to come in, get a little bit of information. Ren's there with the boomstick into the barrel. Inside the smoke that gets him down. Now it's a 1v1.
One shock dart in the back pocket, and Zaj is just peeking outside the pits. Chloric on the box right now. This pit is going to go down. So, I mean, what is Chloric thinking right now? Where could Zaj actually be? Has to check back plat, surely. Peeks out. Here I am. No! Oh, he whiffs. Chloric, still though, alive. Can go for the swing. No! Zaj loses it. NRG Academy with a round win. There is no way. You swing and miss that. Zaj, an absolute heartbreaker of a round. And that puts NRG Academy on 10.
I do not believe the struggles that SaD has on this attack side. Round sometimes gifted to them. Taken apart. Another opportunity all in to 4. And unfortunately, it wasn't just Chloric in front of him. It was also the pressure. The pressure of that 1v1 to push these guys past the line. A tough look for SaD, but you can't lock it down. We talked about investments, and the investments are still large for SaD here. The money is looking good enough to give them a buy. They're not going to be wanting to play for overtime as well. They're kind of almost all into this. It's a half buy to maybe have a chance to talk still in 11-11. But they're still in the lead, Jack. That's what I'm trying to say. They're still in the lead here.
It's still crazy, yeah.
And they can keep the lead, but that is an insane round.
Oh, they're going to try and go in again? But once more, Angel is just an absolute beast on this high ground. That's a triple for the Omen.
Dude,
they just can't keep getting away with it. How many times is he hidden up in that corner as well?
How many times are we going to hit the site the same way, SaD? Please. I realize Chloric is scary on A. Baba Yaga Sova is on A long. I get it. You can still try to challenge it, though. I know you've lost it a couple of times to the fast push that comes in, but if you don't hear it, you might be able to push someone down A long. Their option on these rounds for B, you're not checking some of the corners. The stress of losing that last round as well. Massage in the 1v1. I mean, every single block of Jenga is getting higher and higher in this game, and it's toppling. It's teetering from the side of SaD.
Yeah, wall TP up to the mid boxes. Like,
too.
That's a little rough.
Look at the deep killjoy utility, by the way, coming through for Giza.
Yeah, he's done it on short a couple of times. This time it's long, but look at the pace here from the side of SaD. They hear it coming up fast. They force Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. Giza ends up finding one in the mix of it all. Stella's already on site, but Chloric is holding it down. Shock dart through the wall. Joe in extremely low. A little bit spam damage will end up killing the Neon if they're not careful. Graffiti in control of Chloric right now as Joe goes for the swing, but Chloric shuts it down instantly. At least Stella's got a kill there, but the spike is in the choke. And they have basically no utility to get this back. There's going to be a drone to quickly clear short and quickly clear long. But this is looking unwinnable for SaD now, Shio.
Yeah, ultimates used. And some of the shots, spectacular. The chances for SaD, below average. This is about to be tough. And Shondex sees it. The heist!
Oh, the heist! Oh, my word. They actually managed to get out as well. The getaway vehicle, although maybe...
Wait.
Oh, I was thinking about a fake there. I was like, oh, maybe they stick around on A, but... There is still a wall they have to deal with, so maybe B or C. But this proactive rotate here from Chloric is just marvelous. A teleport to C, doesn't spot anybody, so it's going to be a B hit.
I mean, dude, if it is a B hit, you're just holding so much. The leftovers from the A side, where did Omen teleport to? Is it in front or behind you? It's all on Welly. He's got the prime position.
Yep, backside right now. Didn't get revealed. Stella with one. Now only one direction to look out for both players, but they still need to find the kills. Shondex with a swing. Stella down. Well, he's still in the backside, though. He's got one. Oh, he clutches. And NRG Academy match point. 12-11. The 10-2 half disappearing in front of SaD's eyes.
The Rock was at the precipice of the top of the hill for SaD, man. Sisyphus watches it roll all the way down, and it absolutely destroys every single house they built along the way. Every single sense of confidence so far from SaD seems to be leaving them. Specific players, it's not just Zaj, Welly losing the 1v1 multiple times, and that timeout comes in. The first timeout when they're not in the lead, and they've got no ultimates. Their economy is looking a bit broken. They've got some Guardians up in the business. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at Ren's Jaws. Outlawing the business. Every single person on SaD has half armor. This guy has a super op ready to go, and he hasn't been missing for this half.
Yeah, I mean, how do you... Dude,
I know.
I'm speechless. I'm gonna be honest. A little speechless.
Like they're getting a thrifty on one of these rounds as well. They're able to, you know, push up to 11, and they still can't confirm.
Renz is looking.
Look at that. Look at the timeline. Defuse. Other side for NRG Academy. SaD gets it in there. 2v3, defuse. Oh my God. That one round, the NRG Academy flipped, that 2v4 mattered so much in the entire scope and grand scheme of this game. If SaD was up at 12, if the economy looks slightly different, the players would be in a much different position as well. That just goes to show you, no matter what's happening, the round that you watch, even if you're so far behind, can have such a big difference, a drastic change in the entire game. This round will start quiet for the side of SaD. They'll approach Garage. Alarm bot still active. This time the KJ utility for NRG Academy is all over exactly where SaD wants to be.
Oh, the paranoia is really good for NRG Academy. And Geet's going to be able to get out of there thanks to that smoke. Joe and already down. Stella posted up on B already, but Renz with the shutdown. A 3-on-4. And now a 2-on-4. I mean, Payne is in a nice little spot here. Could spring a trap on the Viper, but misses the shot there. So, well, Shondex knows now. Is going to call for the backup, knowing that two players are here. Shondex, and he swings too. I mean, Payne down. It's a 1v4. And
walls are closing in. They're closing in around SaD.
And that's the round, and that's the map. NRG Academy take map 1. And what was a 10-2 defense for SaD, 99 defense, only 10 attack, Shio. And you were looking at NRG Academy with just a beautiful attacking round, just pure control every single round. It felt like they didn't falter a single step.
Yeah, all those like B, or not even B, the A long like pushes, the slides in with Chloric just watching the entire fight happen, short push-ups as well with the team. It just looks like everything for NRG Academy was working and was locked in. SaD, confidence lost round after round. Some of the ones were gifted to them, man. Zaj with that missed kill. They'll be thinking about that.
The pit.
Listen.
Can't, bro.
There's more maps to come. That's the main thing, right? That's just one, and that's been the story of Haven so far. They haven't faced one of these teams that's really, really strong inside the scene. So NRG Academy, they're making a statement with that one.
They got Bind coming up next, and SaD, it was their map pick. Can we go to 3? We'll have to wait and find out. Or can NRG Academy close it out and make their way to playoffs undefeated? We'll have to wait and find out after this.
One enemy remaining.
Fight together.
Exactly what QOR needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But to stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save
and trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Map 1 in the series. It's none other than SaD Esports with a healthy lead heading into the side swap, but a slow but sure bleed out leaves NRG to not just take the lead, but the map itself, down from 2-10 to ending off 13-11 to take map 1. I mean, for SaD Esports fans, that's a tough watch. But Roy, for those NRG believers out there, they're sitting there like, yes, like that was a turnaround I wasn't quite expecting.
Yeah, I feel like in the first half, we've never seen NRG get dismantled in the way that they did by SaD Esports. It kind of just felt like they were in full control of that entire first half. It was a 10-2 finish for SaD Esports. It looked like they could do no wrong. The defensive sides, we highlighted how good it was going to be, and they capitalized so well. But SaD Esports, guys, They have the shot at the king, and they missed. The 10-2 defensive half, and they also got a thrifty in the second half and still could not close it out. That's got to be tough.
I mean, just touching on that first half, like the SaD was catching NRG off guard in so many rounds simply because they weren't respecting NRG's util. And I feel like NRG haven't really faced that before, right? A lot of people have been playing more back and actually not taking these peaks that we saw even from Jerwin. And they also didn't have a backup plan. They were so tunnel vision on one site every single round, weren't really making the most out of their comp, like trying to force a lurk or just kind of play with the utility a bit more to make SaD kind of second guess. And they just kept forcing into these sites that they wouldn't take advantage of, or that they couldn't take advantage of. And then on the second half, you're right, NRG did win that bonus to kind of start that comeback. And they looked really good in those first few rounds. You know, they shut down all the lurkers from SaD. They started conditioning that 4A push, and then they just switched up and went straight into 1-3-1s. And SaD played directly into that, right? But they weren't reclearing anything. They kind of were just going into straight up XX, which NRG was ready for. Oh my god, I don't want to watch this. I'm closing my eyes. I can't.
Put that on loop. No, just kidding.
No, never play it again, please.
Okay, all things considered though, I feel like NRG played very well in the second half. There's really no denying it. But even then, SaD Esports were still finding themselves in convertible situations, right? Like there were so many moments for SaD Esports to steal a win, and it just felt like NRG Academy won every single one of those. They walked on water. They dodged bullets when they weren't even looking. That's tough.
Yeah, it just looked like SaD really just got nervous there. Like they started panicking. They started kind of making these micro decisions that didn't really make sense. Like they felt, I think the pressure just really got to them because they were 2 rounds away for so long. And I know that those last 2 rounds are the hardest to kind of get over that finish line and the hardest to win. But you can really tell just in like their solo plays that they were making, they just felt pressure. They couldn't close it out.
Especially too, something highlighted before was the fact that NRGA just do not win if they're down 2 members, but we got to see that like those hurdles themselves for the side of NRGA were won out, right? And it was just kind of a SaD Esports that I love that expression of nervous, because that's what it kind of felt like when you saw those little mistakes coming through, when you saw them up in rounds but unable to quite close out, right? But I don't want to be taken away from NRGA while talking about that too, because obviously there is then the step up as well to be able to see that come on through, right? Sure. And we really did get to see, again, from the team that doesn't have necessarily hero players, but everyone able to step up. We did get to see a full step up across the board, but there's the Chloric. We can't stop talking about taking just the casual MVP yet again.
Yeah, it's kind of insane that Chloric can so consistently do this, like even in the highest pressure. And like NRG has not been tested in this way before. Like they've never have had to come back from such a deficit in this way before. Like, yeah, I'm sure they've had some comebacks, but not to this degree. And for him to have the weight of, you know, making sure the team's on the same page and the IGLing and to come out on top statistically is so crazy to me. And then also you have Renz, who's such a big factor, and the 2v4 that they closed out, that's the first -2 round, by the way, that NRG's closed off in this entire split. They have never won a single round where they were down more than 2 players. That's so crazy to me. And then you look at Renz, right? Oh, production, I love it. This is kind of my point. In the first half, you have Renz who had what, 4 kills, and then in the second half, he's ending it with 20. He's getting 16 kills in that second half. A huge turnaround from him.
I mean, you can literally see he quadrupled his kills. I don't know what was going on in attack, but somehow he found a way to be way more active on that defensive half. And it's also really cool to see that they were able to kind of keep the mentality of it all and realize that, like, even though he didn't perform well in that first half, he was able to come back into it, because that's a really hard thing for a lot of players to do.
Yeah, and I think for me, the one word that's coming to mind is composure. I feel like it's kind of the esports favorite word, right? It's like how well these teams can kind of keep things together when things aren't aligning well, or even when they are aligning well and you just can't quite convert these advantageous situations. It felt like NRG clawed their way out of so many deficits on a macro level, on like an individual level. And when it came down to those high pressure, very important rounds, the clutches, it was NRG all day.
And it might continue to be that way looking at the second map in the series. I mean, we are headed into SaD Esports map pick, but to have a map that is, you have such a lead on, to then lose out the map, it's going to have to take a complete composure switch coming out from SaD Esports to be able to take down Bind for an NRG that is really, really cooking up. Especially too, as said at the top of the show, Emily, like, these two maps are a known quantity for both teams and something that's quite strong for both. So it's not like you're going to catch NRG lacking here. At least you shouldn't.
Yeah, no, they have the momentum now. They have kind of the confidence coming back in that second half. Like that's a huge game to come back into and win. And I don't expect them to slow down, even though it's not their map pick. I expect them to kind of keep up that momentum and just kind of full charge it on SaD. Again, I want to see them kind of doing what they did in that defensive half, is just kind of making SaD play into them, doing a little bit of conditioning on these extremities, you know, towards showers, towards belong, and just not letting SaD have any room to think or have a backup plan.
For me, I'm kind of concerned about the fact that NRG Academy is going to be starting on that defensive side. Normally, I wouldn't say that for Bind because I feel like it's one of those maps where it's kind of balanced. Like you can get a good amount of rounds whether you're on attack or defense. But I'm looking at the compositions, and if all things are still the same, you were looking at a double duelist for SaD Esports after coming back from a huge fumble in this first map. Then now you're going up on the attack side against a composition that has double controllers and the deadlock. That could be such a problem for SaD Esports on that attack side. They're going to need as many rounds as possible on that first half.
No, I agree, but I also think that NRG, they have the capability of realizing when something isn't working and adapting. If they start getting kind of ran down and tunneled with the comp coming in from SaD, I could see them making those adjustments that they need to in order to not let that happen for the whole half. I could see them playing a little bit more back, playing for the retake, playing to delay that bomb, which I feel like is super important, especially on a map like Bind, where you can have that utility to kind of just keep delaying, and allowing your team to kind of rotate back in.
I mean, you're talking about SaD needing as many rounds as possible to have a good chance in this, but how many is that? 11? Because 10 in that first map wasn't enough to get over that hurdle in the very end. So have to see with what energy SaD Esports is going to come out of the gate with heading into the second map to try and take it to a third. Again, this is for our very first spot in the playoffs from two teams who have been undefeated so far this split. So if there can be a bounce back, I would expect it to be from SaD Esports, right? When you're looking at the calling from Stellar, when you look at just the experience on this team next to some insane fraggers, there is that potential there. But NRG has definitely been a tough cookie to crack, and this one's going to be no exception. Talking Roy said if everything stays the same, and yeah, eyeing up the agent select, it seems to be that way.
Yep, as expected. Now, what I want to see from SaD Esports, guys, is not only the way they're going to get on the sites, I want to see them dismantle NRG Academy's structure. Do not let them play their comfortable positions. If you're going to go A, don't let them be behind that shower smoke, spamming you on the plant. You have to be disruptive. You have to push the boundaries of the space that you have on that offensive side when you get on those sites. So I want to see SaD get in front of that util, be very disruptive with the double duelist, and don't let NRG Academy play the util, play the structure, and play together.
I mean, that's what I was hoping to see out of NRG, though. I want to see them not getting caught off guard, not getting separated, especially for kind of playing that weak side towards A, which we see a lot on a map like Bind. I want to see them not getting split up. I want to see them taking space together. If they're taking short, we push showers, or if they're taking short, we play to hold that back site and then wait and delay for our team for the retake.
I mean, at this point in time, NRGA have all the momentum within the series. Up one, it's time to see if they can close it out on Bind, or if this is where we're going to see the comeback from SaD Esports start. Let's find out and send it back to our casters. Yet again, it's Jaws and Shio.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yes. Okay. I wanted to see SaD come out with a swing on their offense on Haven, but Shio, it just was not hitting. It can Bind be any different here with the double duelist?
Definitely. It does have a lot more stopping power when it comes to this map. There's also not as much space to take beforehand sometimes when it comes to A short. You can just hit that site super, super fast. That being said, Deadlock from the side of Chloric, who was already the kryptonite for the Superman swing from SaD in that previous map, has that stoppage power, has that barrier, has the stuns, and that's going to be very tough for the rest of SaD to get through.
What, like this?
What is this, 4-man? No way.
A little push, you know the vibes. Little jump spot. Not ready for it already, though. Sherwin, Payne, on the portal. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second here. Looking like a strong start for SaD on their offense at the very least. Chloric, you want to test him? Probably not. Zarge, though, with a kill. And that is one player left for NRG Academy. SaD open up with a nice little pistol. We'll see if Chloric can get any damage done. Nope, absolutely not. A team ace, a round win, and a flawless round.
Someone can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I don't think SaD have lost a attack round in Bind. I'm pretty sure when they played it against Winthrop, it was already them in the lead, about 7-4, no, 8-4. Imagine if rounds going to end 7-4, half's going to end 7-4. But they ended 8-4, and then they won pistol, ended up winning the bonus, ended up winning things out afterwards as well. I think also just played one rifle round. So that screams two things. First of all, these guys are confident after winning pistol. They can turn that into big streaks. But second of all, they might not have as much experience playing against ultimates inside rifle rounds, playing rifle to rifle rounds in general. So if NRG can make this game a bit more muddy, it might be in their favor.
Side looking pretty free to me. Joen in the little recall here. 3 players from NRG Academy stacking up in showers right now. Joen's going to peek one of them. Gets one. Does he know Renz is in this corner? Honestly, doesn't really need to know, to be honest. Can just hold the angle forever. Spike gets planted. Ren's still hanging, chilling, waiting, vibing in that corner. Isn't going to get checked, though. That's one. Doesn't make it a second, unfortunately. A little bit damage back onto the YORO, who TPs to short.
How many can they predict inside the shower side? How many clean people trying to get this retake done is the question. I mean, it's going to be tough here still. Not grouped up. It's just Shondex with the Marshal.
Yeah, they got a Marshal, though, so anything is possible. But actually getting onto the site is going to be very tough. Giza looking a little bit weak here on this side against this Guardian. Already half HP. Fade Eye available too. I mean, yeah, there's just no way. Nice headshot, though, onto Welly. However, the likelihood of you defusing this one is absolutely 0 at this point. Just going to die to the spike. And that is another round on the board for SaD.
We'll keep it rolling. Kept enough weapons in general. I saw someone finish that round with a ghost, though, so I'm wondering if there was something else to pick up, but just due to the nature of the spike and where the dead bodies were, there was no chance. NRG Academy, what are they good at? What does the relationship between these two teams look like? I mean, we talked about stopping power for SaD. The idea is Deadlock is going to be investing util somewhere on the map. It's going to be probable that it's on the site, so getting those spaces before site should be easier and the goal for SaD to take. That being said, there are agents like Sky. You can see Giza doing things inside long. Viper like Ange can put this smoke down and make it difficult for them to take extremities. We'll do exactly that. Phantom's online, and there's a stopgap now for SaD.
Gonna have to take it to Swift now. Blinding Ange for a brief moment. Giza should be able to get a little info here. Hitting the blind. There's the dash into elbow. A little recall, though. So Ange can now reposition.
The layering is so sick defensively. You got the Viper orb down long. You let him come up into a Viper wall. Drop the wall after a flash for a Brim smoke afterwards as well. I mean, things right now for NRG Academy are looking kind of sweet. You still have no idea where this Deadlock is. The wall now is up in short. So if you're trying to make a pivot to that side with a TP crunch, that might not happen. Still getting active with the flash.
Though. Giza with one. Joen down. Giza might be able to swing this one too. Hearing the reloads and hearing people back off through that Viper's orb. They try to roll the bones on B, but they come up Snake Eyes. So it looks like A is going to be the play.
So good, and you realize you're going up against all this Deadlock utility. You don't want to run into the stuns right now. There could be an extra person on site as well. Renz, with all of Waylay's kit ready to deny any space.
Lamps control still. Uh-oh, Chloric seized. Welly with the swing. There's the spam.
What?
Okay, well, there's a kill, and that's a free bit of space too. However, Spike should get planted here. Chloric 30 HP. Trying to mess with these smoke players that are potentially popping through. Visage actually with a nice little lurk into showers. Actually ends up picking up a kill and upgrading the gun too.
Taking from that side from Halls just makes it so much easier for SaD. But that being said, if that Molotov doesn't land, this could be trouble.
Visage looking clean right now on this YORO. Who's got a teleport. There's the fake TP. Giza with the apparent swing, but no! Sprays a little bit too long. Had to go for the reload. And SaD with 3 rounds in a row on their offense.
I was talking about NRG need to make the round a bit muddy to have advantage, but it looks like SaD were the 3-year-old child that loves playing in the mud, right? Like, they were in the business, had that swing inside of Halls, had the potential man Zaj live up to the potential inside showers. Everything looked good there in chaos for the side of SaD. And we talked about how good they are at just, I mean, they've had history of just doing it once, but transferring those bonuses into more rounds to keep winning, that looks like a pattern that continues on Bind. Couldn't attack before. My theory is they took all their attack power from Haven and shoved it into Bind. That's the working theory right now.
I like it. Honestly,
yeah.
Working theory is better than no theory. All right, with a nice little 2-man peek here in Hookah. Giza's with him. side by side. They try and fight together. And luckily for them, the Outlaw was not hitting from Jerwin. They escaped with their lives with a tickling of damage, but that's about it. And again, another rotation from B to A.
Gotta look at some of the impact util to flip this round from the Eco side. Look at NRG Academy real quick. Chloric has the ultimate. At the same time, Net is available as well. German will go in, but there's danger as Deadlock moves.
Dashes in on top of the box, and Rent is already down. Zaj with one. Shondex is holding this Lamps angle extremely aggressively right now. Isn't going to get challenged, though, at least not just yet. Net on the site ends up with actually tagging 2 players, but Zaj quickly rips that away from himself. So now Jerwin just kind of looking at this flank, spots Geezer, easy kill onto the unarmored player. Now a swing from Stella. I mean, this is just a new SaD Esports, in all honesty. Another flawless round, and they are looking so good. Obviously, map pick here is Bind. They are the defense demons, but their offense, if they get a few more rounds on the board, Shio, this is looking bad news bears for NRG.
Yeah, very similar start from them on the defense side, too, on Bind. The last time they played this, it was a 5-round streak they rocked with. Then they lost kind of a rifle fight, it looks like. And then after that, they still ended up getting a retake successfully done on Bind. I mean, that's the hard side. On this side, where you have the momentum, where you get to choose where the fights start, they're already looking so good. 4-0 up, no timeout from the side of NRG. They still have that tool, Chloric, the ultimate to be able to use, but I mean, this is another tough look. They're working the map really well. Start off with some A showers pressure. You've got 2 people thinking that it might be an A hit. 3 on the B side, so this is strong right now. Wele has the option to jump into TP, get that trap play halfway across the map. Hookah is a little bit of a gap, though, and it looks like SaD are exploring it.
Oh, Giza, I think saw someone's hairline there. So ends up playing a little bit more of a defensive position. Flash out, and there's the dash straight to backside. Giza's got the DPI, though, to swing. Stand up still, end up killing 2. Renz gets dragged back in. That's a little unfortunate. It's still a nice angle with the op, but needs some assistance. Needs some assistance, like, right now. There's going to be a push from Chloric through CT. Renz on just a tough spot to try and retake this with an op shot.
Still has this space, and they know that, you know, Octagon is at least theirs coming back in. That net will end up hitting Tube as well. They find somebody. Hey, that's just amazing. They know not to worry, about Octagon at all. They can just fire the ultimate.
Straight into Hookah. Okay, goes a little bit wide, but Chloric just stood up tall to SaD Esports. There's going to be a stun, and Stella doesn't stand a chance. Okay, NRG Academy, they get the job done and get 1 on the board.
Gonna cost them an ultimate real quick, and they did have a little bit of a trap play onto the side of Long. That's smart of them, though, to be able to just cut it off, make sure that, nothing happening there. It's looking fine still. Having that trap play from the side of SaD, keeping someone in Octagon, just makes it that much easier for the defensive side to come through and lock things down. Renz just ends up saving the operator as well to be able to use afterwards. A little bit of a stumble, but I still think SaD were under control that round. This time there will be, I think it's called a reconciliation. There will not be a chance for anybody to get cocooned and kidnapped. There'll be some pressure over in showers, but SaD will still be in control.
Yeah, decent amount of util thrown in there.
Who's next?
All right, Dimensional Drift through Hookah now, trying to reveal what's on site currently. Well, there's 2 of the bits of util there. Unfortunately gone for Chloric, but still waiting in the front line. People to jump out of the window. Net on the ground. Goes actually, I thought that went a little bit wide, but I think it did end up catching Pain there. So throwing off balance slightly. Wall deployed to make it a little bit harder for him to be punished backside now. Has to go for the reload, unfortunately. And Jerwin with the flick onto Chloric. Double kill for the Waylay. It's Giza from Hookah. Now has to deal with 3 players on site. It's already got 1, but the spray is just too good. The crossfire, even better. And SaD pick up another.
Yeah. Reconciliation is not the ultimate deadlock. That's exactly what just happened for SaD in that round. They get all their runbacks in from what happened in the mistakes prior. It's annihilation, and it wasn't used by Chloric. It was just done by SaD to NRG Academy. I like the option for Giza to kind of flop back in to be able to flash out and try to find a way to get a few more kills, but with a 3-way crossfire happening right outside of Hookah on those sands, it's so hard to defuse from that angle. 5-1, NRG timeout. They got to figure out what's going on, and they have a few ultimates to talk about in use as well. Does Shondex start with something aggressively, Are we retaking B with this orbital strike? Are we trying to go for Giza here? The question is it even about this round? Because if you look at the economy here, Jack, I mean, it is absolutely bare thin for the side of NRG.
Yeah, they couldn't even afford a shield on Chloric there. It's just a broken PNG, sadly. Not sure how much armor that gives you.
It's really broke nowadays.
It's real broke, yeah, goddamn. 11-1, by the way, for the Euro.
Yeah, SaD, man. And that's off of, I mean, we were talking about if you end up losing a 1v1 like that, not to bring it up again, we want to leave it in the past. But how does confidence look like for the next round? Really good for SaD. Entries going well. The pop flashes out of smokes. We've seen the smokes. The energy are dropping down. The layering's really good. He's disrespecting them in the perfect way. He's trading his teammates. He's retaking, or, you know, when he's on the retake, the showers lurks on A are going so well. He's like an all-around player right now, and he's enabling the rest of the team to follow suit with him and play perfect. 5-1 for SaD. The push on B again. But this time, Chloric is playing very close with a bandit.
Ooh, no dog. Still gets flashed, though. I like this from Chloric. Do they recheck it? I mean, the wall's up. You might as well. Come on. Okay, there's the nets.
No way.
Oh, they thought they got someone with nets, and they didn't. So that is
it's
a brimstone.
the one agent. Jack, it's the one agent in the game that can defuse that play. Yoru can just teleport away. SaD will never get hit by that one, and he does. Suddenly, we're at A, and things are looking dire for NRG.
Lamps push. Oh, that's a very slow-mo way to die as Renz ends up picking up 2 with the Sheriff. SaD ends up going down into, well, I mean, Shondex is on a nice little flank here. He's going to end up getting checked by Pain, however, and this pit on the spike should seal the deal, as it is only Chloric with the bandits. Joen does end up getting 2 tapped, though, but realistically here, I mean, you up in shout. Hang on a second, I may have spoken too soon. Ange has also ended up getting a kill. Surely the pit player ends up winning this one. Stella, vulnerable now, ends up getting hit with the snake bite. Not again, Shire. Ange, swing, diffuse coming in. There's the kill. Stella with the clutch.
That option select to make sure you're just making no noise whatsoever, then dropping pit, all into the spray at the end of the day. Confusion for the side of SaD, or it's just tough. At the same time, they're able to go through that confusion, get inside the pit from Stellar, and come out clear-headed. That was really, really cool to just cause chaos and ask questions for the side of NRG Academy. Stellar, really good pit. The rest of the round, too, I mean, props to NRG Academy. That bandit on multiple players took them miles when it comes to damage on the economy of SaD. You can see Jerwin now down to at least just what? Used a lot, down to a K again. Pain down to 750. If they keep losing guns round after round, they might not be able to build that dynasty of economy coming through. But that being said, that might be fine for SaD. They just want to get those rounds on the board.
They're going to pit. And, well, there's Convergent Path. Oh, Chloric's so low. Joen in an odd spot. Does choose to recall. Okay, so I thought maybe there's a chance it stays, but there is a wall and a pit, and ideally doesn't want to go down early. This is a bit of an awkward situation. Giza. Okay, backing off. Yeah, okay. Stella was right round the corner there.
It's nicely held space, and they've also heard this barrier go down inside the Viper Wall. Finally, it's down, and now you have to be even more vigilant as to what's happening on this B site. As a result, all that space that's still held in showers, I think a flash is dodged as well. Stellar is being so patient with this one. Yeah.
Stella ends up getting swung by Giza, but they've already made their way back over to B. The site with the pit on it. Well, there is the orbital strike, and well, it is going to get dodged, but now it's going to prompt a complete wrap here from NRG Academy. But SaD already on site, spamming through the smoke right now. Ange, though, not undeserving of a kill, but it still ends up going down. Shot in the back by Sherwin, so that pit disappears. There is going to be a Nightfall being activated too, but SaD is still hunkering down here. Convergent Pass does end up hitting Welly, as what a shot actually ends up getting a kill. NRG Academy now flooding back onto the side, but Welly's still standing up in the corner. Someone's got to check him. A double for the fade, and now Chloric tries for the swing, and SaD get another round. At 7.
A double back. I didn't even see it coming. I thought it was a shower scrunch, and we can see through the walls. Jack, we can see through the walls. Right now, SaD are inside the walls, man. It's crazy. Going into a pit side as well. The question is why? The answer, Jerwin. He did dash over that pit, did damage to Chloric, and then realized that they'd have an advantage pushing that pit. If there's a pit on site, hookah should also be free. Would you, Jack, play in hookah if there was a pit on site?
No, I mean, probably not. I'd be playing.
And I'm in the pit. I'm telling you, come here, help me right now. You're not no way in hookah. That's what I'm saying. Like, and these guys are a team. They're going to be playing together. So really cool option to move into there. The calls by Stellar are just amazing right now to be able to manipulate this map. They ran into barriers 3 different times. Their boy actually lost the fight inside showers. They still hit the site, defused the pit. Timing's looking good. Action looking good. Trading's looking good. And I said these exact same things, I think, in Haven when they were up around 8-0. So all I want for SaD here, get to that 10-2 again, close out the map.
Though, if we get to 10-2 again and it flips half, I'm going to lose my mind, man.
I mean,
timeout for NRG Academy right now. Second one of the round, by the way, Shai. So they're not going to have any of them for the next half.
They'll realize in the next half, if they're going for a comeback, timeouts don't really matter as much. Build that momentum, take that speed. If you're doing things correctly, SaD will end up timing out. You're going to be able to get the adjustments you need in those moments. Right now is where they need to catch up, make it even, get a 3rd round on the board, get a 4th one. That's the goal. Right now, they're just at 1, and they're down 1 as well. Giza, first blood.
Yeah, Giza down. How far do they push this? NRG Academy know that SaD don't mind finding a pick or damage and then backing up to another site, but it looks like they're going to try and go for a full hit here, knowing that the weapons aren't as great. That cloner tanks some of the damage from Shondex there. Hello, Shondex. What's up? You're blind. Oh, and you're knifed. Yeah, that beard freshly shaved with Jowen's knife there, looking rather bold. And unfortunately, Jowen is just holding down this angle. And Zaj with the little swing. Amazing round from SaD there. They were against, obviously, pistols and whatnot, but still, it looked good.
Why you gotta take Shondex's beard away, man? Like, why you gotta do him like that? That's crazy.
Hey, it is what it is, bro.
It is what it is. For him, it's looking... I mean, it is tough, man.
Boom.
Oh, my God. You gotta look at it again. From a 3rd angle. We're doing it again to him. That's crazy, man. 8-1 SaD.
My
that
face
was an
when
eco, though.
Your barber pulls out a scythe to cut your beard.
If my barber is Jerwin, honestly, I'm trusting him. I'm not gonna lie. This guy's pretty
Trusting
clean.
him? Steady
I
hand?
trust Jerwin, man.
Respect.
Jerwin do fades. My next question. Interview. We gotta lock it down. Sierra, please ask him.
Dimensional drift. Okay, well, they're just gonna actually take lamps with that one. Pain's already got a kill though onto Giza again. It's going to be their Showers player down. Giza got forced out almost instantly. Stellar's now going to go for a swing. Shondex shuts it down. 4-on-4 still, but they're still working their way onto the site. Now Ren's falls. Slowly, this is falling apart for them. Shondex's going to delay the plant here with a molly as Chloric ends up going for the wrap.
Chloric is the key right now. He's made the space. His team's bought some time, but what can he do from this position?
Oh, the plant is going to come through. You got to imagine. Now Chloric tries to take a timing, but look who's waiting for them. Yeah, Welly spots it, senses it around the corner, jumps round with the short. He needs to pull the gun out. Chloric, though, with a perfect positioning, ends up backing all the way up, reading Welly like a book. Shondex with a swing onto the boxes, ends up killing Pain, tapping the defuse on the spike as well as the wall comes in to separate the team. It's going to be a kill from Shondex, and Chloric finishes that one up, and there's the pincer that you wanted. NRG Academy with their second.
And an audience watching that one as well. Ange was just looking while Shondex and Chloric clean everything up. Almost basically a 2v4 in that situation. Still, he's holding the right angles. He's making sure his teammates are activated in that position. But again, what a move from Chloric. We talked about it in the pre-show a bit, Jack. It was all about this guy making moves in the map, taking lots of space. He's done it again. It was A long in that last map. It's B short this time, all the way to the flank. He is everywhere, and he's put another round, double the rounds for NRG on the board. The question is, what do we do next? His site has not been played into too much immediately. The deadlock stuns aren't getting as much value in complete stoppage. This time, though, 2-2-1 on the map. Actually, Viper regroups with the rest of the team. Looks to be a split on B. Chloric will be tested again.
Look at the positioning, though, from NRG Academy already. Maybe thinking a short A play is going to be the push, because they ended up using the bird to get some information out of Showers, and there was no one there. No taps from the bird there, so...
No. Angel down. Chloric is the main guy right now, and he does find a pick. Holds on to Hookah. This is huge for NRG.
Backups arriving. A little bit of spam, a little bit of healing coming as well for Chloric. Might make his way too long with the 2 Hookah players going to get smoked off.
Elbow control is there, though. SaD realized they don't have this space. Let's take more. They almost even push out to CT. Yes, Shondex can see all the way through.
Yeah, they're waiting. Shondex has got the ult as well here, so could clear one of the angles for the players that want to jump out of Hookah. Looks like Welly's going to try and go for a little bit of a forward push towards CT. Got the Waylay looking over the shoulder as well, and Jerwin. Oh, there comes the ult. Tearing out a little bit of the side at the very least. Well, unfortunately, Cubby not cleared out at all. SaD with 2. And now Chloric and Shondex trying to clutch this one up, but they're completely split. No help. No helpers at all. Chloric ends up finding 1, but still so low. 4 HP. Joan with the swing. And that is another round. And Shio, it's looking like a Zen2 half, my friend. We're 9-2. You're chilling. It's happening again, but it's Bind this time. And they're on their offense. It's like a mirror of what we saw that last map.
Listen, their defense was like 8-4 the last time they played WU, so I know NRG Academy might be a bump over in that when it comes to overall skill and performance inside VCL right now. You can't blame WU as well. You know, some of their players are just been usurped up into tier 1. But for these 2 teams in the matchup here today, does SaD get the jitters again when they're up 10? Will their mentals falter? We don't know. Is it going to be a 10 guaranteed? I see 2 rifles. I see an all in here from SaD. It's going to be defused by Reds.
Okay. Got 1 kill at the very least. Clone gets sent in over the box though. Renz with another. Ends up getting shut down eventually as the players on B are kind of wondering what's happening, with Shondex being the only player left on A to fight. Oh, TP comes through.
Yeah. Every time you see some sort of resilience from the side of NRG and it works, SaD go to the other site. That's why right now NRG are not completely moved off of it. They've TP'd, yes, and there might be a little bit of a bait because Chloric is still here. He doesn't have the best gun, but there's all the deadlock utility available. They might have heard the wall, or they're worried about maybe a flank coming in. They know that there's desperation, yeah. Maybe defending guns, but they might just run into each other right here.
Yeah, they will. Oh, here's the gun go down. It's got the rifle. There's the teleport.
Double TP.
Double TP. A is completely free right now. Well, Shower's cleared out by the dog. Run it down onto A.
Oh, bit of a disaster, but a disaster that comes with a cost, right? SaD get the site. They will have 2 rifles on the side of NRG for this retake. It'll take some time. Chloric's not on the flank. You're kind of almost expecting that, though, is what I want to say. No one's looking behind themselves right now. I think Brim maybe. Yes, it is Payne who's maybe looking at Showers a little bit, but there's a gap right now. Angie has found his way through short.
Spikes the ticket. Chloric spotted. Sarge takes a little bit of damage. As Welly ends up opening up with an ultimate. Sarge ends up getting 1. Molly kill onto Chloric. Just Ange left. He's in Cubby right now. Spike's been mollied off. Ange, and there you go. They end up back off. Yep, no chance whatsoever. Ran out of time. That double TP play ended up just biting them in the butt. And that is the 10-2 half for SaD as we jump over to defense for them.
For any other team, wow, everybody in chat's like, fast day. I can go and get maybe eat a immediate dinner. Early dinner is what it is. Immediate, man. English, hard language.
It could be immediate.
Yes, it could be immediate.
It could be
for
pretty
us
quick.
watching today, we know what happened on Haven. We know this is not a guarantee for SaD by any means. We have to see this pistol and see what happens. Because if NRG end up winning this pistol, if they just deathball somewhere and they pick the site with just 2 people, especially if that site starts with Yoru, there could be problems. I'm actually worried right now. Why is Yoru on the 2-man site on the pistol? Usually you would 2-man one side, Yoru on the 3-man, and the Yoru TP's over to the other side. So you're always bolstered with numbers. But if they end up going A here, they have complete advantage. Waylay might be able to insta TP, but that site will be free. Disregard all that. We might be going B fast. Double disregard. It's just a bit of space. Dash in, refract. We're going back to A.
Yeah. How much more can we disregard? Yeah, well, sometimes they don't follow you, Shy, but that's okay. Well, Sarge is going to end up dodging that net, and in Lambs waits the shorty. They end up trading, though, of course. A little bit of damage, though, onto Shondex might be what they need. Nice couple of right clicks. End up trading again as Geezer and Sarge go for the 1v1. Spike ends up going down, of course, as they now just 2-man it, try and force the Yoru away, and they've done so rather successfully. Wall is kind of separating the team right now, but a 1-tap 1-kill onto Geezer from Jerwin Jerwin is going to be good for one play at the very least. SaD in a good spot to kind of take this one if they can collapse on this Lamps player. Chloric is super low, and Ren's 34 HP. Jerwin with yet another kill, a 2-player swing. They need to kill Chloric, they need to kill him now, but Chloric gets another right click. We'll do it. NRG Academy win the pistol.
Chloric is just so good, man. Flank, pistol, rifle, whatever it is in the clutch, getting first bloods, holding space, supporting. This guy has every tag for a player you could possibly imagine, and he's doing it. Again, a pistol, one for NRG, off a 10-2. This is where the momentum starts. And if I'm SaD, I'm trying to ignore that fact. SaD, focus on the fact that you're 17-7. Jerwin, you're entering so well on attack. You're getting that space. Do it on defense with these retakes. Again, Stellar has been calling so well. Round after round, diffusing man down situations. It's time to keep that stuff locked in. Just an eco for now. Do some damage. Bring it back next round.
Really deep smoke on a short there. NRG Academy, they're just kind of chilling. Like, playing back, playing it slow, seeing if SaD want to test any of the extremities.
That extremity fight will be the strong suit for SaD on this defense. They've got Brimstone with the mollies to be able to stop people from taking space. Yoru can just fly around the map as well. Yoru's an option that NRG Academy actually don't have as much on that defensive side. They were very much relying on Deadlock and Chloric and some flanks to hold it down, but ZA should be the difference maker here, especially if he gets a scope online. Will be a threat all the way across the map. Wayler can also get in TP. The retakes with the double duelist will be huge. Pain in the smoke here might be the X factor.
Blinded. Oh, played on the edge of the smoke, and Ren's got the better of him. Well, Lamps control in their favor. Can Zarja actually go for the swing here? Guns are just too great. Shondex with the kill. Yeah, they're just outgunned here, Shio. Not really much more to say. Spike down, wall down as well, so they're going to have to fight through that. Heaven's the only thing open. Oh, this is looking rough.
One thing about the Deadlock on attack, because that's also an option SaD didn't have before, they had to fight so much, they had to overheat a bit. If Deadlock is to touch the site, if the spike ends up coming down as well, and that wall is still available, it is so hard to retake, man. Unless you have like a veto or something, that wall takes so many shots to defuse. Yes, like maybe Jerwin can get over it, but nobody can follow him. It separates the whole team. You put a stun on the spike as well. The game plan here is to just get that site. You don't even have to get the picks, really. If you get that site locked down, you can get so much space immediately secured from Chloric. And Chloric is someone that lives a very long time. So just get the site. You don't have to have the biggest map control. You don't even have to have elbow locked in on B. You don't even need showers on A. Tap the spike down, get the wall down, and do it 6 more times, NRG.
How long does it take before it kind of plays on your mind if you're SaD? Like, bro, we just did this on Haven, but we did it on the flip side, you know?
Do you want to know? It's this round. It's the bonus. If NRG flip the bonus, it's starting all over again. This is probably, for this map, for this series, the most important round.
We'll see what they can do. I mean, NRG Academy still got 3 Bulldogs. Oh, and that's in there. Zarj can't quite see. Pain with 1. Oh, he's giving up, but still gets traded. Yep, and look at the rotation now coming through for SaD. 3 from the spawn, 1 on the flank. Maybe Jerwin can find a timing here onto Arj, but the plant is coming in and is secured.
I mean, this is a super flank for the side of Jerwin, going all the way to showers. Could be the answer, but it takes time.
That's good. That's good for 1. They got to just convert this one, but Rents is going to hold it down. Saturate. Stops it for the time.
3v3, the flank still activating, about to see the first target. Not going to find it. Jerwin.
2 lamps right now. Arch is going to go for the peak. They know where the flank is now. Saturate is going to hit 1. Jerwin with a kill and Welly. Okay, shuts down Renz. Shondex trying to go for the 1v3. Doesn't have enough bullets left in the mag. As SaD. Surely. Yes, there is. 0.48 seconds. 11 for SaD. You say that was a pivotal round, Shio. I mean, SaD, they're still in this one.
That's the one where you kind of deny a lot of momentum from NRG Academy. If they end up winning that round, it could be the momentum they needed to push up in this half. Unfortunately, will not be the case. That being said, this is where the fight starts. I mentioned it at the very beginning. But SaD kind of had a flawless attack last time when it came to bind. They didn't really play too many rifle rounds, and at the same time, when it came to their defense, it did go back and forth a little bit to where there were some rounds that they ended up losing, were some retakes they couldn't win entirely. So when it comes to rifle experience on bind, they've never played a really deep game. They've just had a smashing on this map. NRG can test them, and they have the tools. Deadlock, a very awkward agent you might not be used to, can definitely just throw people for a ringer on this map, and if Renz is hitting openings like that, it might look really good.
Go for the trade. SaD's just going to jump in. Oh, the judge swung at the wrong time. Just flick of the wrist, and you're down. Shondex with a kill. Flash out the smoke. Geezer. And they're all fighting in it right now. Yeah, it's just spam. Spam after spam after spam in these smokes. They're landing kills. They're going to get out with the spike as well. Look at the positioning of Arch right now. In CT currently. Waiting for the rotations to come in. And that is going to be a free A site, but they don't need it. Geezer with a kill onto Joen. Sets it in stone.
First step on a long path for NRG Academy, and they've done it before. Mental toll it must take, though, to be able to be in this position, translate it, get close, win, first of all. But in this one, most likely lose because SaD has gotten up to that 11. It'll be tough for that map 3. These guys might be exhausted. If SaD even end up winning, it might look bad for the Academy. What looks good inside this game from NRG Academy has been the util usage. That net being used early so you can use it on the post plant as well. The net almost hitting every single time, by the way, forcing a teleport. And this time, it'll control early space inside hookah. One man kind of siphoning the power of 2 on the defensive side. Chloric is still doing the most, even when his util misses, man. I might just be the biggest Chloric fan on the planet. I'm glazing this guy while he's missing util, but I'm making excuses for how well he's playing. On the post side of it, though, this is a different round from NRG Academy. They're slowing down. No showers control, no flash play, not even a walk up to long just yet. They're taking their sweet time, waiting for SaD to maybe do a little bit of an overpeak.
Shorty and hookah. Or Stella. It looks like they're going to go B long instead. NRG Academy, by the way, came into today at a plus 40 round diff as well.
Jeez.
That's closing in, considering how far SaD are taking it. Nice kill. Okay. That's one.
Big risks, though, right? These are ecos. When you find one, you might be able to find so many more. So getting this kill, actually, taking that risk for a fight, Ange, we'll discover the stack might be on A. So as a result, yes, we get into the B site. That wall comes down in an eco round as well. It'll last the full, like, what, 38, 45? I mean, this is going to be a tough retake for SaD. The only way it really works is if everyone goes on flank.
Yeah, they're going to try and die to spike here, maybe. Oh, Pain's been hurt. That's a free ult point. Thank you very much.
I mean, they can't even jump on the site, right? That stun is there as soon as they drop down. Like, this is... Deadlock makes the site so tough.
Arch is just going hunting as well. Oh, don't turn around too soon. There's 3.
Ace?
Shorty in the corner. Shorty in the corner. Oh, gets one. Yeah, unfortunately, no ace here.
Come on.
I think it's just too far away. No, not happening. But that is going to be around. Another NRG Academy with 6.
Yeah, it's good that they make it flawless against the eco. They've given it tell a little bit that, hey, when you guys are on eco, we're going to play really slow. Wait for you to try to make the bad move first. But they've gotten information that SaD on these ecos group up on that A side. That B long is a bit free. The B side itself is also free when your economy is weak. So you got to keep that in mind if you're looking from the perspective of SaD right now. Still, a long ahead for NRG Academy.
But the confidence still, though. You, like you said, did it on Haven, so you should be all good. Op on the side of Joen.
The lock-in still okay. So faster on the site right now. Immediate util to defuse any sort of insta-flood coming in, but conversion paths to help it happen.
Stella held still, unfortunately. Instantly eliminated. NRG Academy now just jumping over the box. They know there's little resistance left on this site. And Joen and Pain, they've got the upper, they've got a rifle, but this, yeah, it's looking to be a save. That hit was just way too quick.
German Zob hasn't found anything in the round. I'm not even sure if they know if it's actually active. At the same time, yeah, Pain's ultimate not going to be of use in this round either. Again, not even an attempt on bind, first of all, where B is so hard to retake. But then, you know, the B plot to that one as well, Deadlock. I keep mentioning it with Chloric on the site. Four-way barrier. Nothing going to happen off of that. The stun's behind it too. Possible net if you want to come in. We'll go on the hunt, actually, because if you look at their economy, it is booming. He's on almost 7,000 credits. And they might even clock that German has this up. Even this information would be huge. And yeah, Chloric's seen it. Understands what to play against next round as well.
Yeah, dodge out of there. Don't want to waste anything. Don't want to waste any money. Just save the op. All right, they're on 7. That lead slowly encroaching. I mean, SaD, still, you're in the same spot as you were last time, right?
Yeah.
You're in a position where you're on 11. You just need a couple more. You need 1 to be there on match point. Hopefully get NRG Academy's economy in a little bit of a tilter. Looks like a full stack towards A for the time being for NRG Academy.
Okay, so for this one, Waylay, key here. Can go in that TP. Can do something with the saturate. If they have information, there's people inside showers. It might be a surprise pop flash, though. Rens with Giza. Could be dangerous. The bird. And there it is. TP off. They've got control.
Onto a little high-low with Chloric. Shondex as well was playing in Cubby. And then the wall is going to come in.
Exactly. That wall will stop so much. Stun's already coming up. The win con is touching the site. They don't have complete control of it. Even backside might just be enough. Pain has an ultimate to delay, though, and goes for it.
Yep, Lamps is going to get swung here by 2 players from NRG Academy. Pain ends up backing up, but no, Shondex doesn't let him escape. Reels him in with a shorty. Little double tap equals a kill. NRG Academy with full showers controls as well. Shondex very low, though. 30 HP on the brim, but still swings. Welly down, and now another one. NRG Academy just standing up to the test of the defense. Jerwin with an op, but nothing to shoot at.
Jerwin was thinking that there might be a late lurk coming in on that B side. Whatever NRG Academy are doing to instill the fear of the lurk inside this man is working for them. They've got the numbers advantage. Waylay is not even pushing into showers to interrupt any type of take off that Giza flash. I mean, SaD are playing into NRG's hands. It's like the NRG get to watch SaD play rock, paper, scissors and throw rock, paper, or scissors first. Then they get to respond. They have so much control over the information on this map, over who gets to do what. And Jerwin hasn't even had the chance to ring this op out one time. He hasn't shot a bullet yet, Jaws. That boomstick, it's cold.
They're going to get him. Arndt is right around the corner. You can hear him, though. Join? Dude. Oh, and Ren snuck up behind. Insult to injury, losing the op too. Nice little hunt there that NRG Academy went on.
And nice little comeback they're on once again. There's no way they would run this back 2 times.
The timeout.
Yeah. And there's no way these many rounds would go down for the side of SaD without somebody intervening. We talked about, whoa, NRG, they used both their timeouts in the first half. This is why. Let your guns do the talking. Let yourselves earn that timeout from SaD's side. They get to regroup. They get to talk ultimates. Look at Ange real quick. Viper's Pit almost there. Again, this time if they touch the site, it'll be that much harder to get them off that site. They have tools to get there too. Giza has those seekers. It's very easy to get an op off the line, get those cheeky little close range angles off the line as well that SaD has been using. And Charles on the other side, the one thing that SaD has, dimensional drift, some late type retakes aren't working for them at all. A deadlock wall stopping them. They're getting first blooded. Jack, what do they have to do?
Good question. Good question, Shy. Honestly, don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay, how about this? How about Jerwin? You're playing long on B all the time. Take the TP. Make the flashback Yoru type play where you TP all the way back across the map. We've been seeing your, Waylays and Yorus doing it all the time. They have a setup. The unfortunate part is they don't have any information inside showers. They keep smoking all the way through on top showers, yet they also have a Waylay inside B long. That same setup is here again. Showers is getting hit. This could be a 2-1 crunch, but they're just so fast. Waylay,
yeah.
They're trying it. Okay, so Waylay goes for it this time and gets the pick. TP's back out, and that's exactly what I wanted to see.
They do end up trading there, but the A side is being hit thick and fast by NRG Academy. It's been slowed for a brief moment. Lamps for Pain is extremely low, though. And with the 2-player swing, it could be all over. A double swing, in fact. Well, he's not quite looking the same way as he should be. The pit in Lamps, too. This is going to be a tough mountain to climb now for Jerwin and Stella. They've been walled off. Wall is pretty low, though, mind you. Yep. Ren sitting on the little bench. Does Stella check the angle? Looks like they're going to. And wins the duel, importantly.
Really pit, though, on this thing. Even worse than the wall. Stuns in the way as well.
What a
Time.
swing.
It's not on their side.
No, they're going to tap. They know exactly where Stella is at the moment. That armor, that health is trickling down. Clark's going to go for the swing here, but they're just going to play time. And it is only going to take a little bit of spam for NRG Academy to take yet another.
9-11, and somebody call 911 here for SaD. It's an emergency. It's a repeat almost for the side of that Haven where the comeback was possible. Inklings of control, though. I'm liking the proactivity of taking that TP, of trying for that spray. A lot of the times it can be countered by someone watching the door, but I'm liking the fact that, we're actually trying it now for the side of Jerwin. I'd also love to see a switch up in how things are being put down. We have Jerwin in the spawn, maybe wondering what side this is going to go to, and then immediately hitting that side on this eco. That's the big thing, Jaws. It's an eco. This is going to be 10-11. That's what it's scripted to be here for the side of NRG. This is a very tough round to win for SaD.
Possible, but tough.
Ooh, that's how you started. Yeah.
Okay. Little Marshall Heady from Welly. Now, what is the response from NRG Academy? Looks like they're going to try and smoke up A again.
And what have NRG lost here as well? They've lost Renz, their dasher, their space creator. So everything now becomes that much more scary against an eco. There could be a shotgun on the corner. That sheriff might have more time to get that aim locked down. So they're being very careful moving up.
Well, the Seeker's usage there. They know Lamps isn't really in contention at all right now as the wall ends up coming out. Clark is going to get the plant going as Payne just peeks out the smoke, but Head just ripped clean off his shoulders. Headroom here available for Welly to try and get a headshot over the smoke, but doesn't actually manage to connect one. Still, though, gun disadvantage is just huge, Shire.
They've already used their advantage. Nightfall procced in. Health already back out.
Double! Joe in with two. Convergent past 2, 20 HP. They're going to shut down this short position. The ultimate's going to come in as the stun on Tazaj ends up costing him his life. Annihilation does end up ripping one apart. The defuser's coming in, but Shondex is playing on this corner. Can go for another reswing here. Stella gets half, but they get shut down. NRG Academy, they lost a lot of numbers, but their round numbers going up 10-11.
Amazing ego, though, from SaD. I know they lost it. We're still like, what, maybe one person just left overall towards the end? I get it. The rounds are going up for NRG, but they forced these guys to use, what, 2-3 ultimates on the side of that eco. It did cost them Nightfall, though, for the side of SaD. They had to get spooky with it, but they did get a treat. There were no tricks in that round. Less ultimates for NRG to be able to use. Now, it's pure guns. It's Renz, maybe, getting an orb and trying for conversion paths. To get that orb, though, they've got to move up the long, and Jerwin will be waiting for them. And a pit as well.
The only player right now towards A. Yeah, as the pit ends up going down. A stun onto Jerwin forces the recall. With that smoke too, Ren's in a perfect spot to punish Jerwin, who goes for a re-peek through the smoke. And, well, Renz does get traded. So NRG Academy stopped for now.
Sometimes you got to get down and dirty with it. Unfortunately, too much dirt inside the pit. Coughing through the lungs down to 1 HP. You get spammed out, and we have even things out. Let's see what both teams have lost. Waylays on both sides. So the retake weaker for SaD and the entry weaker for NRG. This is where they need to just take the sightline, win their aim duels, work with the space.
Ren's had that ult too, which could have been rather useful for an entry.
Oh, could bait here for Zash.
For the Yoru.
The wall from attack actually blocks the sideline.
Beautiful stuff. Nice clear. Wall blocked. So they just wait for that to come down, and Shondex had the better timing. Payne pushes his way out of Lamps now. Is the slow push here from NRG Academy working out. Wall deployed, but the time is perfect for Payne. SaD with a couple. SaD Payne with a couple, but Cloak's still going to be able to get the spike down hidden in this smoke.
Still, his wall's blocked off his teammate. I'm not sure if Ange could actually peek through this in the best way possible. It's going to be tough for him here.
One enemy remaining.
Cloric, not looking the right way. Aren't just waiting on this line right now, and like you said, completely blocked up. Oh, Payne ran out of bullets there. Didn't matter. Okay, SaD. They're on map point now. They just need one more. That is all they require to send us to a map 3. But can NRG send us to OT? They just need a couple more under their belt, Shio. And it's feeling like Haven all over again.
I want you to be somebody that just joined and started watching this game, okay? So just say hi, introduce yourself.
Hello, Shio.
Okay,
Wager.
nice. How's it going? New viewer, what do you think the half score was for SaD here? It's 12-10 now. How do you think it ended?
Probably like, I don't know, maybe give them a 6, maybe?
Maybe a 6, 7, 5. My friends, 10-2. Let's not forget. NRG has climbed their way back to this match point for SaD. They want to push it into OT. Can't immediately destroy. The scaling is fast from NRG's side. The spray is there from Welly, but this is getting insane.
The worst Laurel and Hardy skit of all time. Very, very quick push through Octagon, and honestly, this B site is looking a little empty now. Convergent path used, doesn't get hit, but Jerwin standing his ground. Stellar ends up getting traded here as well. He's just on the little periphery in Hugo, waiting for someone to spring the trap. But NRG Academy still with 3 on the site. And yep, that's a wall, and that's in spawn, so that's a free plant for NRG.
It's the first time Zash has ever encountered this wall and this utility, it feels like.
It's like, what is happening over here,
man?
Why can't I walk through?
This is match point. You want to push towards it. Dimensional drift can't get past these walls either. It's tough.
Swing from Giza could be deadly here. Could be devastating, in fact. Oh, turns the wrong way. Uh-oh. Straight to the back of the head. Zarge with 1. A little, yep, unfortunately, there was a little tripwire there on the bomb, but it might not matter. NRG Academy with 1. Chloric versus Zarge. The trap ends up coming in. There's the half plant, but it's all good. Chloric saves the day yet again for NRG Academy as they take us to 11.
Overtime / match point. One of the most intense rounds possible, and that is atrocious. That is so bad for the side of SaD. I feel so horrible for them. I wanted to see the eco. I'm seeing Pain on a Stinger. I'm looking at 2,200 for Welly, and he hasn't even bought C's yet. I mean, this is looking tough.
Not again,
Welly,
man.
Yeah, I mean, Welly needs a kill as well to get closer to that Nightfall. And on the other side, we might not have ultimates, but we've got rifles, we've got speed, we've got power. That common shower's taken this time. We're not going to be in sight lines for that flash just yet. Thing is, though, for NRG, they're pulling people across the map already. One person on the side of SaD is Welly, starts to back up on the B side. Suddenly, more B side space taken from NRG. They're trying to push this towards OT. The new thing, though, from SaD, they're keeping space in showers. Lots of information. The smoke falls, they see nothing, they TP out. Might go towards the B
doesn't
side.
see anything either.
Yeah.
Saturation doesn't end up quite connecting there, but the information from Welly is going to be pivotal in how they end up positioning here. And it looks like there's going to be a rotation from Jerwin.
Look at Stellar right now. Big info, and Hookah knows that there's no one there. Keeping that info will be huge for the B retake as well.
They're just slowing this down to a crawl right now. But again, Welly gets the information. 3 seen. Jerwin rotates once again. Decided to dip back towards A. 2 in showers right now for NRG Academy.
And that's the big thing. They might go for it, but look at who's still waiting for them on that side for SaD. Pain. He's going to be there. Going to be weak, but as that orbital strike to stop that implants. Are they TPing?
Yeah, the 100%.
SaD. We have to watch Pain. Molly's there.
Pain with the Molly to stop them from pushing, but they've already pushed up. Pain with 1 with the Stinger, but Chloric ends up shutting him down anyway. And now the site is pretty free. They're going to stop for the Molly still, so it's actually give them enough time, that being SaD, to actually make it towards the site and actually on top of it as well. Stinger through the smoke, now with the Sheriff in hand, where Welly doesn't end up getting any damage done, and now the ultimates are flooding in. NRG Academy with the spray downs aren't going to be able to survive against the Stingers, apparently. Annihilation from Chloric ends up getting stunned, but still gets the kill onto Stellar. 18 HP, after Fuse coming in, over the top again, and look at how much health Welly is on. Still, though, just but a scratch. And SaD have finally done it. They shut down NRG Academy on Bind and take us to a 3rd map.
I do not believe the style in which that round ended. SaD Esports almost getting taken down by 1 Chloric at the very end. The jump shorties up in the way. The last rifle fight going down to just 18 HP. Crazy from SaD, and crazy the fact, Jaws, that we started that at another 10-2.
Another 10-2. It's all good. We've been there once. We can't go there again, surely. They actually managed to close it out. a third map coming up. And yeah, SaD just so consistent on the first half of the map. They don't slow down at all. They just go, 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 go. They only dropped the 2 rounds, but they finally managed to clutch it up. That timeout very much needed from them, it felt like, to shift the tides.
I want to see even more from this team, and I want to see them learn to close out these maps, not give a chance to the enemy team to lock it down. I know you're losing pistol. I know you're still winning up against that bonus round, but close that map out even sooner. Like I said, with the adjustments overall, SaD Jaws still look to be a very strong team.
Map number 3 coming up next. Will we get another 10-2 half to start us off? We'll have to wait and find out straight after this.
Fight together.
Exactly what QOR needs. Delivering us the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Caught up by the save
and trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Heading into the second map of the series, a 10-2 scoreline for SaD Esports at the half was looking quite familiar, and not in a good way as NRG started making the comeback. It gets close, we bring it right up to the end, but SaD Esports are looking to right their wrongs and close out the map 13-11 and take us into a map number 3. And Emily, a crazy final round. Like, we were, and the analysts, we're all yelling in the green room, like that was just shenanigans.
I mean, after all the clutches that we've seen Chloric pull, just couldn't get that last one. It's just so heartbreaking. But that first half, again, SaD looked so strong and dominant. Like, their execy kind of style that they were going with looked clean. Even if Jerwin gets picked off, as you can see here in the entry and taking space in that, they get traded out. Like, every single time it felt like SaD was just winning those trades. And it also just felt like a Zaj revenge tour. Seeing him swap off of that Viper onto that Yori was like a whole nother breed of duos that I've seen. And I haven't seen that in a while, especially coming from Zaj. It's just kind of like a comeback revenge tour, like I said. And also Stellar is someone that kind of went under the radar for this map for me, but he had a lot of great multi-kills and clutches. Like, he was an impact fragger, especially on that bonus round that they ended up winning. Just getting those 2 backside just was insane. And this clutch 2 right here.
Yeah, there's actually so many situations where Stellar came up clutch, and I mean, on top of the fact that he called a 10-2 half, like, I'm not really sure how much more from your IGL you want at that point. But to kind of just flip back towards the SaD kind of dominance, I feel like they did exactly what they needed to on that first half, right? We talked a lot about the structure for NRG. Really, the only times they've looked weak is when they get dismantled, and it felt like Zaj, it felt like Jerwin was just in their faces constantly, and that pressure kept coming in these pulse plants and kind of late round situations. And it was sort of the style that you exactly want to be playing against a team like NRG in that first half. And then, of course, when it came down to the second, we were all getting PTSD from the initial first map. I think even the casters were starting to freak out a little bit. It was getting a little crazy, but towards the end, they locked it in.
Yeah, I mean, you can really tell that they feel the pressure when they're getting so close to closing out a map. We can see, like, just in how they're playing in the fights that they're not even taking anymore, that we saw them willing to take earlier when they were kind of getting that momentum. They started playing a lot more reserved, playing a little bit further back, not going for as many things, which was why they were finding so much success, by catching NRG off guard, by taking fights that NRG weren't expecting. And then when we saw that swap on a defense, it's like NRG wins like a round or two and they start to get a little bit scared. They're like, okay, we really got to lock in. We got to dial it back. We got to play more together. But it kind of backfires on them because then they're just not, they're kind of playing into what NRG wants them to.
And yeah, you could literally see even in the last couple of rounds, right, where they switched up the style completely. They loosened up a little bit. They stopped being so tense, and they immediately closed out those 2 rounds. So I mean, I can see it. It's very obvious. For me though, it's kind of wild because we genuinely live in a world where this could have been a 2-0, and not only could it have been a 2-0 for SaD, but it fight literally could have been like a 13-5 had they just secured any of the rounds that they should have secured early on in the second half. So it's a little crazy to see. But 13-11, fine is over. It's wild. It's wild.
Hey, we said it was going to be a good day for some good Valorant out there, and we're making sure we're squeezing that for every penny it's worth. And I mean, before we talk about SaD Esports and just the impact there, I have to say, if we don't see Chloric and Tier 1 sooner rather than later, I don't know what we're doing with our lives. Like, Chloric is just insane. But like, SaD, even though it was close to Emily, we're able to deal with them a little bit easier this time around, and I mean barely.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is having this double duelist comp. It fits their playstyle a lot more, whereas when we saw them run the double controller solo duelist, I feel like they weren't getting a lot of impact running that. Like, they weren't really playing around all the util that they had. But when we see this come out with the Yori, with the Waylay, it felt unstoppable, especially on that attack half. Like, they were always, like, basically, like, holding hands with each other on every single exec, being side by side, fighting together, trading each other out. And especially when we're moving up to a map like Breeze, where that can actually win you the game because you can play really exec heavy and overwhelm with sight. I want to see this again. I want to see the double duels come out. I think it fits them really well. I mean, we can see with the stats here, insane. And also, Jerwin not only getting those first kills, I think he had 6, I believe.
Something like that.
And also taking that space, but when he did it, Zaj was right there getting the first kills for him.
Hey, I really love the disruptive style, and it feels like SaD Esports, whenever these 2 players are feeling it, it kind of just looks like a completely different team, to be honest. And they're on like the perfect agents to counter a lot of the stuff that NRG has up their sleeves, like a lot of the trap plays, you know, with the deadlock and with a lot of like the stalls. Like, a lot of that just gets kind of denied by the fact that they have a person that can TP and break any of the trap plays, and also a dismiss. And then when it comes to like the stall, and when it comes to that defensive utility, you have 2 people that are feeling it on 2 agents that can pretty much bypass anything you throw at them. So it's kind of scary if you're NRG. And now we're going into Breeze, like Emily is saying, and it is a brawly map. It's very like defense heavy, where you have to hold down sites, you got to lock it in. The retakes are kind of tough as well. So if you have players like SaD Esports that are feeling it on that attack side, and they're going to be in your face that whole time, it's a problem.
I mean, with the Breeze being this decider, again, with getting a spot in playoffs on the line, Emily, what are we expecting from these two teams? Because we don't actually have any recent footage of them here, so this is a brand new slate.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking on the side of SaD, I'm expecting to see a Yoru on SaD. I'm expecting to see Jerwin on that Jet, kind of just playing Breeze like the Jet playground that it is. I want to see him opping. Even on the attack side, I would not mind at all. I think it really caught NRG off guard in that first map back on Haven, just with all the peaks that Jerwin is willing to take, right? Not respecting that Viper utility, not respecting smokes, always going for something so that they can go and start the round with an advantage. And I want to see them kind of tear up NRG no matter what side they're on, like I said. And who knows what NRG can kind of bring out for them.
And then Roy, heading into this, what is your take on what we can expect from these two powerhouse teams, especially two NRG just constantly with these clawbacks, but a SaD Esports with a really aggressive energy that I'm really hoping we see again.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what NRG is going to be doing, because I feel like the roles might be a little bit awkward to pull out the Astra and the Viper unless Shawnex can flex onto one of those agents. So I feel like it's going to be really interesting to see what they pull out. My instinct is they're probably leaning into the double controller, double duelist initiator, or the double initiators and the double controllers. So I think both teams will see an iteration of that. I'm thinking SaD Esports with how they looked in these maps and how good they look with the double duelist. I'm not surprised to see them pull out the double duelist on this map as well. So I think that first half is going to be wild.
I'm here for it, honestly. These teams have definitely pushed each other to the limits to bring us to this point. But then I'm curious as the series goes on, because it's always been the SaD Esports with those early leads and then NRG being able to go for that bounce back too. If we get in a position where, Roy, maybe it's the opposite or SaD can't get such a round buffer, like, could this just be a potential landslide?
It's possible. My intuition, though, is saying that the 10-2 halves are behind us now. I think we're done with that madness. I don't think any team is getting 10-2 on either half on this map. I would be very surprised if it does happen, though. But the map is kind of fresh. The meta is a little bit fresh as well. So I feel like there's a lot of room for creativity and a lot of room for people to express themselves and find an identity that is unique to them. So I think I'll have to have an educated opinion once I see those compositions and see what they're up to kind of have an idea of how they're going to be approaching the map.
I think this will be a really interesting one when we're looking at the IGLs too, because of the fact that we just don't have that tape. When we had such a known quantity in those first two maps, there are maps that both teams were successful at, and we had quite a bit of footage on. So, it's a known, you know what you're gonna get, right? But the fact that we haven't seen either teams play here, I think it's gonna be really interesting. For all the praise we've had for Chloric, I think this will be a really good indication of how he's able to call against such an unknown. And I mean, for Stellar, just to keep on going, but getting into it, Emily, we get to see that double duelist yet again on the side of SaD, but not the only one. NRGA also picking it up.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of pulling out the double duelist, double controller. That's very exciting to see. I'm kind of shocked that we're actually getting a Waylay on this map, just considering that one of the big pieces of Waylay is being able to kind of throw her stun or concuss in those kind of tight spaces, right? And I'm also, looking at the side of NRG, running a solo Skye is so hard on this map, especially if SaD is going to be pulling out an op and putting that on Jerwin. It's just so much harder to clear. It's kind of like shooting yourself in the foot before you even get started.
Listen, coming from a former Skye player, I can support the Skye slander. I think she's in a really tough spot in this meta. I feel like the scans do so much work, and the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury is so good on this map as well. So I feel like in terms of the initiators, I'm leaning towards the Welly, I'm leaning towards the Sova, but for the duelist, I think it's up in the air. I think the Neon is great. I think the Yorus are obviously very good. I think Waylay has a lot of value. So when it comes to defensively, expect a lot of fast rotations coming out from the NRG Academy side. And the Chloric Yoru, he's been feeling it all series. I'm ready to see it in action on that defensive side. You're gonna need to interrupt SaD Esports if you're gonna want to come out on top on that first half.
I'm just really worried here for NRG, just looking at the fact that SaD is starting on their attack side, and we've seen what they can do on a map like Bind where it is more exec heavy, and they can run the same thing here on Breeze. And then when they make that swap for NRG, I just don't know how they're gonna, like, they have the agents that they want to kind of take space, work towards mid, but when it comes to execing or splitting sites, they're basically going in with zero info. A dog is so easy to break, and they just have to kind of spam the Yoru flashes and Skye flashes. So it's kind of a gamble for me when I'm looking at NRG.
I mean, NRGA, they're cooking over here, but time to see if they overcooked with this, guys. We head into the final map of the series. Is it going to be NRGA to remain undefeated or SaD Esports with the run to playoffs? Let's find out. Breeze is ready for the final time for the series. Head back over to Shayo and Jaws.
Map number 3 for a place in playoffs here. One of these teams is going to go undefeated through that Swiss stage. SaD coming in with a double duelist comp yet again after that win on Bind. And Shayo, it's a prophesized 10-2 by them. It's got to be as we get on in about 20 seconds.
It might be very easy for them because, again, as the desk was alluding to, Giza on Sky. I know Giza loves this agent, this character, but the question is, how useful is it on Breeze? I think we've only seen it in the world globally from Sen, where a lot of the information, yeah, Emily's right, it was lacking. Roy's right, this agent in the meta doesn't offer you as much, and darts and the ultimate as well is just so much more useful if you have a Sova in the business. The one thing I did like to see from Sen when it came to Sky, and the one thing I did like to see overall from Sky on this map, is the fact that on executes, she can be very bursty. Those flashes can counter Viper walls, smokes, setups. And so you might see just people forcing through mid, forcing with Sky. That's the big thing. On defense, though,
they didn't spot Renz.
Nice from Renz.
They didn't spot Renz at all. That's a triple for the Neon in the corner. Ends up getting shut down eventually. Pain with 2. Up to the window. Giza and Stella in a 1v1, but Stella gets the better of them. And now a long rotation through back of the site here. Anj. Okay, actually just decided to go towards main instead.
Yeah, the
messy start.
The start was like slow contact into an immediate burst hit that, yeah, Renz was just not cleared on that defensive side. Retake should be good, but the push pull here from SaD should be huge. This round's not done yet, though. Ange is in the business.
Slowly but surely, Stella spotted him out, and yeah, Pain on the wall. Okay, good response there by SaD, picking up the pistol.
As we get into the nitty-gritty of this one now, it's all about how slow can SaD play without running out of time. They want to just make sure that Giza's kind of maybe over-rotating, trying to find some value with these flashes of the dog for info. But at the same time, if they just sit back for a little bit, you can just lose all your initiator util in terms of NRG Academy. You have to save at least one flash for the post for a little bit of info. Sky is question markable on this defense, especially if you know you're starting defense. They can find excuses for it on attack, but let's see what happens. SaD looking towards an A side, looking towards an A split, have some obstacles in the way. It isn't the majority of the players on the side of NRG Academy, but they've got the big guns to be able to fight with.
Anj with a cross with Renz.
It's a force, by the way, from the side of NRG Academy. So they're all into this round. Bandits, Marshals, Inspectors.
They got a lot going on. They see one. Don't think they cleared Anj, but don't think they're going to fall for that one again. Just an orb pickup.
That's huge from Renz as well to use a classic for that. They haven't given away that they actually have guns here.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes to bite SaD in the arse hit. Joan with a very slow creep into mid, but Giza hiding in the smoke. 2 players from SaD now pushing up through mid. The bomb, the spike carrier, sorry, is gonna follow them. Even the shot to the Marshal. Smoke vanishing. Giza still hidden.
That Marshal kind of moves defensively towards arches. Bit of discovery from Welly. He doesn't see much, but they're actually starting to move through tunnels onto half wall.
They heard Renz use the Spectre there, so maybe they now know there's going to be a force here. Good body shot on to Shondex, who's sitting at 49 HP. Clone isn't going to trick him. Nope. Joen with the double tap. Okay, Shondex down, and NRG Academy. This force looking a little dire now. Auric dead, and oh yeah. I mean, there's a flank here from Arnshayo, but
oh yeah.
Not looking great. The bandit's pretty nasty at mid-range, okay? The bandit's pretty nasty. Bandit's got hands.
I respect it. He could find a few, but the reason that I'm not shivering my timbers is that
yeah, okay. All right.
The Marshal's online and everybody else is just locked in. There's 5 people still alive.
Did Renz get his timing? He did? Anj with one. Okay, hang on. Anj gets one with a Sheriff. They do end up getting 2. Obviously, the round at this point is over. Just gonna die to the spike. Another one on the board for SaD, and well, oh wow, that's a free orb for Pain.
But this This is not the same as getting kills when you're on full eco. When you go for a full force, right? You get a few kills, so you have advantage in the next round and when you have rifles. Let's look at the next round. Can you see, I feel like, you know, Dora the Explorer. Can you see any rifles in NRG's?
Spot the rifles.
There's none. I see 3 sheriffs. I mean, one of them's specking into seeing what exactly they can go. It's Ren's, but this is tough now. It'll be 3-0. And that bonus might come in at 4-0 for SaD side. That being said, is it even a bonus? These guys are evolving. I see 2 rifles, a guardian, a bulldog, an outlaw that you can keep inside that bonus as well to act like an op. This is trouble for NRG Academy. You said 10-0 might happen again. I'm looking at the script. It's almost looking the same.
Let's go really aggro there. A little stun up on Ren's. Put him in this place. Okay, outlaw double shot, double miss. And they're backing up.
Re-explore the map real quick. When it comes to short-range prowess or where some of these guns are really active, it is towards that A site. TP's rocking towards there as well. Again, 2-3 switch. And the prediction here from the side of NRG Academy is that these guys are ending A. Their weak side right now is B, and nobody except for Stellar is kind of exploring it. And we'll be an A hit. And your teleport gone, though. It'll just be these 3 players.
Yeah, we'll see what the bandit can do here. March. Drone. Okay, spotted out. Nice little clear, but Joen still ends up going down to the sheriff headshot. SaD taking a body shot. Make that 2, in fact. Make that 3. 1 through the wall, so 1 HP. Wall ends up coming up. Ren's wanting to stick around on the site here. Gets another. Pain dead. You got to stop this Neon at some point. Well, he eventually puts an attack in it, and Ren's ends up going down. Still, though, Sheriff picked up. So, a couple of damage dealers here for the side of NRG Academy, but now it's just Shondex versus 3. Not sure that Yoro is going to be peaking anytime soon, sitting at 2 HP, but it's going to be a bit of a miracle now for Shondex to get this one popping.
Nice Stellar cover. Very good round still. And when it comes to economy from SaD, it's going to be looking good. Yes, they lost a few people, but at the same time, this is their 2nd round they're winning in a row. That bonus is going to keep stacking over and over again. And you can see Stellar, he's going to be the one just kind of chilling on that bulldog. Everybody else still has rifles, still has a bit of a bank to work with after this round as well. It sucks when you lose that force, even if you do end up getting a few kills. And I don't know what happened to Ren's. I guess we were stacking into finding marshals over and over again. He's going to rely on overdrive for now, but he does not have a rifle to start things off here. Okay, nice. Tunnel's covered.
Are the orb farming here as well by SaD? Been doing this a couple of rounds in a row now. Was it round 5? I think NRG Academy ended up winning. I'll have to go back and check. Oh, yeah. Now they know there's an op up in the window.
What? Nobody can even hear that this is a fake from the range that Clark is trying to sell it on. I mean, he just loses his actual out there, even though it was going to expire in a few seconds. Op is still online, and they've heard it now. Trying to go towards that B side still. This might be the stronger one to defend. Jerwin will be there. The question was, what can Waylay do? Let's find the answer.
Overdrive coming in already, and Jerwin, they're not checking that corner again. Reigns, that's the 2nd time he's been there. There is a couple of kills for SaD. The wall is going to separate the site, of course. Clark with the op, but the dimensional drift is going to get popped for some information here.
Do find a little bit of information at Archers. They do end up seeing Geese up for a second, but are they even scared of the sky? Now you know where the flashes are coming from. You understand the op is going to be behind the smoke. It's 4v3. The time is ticking. Could be a save.
They're saving. Yep. Look at them backing all the way up. Ange is in a main. Like, yeah, Clark's backing up too.
They're reading the Bible of John KD, it seems like. This might be a situation where you have a sky in the business. The util's hard to take a site. 3-man save, 3-man save, 3-man save. I mean, 4-0 up for SaD in this fashion. I don't want it to happen again.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, it might just be 10-2 again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
dude, okay, let's talk about it. SaD, scary team. They're a scary team if they can do this map after map after map against, again, someone, NRG Academy. They're flawless so far in wins. They're coming in, what, dropping off one map or something? This is not them facing a roster that just got put up together again. This is them facing a roster that was at the top of VCL, made a change that looks like an upgrade, brought in a player that can just do so much to make this team versatile, and they've gone up 10-2 against them multiple times. That's insane. They're starting this one out 4-0. The 3 maps they played, Jaws, let me keep complimenting them, have been so different as well. Haven, the true honest attack map. How did things look? At the same time, Bind, the execute heavy map. They played that one well as well. Breeze, the new map. What are you cooking on this one? The comp looks nice. They look nice. Scary team.
Bro, chat, give me a yay or a nay. Is this ending 10-2 half for SaD? Give me a yay or a nay in the chat right now. A little timeout for NRG Academy. After that, yeah, 3-person save. They're going to at least be able to 4 guns here, Shine. Ren's is going to get a rifle and some armor at the very least. A lot of pings towards A, so maybe a hit on this site here. They've got the convergent path from Joan, so they got 1 ult at the very least. Maybe Welly can pick up the orb and then have their ult online as well. So SaD, yeah, looking to pivot this way.
That means so that Ob's kind of towards the mid side. A might come in a little bit fast. Yeah, the drone's already coming through. And this wall just kind of renders that up absolutely useless.
Yeah, they're already in. Okay. There is the dart back site too to try and check for anybody. 1 pulse at the very least. Joan pops the ult. A little dodge from everybody as Giza holds it down. Swing on the doors though, gets taken out regardless. Now Giza can push up without impunity, but unfortunately Joan's there to shut them down. Nice little phantom headshot there onto the sky. Is going to eliminate the ability to flash now for the team. Ren's with the wide swing onto default, but Welly shuts it down with the bomb in hand as well. Should be able to get the spike planted as Shondex is not on the best of angles here to go for a wide swing to stop that from happening.
I'm liking this from Seller, though. Understands that there is a little bit of a flank position possibly coming in, and he's actually aware of it.
Timing. Arj finds it perfectly. He's got his watch dialed in. There's now a 1v2 for Welly to win. Pushes past the smoke first. Sees one behind box, but giving away their position. So quickly dipping back into the smoke. Hunter's Fury as well, by the way. Couple of darts available too. The flick for 1. The flick for a second. Can't quite land it. NRG Academy winning that 5th round. 4-1 for SaD.
The first time we're watching Breeze, that is one of the ways the site sometimes breaks down. The way you're planting is going to be safe. That's actually huge. He's going to be able to save the up. But the way they're planting on A is going to be safe, and because of that, the post plant is harder to defend from main. You have to take some risks on this site. I think the biggest risk there was Jerwin's ultimate towards yellow. It ended up hitting much, but as a result of that safe plant, when they didn't have all the questions answered back site, it's so much harder to defend inside the post. So some things that SaD might have to switch up when they actually get onto the site, fighting for back A space more, and they might have a chance. They're going straight for it again, this time straight into Ren's with the up.
Did you manage to kill the drone? So another hard swing here from Ren's. Smoke coming in. Oh, there's the kill from what? And Giza. Just, oh, my, what a shutdown of the push there. I mean, SaD looking very to their namesake right now, losing 2 instantly.
And I'm liking the read from NRG Academy as well. You remember that last round, they were actually getting 2 at doors, and that's what these defensive setups were while the A take was happening in main. They said, forget about mid, let's all in on main. If they walk up mid, it is what it is, and it works out so well. They read that it was a 4-man take up inside that main site. They deny it completely, and now SaD left with just 3. They don't have any of their duelists to take the space. It has to be a very slow, methodical round for SaD. Try to find some type of pick with someone overextended.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Stella can get something here, but the op is watching the doors. Like, there's still 2 stack in a main. Cloric's on a nice little angle too. Does get revealed, sends in the clone.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this one's hyper tough, and yeah, that's
just so hard, man.
The op sitting as well.
Difficult.
You understand now why people do 3-man saves on this map: attack, defense, whatever it is. Map control here is so specific to some of the abilities you have available. You can lose like 1 or 2 people in the first 20 seconds. Map is unapproachable, man. It's actually crazy, especially if you have an op online, and especially if it's at Ren's with the op. In the best sides. It's actually very interesting. NRG Academy started with Chloric opping, swapped it over to Ren's. Maybe Ren's is there's an easier time for him to kind of dip and duck outside utility close range. and get the shot off. But they say we don't want the global op online. We want a faster op in the business inside these mains.
Okay, we're looking a little different at the very least, right? A round back to back here.
Yeah, true.
Normally it's at like 4, then okay, we get a round, then 5, then we get another round. So NRG Academy have already on there 2. So SaD's gonna have to collect 6 in a row to make that prophecy come true. See how they end up setting up on B. Looks like Renz is gonna go for a deep op line again. Oh, and shut down by Jerwin. All right, nice, good start from SaD.
Cutting through.
Now, Chloric can traverse to the other side of the map to help them out, but the answer here is to not do that. The correct thing is to stay anchored on the site, play off Shondex. He can't see the map. He doesn't know that. But yeah, right now, if there's a split coming, and Chloric is the most important person to watch from the defensive side. He needs to play perfect here.
Oh, actually spots out the Yoro too. Clone's going to get sent in. No! Quick, the system error. We're all good. We're back. Chloric died. Unlucky.
It might have been on our end. It might have been on our end. It's all good. We're still locked in with the round. Pain.
It's all good. We're still locked in.
Up in the business. That Hunter's Fury, it was good. It got them to sight. 2-4 up now. SaD have immediately flipped things on to B. Spike is not going to be planted yet. Needs to be approached for. They're leaving it for Jerwin to get him closer to the ultimate.
Man, that would look so silly if I did that and no one else saw the error. I'm like, no! Everybody's like, what? Nothing happened, bro. Aren't you to 1v5? Okay, they're going to go for a swift save here. Speaking of 6 rounds, there's 1 at the very least. Going to test Jerwin? Yeah, you can't test him like that, my son. Put it in the grave. That is a round for SaD. Flawless.
You don't have the backup projector in the back of your head that can just play the round for you as it goes based off of what you last saw? I gotta get you on that. I got you get that Neuralink. I gotta get you on the inside telemetry.
Setting what you plant a chip in my brain? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it's not like a metal chip. It's like a Tostitos chip or something. Like it's an actual food thing that's in there. I don't know. Your brain eats. Your brain eats the Valorant round and it understands what can happen next in case your feed goes down. My brain needs to be studied, man. It needs to be studied. You know what else needs to be studied? The setup here. NRG Academy, because it's switched again. This time they've got Renz on the B side, teleport option there to help the team out in case there's a fast rush. So far for B, nothing fast has happened, so they're keeping the 3 on A on the defense side. That's very smart. But this is one of the first approaches we have in mid that might be contested. Chloric's got the op again, a different flavor, slower, methodical, still looking down mid, waiting for the pick, and it'll come to him.
Oh,
won't be accurate though.
Not quite.
Yeah.
A little too slippery there on the way. Like I say that they were just strafing. That was about it.
Round 2.
Smoke ends up coming in. Hang on. Oh, pulled the op out of it. Inopportune moment. Recall dominating Chloric. Op down. And a swift push in, I'd imagine too. Jerwin, double dash. Default, though, needs to be dealt with. Guardians tapping. Heads. 3 kills for Ange. Puts the smoke down too, and there's the spike down. Stella with the flank, but checked on. There's 1 player waiting, and it's Shondex waiting for this lurk to come in. Almost perfect. There you go, NRG. Well, it's not going to be a 10-2. It's going to be at least a 3 for NRG Academy.
They're getting momentum. They're pushing up. I want to know if that was a 3K for Ange or a 4K, and that was his recall. Might have been an attacking recall, though. We're big chilling. Both Astros right now, really good in the util they're putting down. You got to be wondering exactly where the Astro could also be. The side switch-ups as well, just defensively, change the flavor of the round. Again, this time, Chloric moving over to the B side. On the attack, though, SaD might actually be speeding up on B. They haven't done this too much past, I think, the pistol and one of the round splits. 33 seconds, see no offensive pressure here from the defense side. We keep rocking in. Shondex is here. Has the pick. Can't use it.
Path ends up hitting the back side there. Jerwin's looking to go in a little bit deeper. What a swing from Shondex. Immediately shut down as Stella just hangs around in the mid. Is going to see Yeezer cross. And in fact, actually, no. Ends up backing up slightly. And here comes the Dimensional Drift to get a bit of information.
Flank side, Keys going for the spray. Gets 1, but there's 2 more in the way. Past that, fully on sight. It's getting active.
Renz
Diffused
with a
by
couple.
NRG.
Little pop flash through the window there as Chloric just waiting for players to peek their little heads through it. Should be a fairly trivial defuse now for Renz. Chloric even picking up one as Renz gets the defuse but goes down with it. Then a little snake bite there at the very end, but NRG Academy still with 4.
Yeah, pepper their step right now. Their defensive setup's looking really good. The delay in helping over there in terms of, Shondex getting any type of support, it was a decision made consciously. They wanted to just let Shondex do as much damage as possible, baited that spike to be planted, had the Cosmic Divide for the retake. Really smart. Some smokes as well from the side of SaD were really cool. The up top pillar smoke, so where they can dash in and have options after she sees something is really nice. That's some synergy there. We're wondering why is Willie picked. They might be going for it again, but the counterplay, yeah, might not be the best this time.
I think they saw Chloric there. Be surprised if they didn't. Quick rotations though from Ren's Shire all the way through CT already. There's the one way. Chloric can play off it, but it's going to be a bit of a tougher journey with reinforcements arriving. Looks like maybe they've made up their mind. Is it going to be a push through mid to A or just straight A?
I mean, they'll discover some space here. Nobody started towards the right side of the map, so this will be tough for SaD to retake over. Broken by as well. Zaz just on a sheriff, so has to try to force a close range fight on the A or B site. Ladder is kind of where he works best, I feel like, with this gun. Spikes dropped in spawn. They're going to elect to try to find a pick somewhere, but it's 47 seconds on the clock. They have to start to move.
You got to try. Hey, Flash is coming out. They've obviously pushed their way up at elbow already.
Back to
kind of
B.
lying in wait. Can he find a timing? Maybe not. Stella through the mid, though, might get caught out. Back to B, like you said. They haven't got a lot of time here at all. They're going to have to push through this smoke. They're going to have to find something here as Zanj is already dead. Shondex with a couple. Guardian, though, shots are still hitting, but NRG Academy have locked down this mid point. And now Pain on the site. He's going to run into Chloric if they want to escape, but time is of the essence. And, well, with Welly dead, and now you're going to have to get down the spike. Pain with 60 HP is just going to get leapt on. There's just no chance at all. There's just too many players around him. Shorty in the back, but it was the rifle that did the damage. Chloric picks up another, and there is NRG Academy tying us up.
Pocket trap plays all across the map. I like the late lurk from Sky down in double doors as well. Giza was in such a good spot to support his team, dropping out of that top nest too. So we're wondering, what can Sky do in here? She can play for a lot of, recall, flash, trap type of plays, but she can also be in specific spots to be able to actually be even a lurk on the map. It's kind of nice. The duelist can move all the way around. She can anchor. She can push in late and have those flashes ready for the late time as well. This time, though, back to B again. Doesn't matter what the Sky's doing. Pay attention to SaD.
Yeah, just exploring it at least. They've done this quite a few times here with the drone in first, but they're actually just going to go in straight away. And Chloric cannot get away from that. Ends up trying to TP, but Joe in a little bit too quick. He's going to separate the site now and even put a pit down too. This is a ridiculous amount of util being thrown in here, or I should say ults, in fact. Pit and a wall invested onto this site, Shire.
So it'll take so much time to get past that wall, and then after that you're running right into a pit and you have no information. Smoke's on top of the wall as well, so you have to re-clear it twice. Look at the time this is taking. Pain in the flank, he has to kind of contain what happens in elbow. We're still not all the way in yet. Flash comes in.
This is impossible.
Shondex
It feels impossible.
Jerwin's got a few picks, but it's so hard to read. Pain on the backside against Ange. 1v1 Astra style. He wins.
Yeah, no way.
They've translated this so well, Jaws. And even with a few picks, even with a little bit of alert from Shondex, that is a cerebral approach onto the B site. It's fast, though. It requires Jerwin to get that first pick, but they act on it so well.
So the walls of Troy without the Trojan horse. The wall and the pit, the amount of things you have to throw in to get something popping is just impossible, man.
Yep.
All right, well, as we head into our final round here of the half, looking quite unlike our first two maps. NRG Academy with a very good defense with getting 5 already. We'll see how SaD approach this one. Not looking B this time, as a pit ends up coming down. Almost kind of predicting that one coming through. So a split through mid doors. 4 players pushing in. Giza first point of contact. Gets blinded up. Goes for the spam. A little bit of damage. Dodges the stun though. But still taken out. Overdrive shut down, but they still found one. Ange on default spot. Ends up falling over as the Stars smoke ends up collapsing in on itself. And well, unfortunately now for NRG Academy, The two players holding down on B now have to go for the defuse.
Breeze changes mean that, you know, even the defensive team, if they don't have sight, look at the way yellow's posted now. You actually get to have more space before you actually move towards that spike. I like the adjustment from Pain, though. Not playing safe this time, moving a little bit more to the left, so it's actually watchable by a main. No ultimates left with the man advantage. Everyone playing in main. It just comes down to that final gunfight. Yeah.
So much. They got a pull. They got a... Whoa, I was going to say a snake bite. It did end up connecting. They got 2 shock darts as well. Shondex goes for another tap. They end up swinging and getting the kill. A 1v1 now. A pod flash past the door. Welly last one alive, but Chloric again clumps in clutch. The spike is going to try and get defused, but unfortunately, as clutch as you can be, time is his worst enemy. SaD Esports end the half at 7-5.
That's a classic Breeze attack round. Doesn't matter how the map is shaped. Sometimes you plant A, you play a 3 main. You might not have cave anymore. You might not have the best angle from the right side, but you still have advantage when it comes to just absolutely buying time. And I'm liking that side from NRG Academy. Much better from their previous showing so far. They're keeping the game close at 7-5. You look at the switch now and talk about some of the potential things that they can do on attack. Giza up with Sky. Things that Sen were doing, the only things I know about Sky on this map, you can kind of get through elbow really easy with the dog, re-clear mid, and then kind of flank yourself through door. It's weird. You kind of double back down and get through door. That's a fun strat. Tunnel is fun to take too, but once Sky's done using util, that's it. You have to make sure everything Giza's throwing is definitely actionable.
I love the bandit gaming, man.
Yeah.
Must be said.
Ooh.
Lucky to survive that one.
He's back on the angle again, man. This guy's a psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, hey. Testamental. Spamming through the smoke now, both teams, or the wall, I should say. Gets one at the very least, but NRG Academy just forcing their way onto site. They're going to be able to plant defo here. The line's going to be good for Joe in for 1. Whoa, that was close. That may have hit one. But look how low they are. They're all cowering in this small corner, Shio. The default plant is going to be good. Giza now in a 1v1 versus Welly, but only needed 1 tap. The amount of initial damage they took there, Shio, was just way too much. The spam through the wall just softened them all up for everybody to just get 1 tapped in the body.
And I like that as well from the retake side. You had Ren's kind of making some moves, but at the end of the day, from the defensive position, that waylay actually adds some value. Emily was asking, you know, what is German going to do on this map? How does that saturate even work? What's the problem? What are the issues? I mean, one really cool thing about the saturate is that it can actually herd people up towards that B side. German does go down, but the saturate buys them time. There are big spaces on this map, but back A, ladder, B pillar, some personal fights you take at doors as well. The saturate still has a lot of value, and your dash gets to use the space. So Derwin is showing us how to use this whale on this map. It's nice. Let's see if he's got anything in the pocket for this B retake.
Oh, there's the TP and flash. That one way looks really good, and
he's out.
You're able to get away as well. All right, Pain. Oh, it's all Pain on this site. Nice headshot from Ange there. A very quick execute is a very quick round win for SaD. Nice conversion of that pistol round, and that is 9 now for them.
I'm loving the defensive Astra smoke on that front pillar. So many teams are using it, and sometimes if you have a dash like, I mean, they don't have it right now, but if they had a jet or a waylay on the attack side, you can use it against the team. You saw SaD doing it on the other side, but when you don't have it, Yoru, Chloric, forced to go through a one-way. Ren's deciding, do I help my Yoru? Do I go the other way? Either way, that smoke does so much, and Pain plays off of it perfectly. 12-7 right now, Jack. He's playing awesome.
Yeah, it really is. Lowest deaths on the team, which is always going to feel pretty good. Bit of early exploration for SaD. Little clone. Not falling for the bait. Ain't no way. They bent their way up elbow, though, Shio. Although Shondex 1 HP. Oh, my God. Does it? Okay, don't need HP or armor. Bro, Shondex is hitting, bro. 5 HP, all good. And now they might make their way towards B, knowing it's softened.
And just chill, though. That's a bit of a mistake from the side of NRG. I think they were just trying to cut noise completely, because pay attention to Bridge right now, or Spawn. Look at Stellar moving across the map, trying to fill that gap of the first pick that NRG got. They're shaking up the map, and they know there might just be one person here.
Oh, try to play a timing there, did Pain. Through the smoke, gets shut down, and NRG Academy are just awaiting these kills. Well, there's 2 players in mid. And guess who is on a nice little angle as well? Could be Ange. Is going to be able to wrap around elbow. Maybe even just put themselves up in the window. But with an Outlaw and a Guardian, it's going to be a tough round to win.
Sometimes people just don't end up checking the tunnel's angle at all, and you take way too much space. That might be the case right here.
Large for the attempted defuse there. Shondex with the spin, and yeah, 2 HP in a dream, and that dream came true. It should be an easy kill onto Joan as well. Nice round from NRG Academy. Going to shut down that bonus and give them 6.
Coming back a little bit when it comes to putting points on the board, getting the rounds done in the best way possible. But now, yeah, full rifles up. As Jack mentioned, it was just a bonus. SaD are online, ready to go. Shondex shooting well. I think teams on both sides, or players on both sides of these teams, are locked in to try to win this game.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. Barrel's peeking out so far there. The curvature in the box is just a little unlucky. Mid push, though. Very aggressive. Gonna give a little info away. They know someone's in double doors right now, at the very least. Looks like Joe wants to go exploring, but it's got that recall for safety. Right in front of him, though, so not going to activate it again. And here we go. Giza with an instant kill onto Pain there, and here comes the assault onto the B site. 2 players through main, 2 players through that tunnel. They know someone's back site, and it's going to be 2 people, but one gets shut down almost instantly. Giza dead. Bazage with a triple. Giza, Ren's fall, and now the spike out to the hands of NRG Academy.
Some of the kills that Zaj is getting in these rounds are absolutely illegal. 2 frames to shoot, 1 pixel to see, and this guy does not miss. Now it makes the retake a lot easier. 3v2. Shondex back sight is going to be found by the ultimate and has to do something impossible.
There's the teleport away. They're going to dodge out of all the util being thrown their way. But still, you're on such a good angle here, too. If you can actually win this fight, Stella seen it on window, and Arn shuts him down. So now a 2-on-2, making it a little bit easier for NRG Academy. Make that a 1-on-1. Tapping the spike, Jerwin. Arn just going to be there, just grabs him off of the spike, but they're going to need to speed up just a little bit. Going to get half. Joe is just going to stick this. Do they know? Do they know? They're going to stick it. SaD Esports with 10.
Jerwin's second time doing that. I think that happened on B as well, inside Haven, unless it was someone else on the side of SaD, or maybe I'm thinking about NRG. But the fact that it's even happening multiple times just goes to show you some of the courage these players have in these moments. Absolutely crazy. The call is these tunnels. He might be moving slowly just to get the drop on me in case I'm off the spike. The 50-50s, the 25-75s, I don't even know what the percentage chance was for Jerwin to win that one, and the shapes and the way the play was going. I mean, insane for him to go for the stick.
Big round win for SaD, 10-6. As they make their way up elbow again. Look where Jerwin is right now. Oh, I'm not sure if that dog spotted them. Nope, it definitely didn't. Ren's looking once, Ren's looking twice. Nice little saturate on 2. Everybody in a little bit of panic there. It ends up wearing off, luckily. And Shondex lands a nasty shot onto Pain back sight. Zaj, though, still stalwart defense from the Yoru so far, but the numbers that they have over him don't mean a damn thing. That's a triple kill for the Yoru. And now Shondex, 31 HP, spots the drone out, but he's going to get tagged. A 2v1 with 31 HP, impossible for the Viper. And SaD make it 11.
SaD make it 11 alone. That was not no semblance of team play whatsoever. Solo kill in like top mid with that outlaw to start it off from Jerwin. No one's there to kind of capitalize off the saturate. And then no one's helping Zaj. This guy's just getting kill after kill off pure mechanical skill. There was nobody there. The stall from the acid snake bite all the way into arches made it so that Welly couldn't be there in time. Insane. The individual play is keeping this team afloat, pushing them forward and forward, almost there to match point. We'll try to go to tried and true. NRG swap over to their A take this time. Speed is high. The biggest difference is someone's coming through mid doors.
Even Flash trying to go pretty fast. Oh, shock dart. I think that's a couple of them. Talk with the TP. Here comes the wall, and here comes the players. Oh, Giza running into the molly. Oh, this is all SaD all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Ange with 1 onto the Yoru, but still in a very tough spot. There's a Doors player coming through to try and get the cross, but Welly didn't need it. And match point and map point here for SaD. 12 and 6 on the board as NRG Academy need a miracle.
If Howie Mandel offered me that Astro Wall on the attack side in a Canadian game show, I would say no deal. I don't know what the approach was with that Cosmic Divide, but it covered nothing. It's up right now for the attack side, by the way, and everybody from the defense can peek. Nothing from the pyramids is covered. That wall gave them no chance to do anything and actually coming out on the site. And I think it was a good wall for what happens afterwards, kind of, maybe, but doesn't block doors, doesn't block pyramids. As a result, NRG low down now. Everyone has to be on the same page. The duelists, were they trying to walk in a fast tempo based thing where they're following Renz's wall? Dude, I can't even track it. I can't even theorize. All I know is the comms have to be a bit better. The game plan has to be a bit more tight when it comes to just, everybody on the same team around the board. This timeout matters a lot because, as Jack said, match point. I don't see those gaps in SaD, and I see some really cool ultimates. Best ultimate, I think, for Breeze, Cosmic Divide. Pain has it now, can have a big influence even if NRG plant the spike.
Use both their timeouts as well, and SaD are still sitting on 2 of them.
Damn.
They've done this in the last couple of maps as well. Like, they're chilling. They don't need any timeouts, especially if, obviously, you're winning right now. You don't really need too many of them, but, like, there's a few more rounds at the very least, and NRG Academy have used their last one, so they need a difference maker.
I mean, they have to push this B site. They have to kill Pain somehow.
They gotta be quick.
Yeah, it's not even planting the spike. Pain needs to die. You have to hunt Pain. You have to overheat and find this Cosmic Divide and take it out over here. But look at how safe Pain is playing. Re-exploring, trying to group up with teammates, letting these guys have things. Welly's there. They're locking this down. Hunter Fury's coming in. Cosmic Divide will be there too.
And
might be the
crunch.
savior.
Yes, maybe so. He needs to land that shot, and he does. Ange with 2. Okay, and now Cosmic Divide ends up coming in. It's going to split the Viper's pit.
That being said, there's a lot of the pits still left
like
on
it,
their
though.
side.
Pain, man. He's immovable. Is going to be able to spam through this Viper's pit after he gets through this wall, of course. Krolik is waiting on the other side. Oh, don't want to test him. He's got a flash in his back pocket. It's a 2v3 with this pick going down. I mean, look, Stella is kind of hanging around in this corner right now, and they're just looking for the exit kills. Pain finds 2 of them. And that spike, unfortunately, unable to be defused. A nice kill from Renz. That timeout, well and truly needed.
Yeah, economy reset. Viper's pit in the shape that it was put down as well was really smart to deny that Cosmic Divide. My question, though, is if the Viper's pit is up from such a long way away, why not divide closer to the pillar? So you're forced to kind of push a lot of that pit out of the gameplay loop. Like, that pit or that wall is so far in B main, the most of the pit is still there. You can't really get on the spike. You don't really have advantage. So both these walls on both sides are not taking into account exactly what's happening in the game. Some nerves maybe from both NRG and SaD, but Astra is not going to be the topic of conversation. Speed is the topic. Yoru is the subject. He has seen Pain, and this round is active.
Yeah, dimensional drift. Oh, no. Mollied off to... Pain is trying to run away. Otherwise, he's going to be in a heap of it in just a moment. Ange ends up getting caught out, though. And now May, that could be a free gun. Jumping around the corner, and that's a kill for Krolik. And, well, Pain going down means there's no one left backside to defend.
Klorik ate so much, and now there's more sight lines onto the rest of the players from the side of NRG.
Oh, Renz. Zaj ends up getting one. I mean, this is very winnable right now. If you're SaD, it's a 4v2. Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. Jerwin could pop over the little box here. Stella, full HP, well, half armor, I suppose, with 25. And Jerwin waiting for someone to go for a peek. They spike, but Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. How has this gone so awry? Geezer ends up finishing off the round. And that TP away, leaving Geezer alone on sight, looked like a bit of a mistake, but Krolik with the perfect angle to re-engage, help out his Sky, save them, and gave them another life.
A desperate all-in, jumping off the cliff and trusting the bungee to be able to bounce you back. That is just huge from the side of Klorik to find that pocket strat, get the space, and hit the jaws hit the shots like Jaws is saying. Excuse me. Pass that too, keeping your chances alive. That needed to happen. 8-12. Let's check in with the ultimates. Seeker's active. That round took a dimensional drift to work. This time, Zaj has his. The retake should be stronger for SaD. I think the win con here for NRG is they need a pick first.
SaD almost landed themselves a free one there with that op from Jerwin. Shondex testing Stellar. Still sitting on that default. Shock dart in the choke to buy some time, but here comes the wall. The Seekers are going to come out as well. Another molly coming in. There's 2 players on the site already now for NRG Academy. And Zaj is already dead. Oh, the loss there from Welly is a little heartbreaking, if I'm going to be honest. This op's going to have a good line here. Ends up taking the head off Fiora, but the spike has gone down. It's a 2-on-4 with a chance to save for SaD. And it looks like Pain, the rest of the guys, yeah, they're going to make that call. It's going to be a save.
There is no bank that exists for SaD right now. All their money is in their wallets. If they die, that paper goes flying. It goes loose to Jerwin. He holds onto the back, and he needs this op for the next round as well. Yes, it will be supported by some very shaky foundations, some sheriffs, some bandits probably like we've seen from SaD in the past. But that's okay. SaD on ecos have looked scary. It just takes one big boomstick, maybe a rifle from the side of Pain to make things work. When it comes to ultimates, nothing used on the side of SaD so far. They still got the drift. They're working on Jerwin's conversion paths as well. They've got Stellar's pit to maybe bolster something like a Bucky or a Bandit if we want to make a little bit of a noise this round, at least from the defensive side. There's options for this entire match, and those options are so plentiful, we have to stop for a second. Timeout for the side of SaD. You called it. They still had 2. This is their first one. They could translate it. They could definitely translate it. They have so many things they could do.
This is why you bank them up, man. That is one of the options. That's one, like, out-of-game utility, I suppose, that they can use. They just need this one.
Yeah, the thing is, SaD calls this timeout NRG Academy, the same thing as the last few maps. They get to talk as well. How do we build up for the win? I'm looking at their roster right now. Do we put the orbs on Renz? Is his overdrive important? Do we get the orbs for Chloric? He's so close to that dimensional drift. Something Trolly as well is active right now. Ange has that cosmic divide. It lost them one of these rounds beforehand. It's the reason SaD has 12. Have to make sure that divide is coming in properly. This could be a divide round. He could maybe get a second one if he pops off, but things have to be perfect for NRG Academy.
Well, since round 18, they've demanded perfection. And thus far, they've got it. I mean, there is going to be a bit of a mishmash buy for SaD. Stinger, little martial action going on, little sheriff.
They're kind of all-inning their power right now, though. Waylay and Pain, Sherwin on the same side with the rifle and the op. The rest of the map has nothing going for it. Therefore, Stellar pops that pit with a stinger in tow.
Oh, no. That was a really heads-up play by Ange there. Just waiting for some sort of crazy push. And, well, the crazy push came and went.
Thing is, it's A, takeable with a pit in main. Do you want to explore B knowing you haven't seen the op yet? Could it be in mid? Ange is about to find out in a second if Jerwin stays or dashes away.
Shondex is there as well. Considering maybe backing up.
The glue that holds all this together right now is Welly. If Welly goes down, this round is done. The pit has less confidence, and they actually use this wall to push Welly out. They know the pit is main. Just get this guy off site done, and it's good. Welly, though, nice move. Goes into the pit.
Into the pit,
and now things go weird.
Oh, they're going to peek. Oh, peeking the wall with the op is a little crazy, but I like it. You attempted to try and go for the play. Pit ends up falling over. So they know exactly where they are now. I mean, hey, they're not on site, so they're definitely A main. There's going to be a very late lurk here from Pain. Has got a rifle, so there is an opportunity for SaD to come into this. This wall is just kind of frustrating to deal with. Sees one, gets traded. He's dead. So a 1-for-1 cross map as Pain makes his way to yellow.
It's not even econ damage at this point. Might just be trying to get an ult up, and there it is. Off the death, Pain does get his cosmic divide as well.
And the last play spotted in mids. And that's the round. Okay. Double digits for NRG Academy.
A banger game still all the way to map 3, and we're hitting way post round 20. There's number 23 coming up. And again, a chance for SaD to close things out. If this one's lost, the Ecos reset again. And overtime looks that much more likely for the side of NRG Academy. When it comes to tools, SaD has the entire shed. Dimensional drift, conversion pads, cosmic divide. When it comes to a retake, they're that guy. That being said, that means they might have to play a little bit scared. NRG have the chance to play aggro now. Push in. They know there's no op, but they might go fast onto this B-side trap play though. Conversion pads. They're going for
Conversion pads, they're going for it. Shondex has already been killed. Little flash around the corner there. Have they managed to stop the extra push in? Looks like it. Oh, wait, hang on a second. A little drone action. No, doesn't end up spotting anybody.
The big thing is Shondex gone, no Viper wall. Your smoke's gonna be that less utilized on this map. Control's gonna be harder. If you get found, there's no way you have a guarantee of leaving or even hitting the site.
Very heavy presence towards B, though. 4 players from SaD in on it.
Oh, they drift. They want to know what's going on, and they find Giza. Giza's usually where the action is. The sky never lurks, usually plants. So they know this might be a B-side thing. That being said, they're expecting a pivot.
Return drift.
The rest of the team's in spawn. They're waiting for this to go down.
Return dimensional drift. 2 players backside right now, but it's going to be a 4-stack again for SaD. Floric with the flash around the corner. They swing, but SaD and NRG Academy end up trading. A 2-on-3. 2 players for SaD on the site right now aren't just going to get swung on here. And now it's all up to Giza to try and stand up, but they cannot. SaD end up taking the 13th round, the win, and a flawless record. A 4-0 going into playoffs.
They didn't need all the ults. They didn't need all the util. They used what they had since the start. Their hearts and their aim. Oh my God, SaD were hitting their shots today. Faltered in closing things out. But the 2 maps they won, they did it in nice fashion towards the very, very end. That's got to be the best series so far in VCL. We got everything, Jack. We got the big streaks. We got the comebacks. We almost had the OTs. That was wild.
Yeah, we got the clutch ups. I mean, look, those first 2 maps told one tale. This one told a completely different one. I mean, SaD coming in, now they're 4-0. They move on to playoffs, but NRG Academy, obviously, they can still make it through. They've got a couple more games maybe to lock that place in, but it's got to be said, anybody that's facing them at this point, good luck. Good luck. NRG Academy, they looked super clean in the maps that they did play, but SaD ended up coming out on top. 2 10-2 leads. One of them won, one of them lost. But what a series. Yeah, it's easily one of the best we've had so far in VCL.
No, it's actually insane. And you kind of nailed it on the head really well. The fact that SaD was that powerful to have 10-2s, but the fact that NRG were so resilient, that Academy roster, to come back from the 10-2s, and make this map, which was a different story, get all the way up to 10-11 again. I mean, that is just, whoever's facing these teams, I apologize in advance. It's our fault. Maybe we're making it a bit too hype, but we can tone it down just a little bit. That's just the first game. More coming up right after this break. fight together.
Exactly what QOR needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save and
trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And is it by that bite act done? Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
SaD Esports, anything but sad on the day as we head into the third map of the series. Breeze, they're able to close it out, take down NRGA 2-1, and find themselves to be the first team secured in playoffs. I mean, going into this, not just this map, but this series, I mean, Roy, this has been a roller coaster from the beginning to end, and Breeze was just no exception.
It's safe to say that both of these teams were pushed to their absolute limits in this series. They really wanted that playoff spot, and I think SaD has earned it. They took the shot against the King, and while they whiffed it on the map 1, they brought it back in map 2 and 3. Beautiful performance. It was nice to see.
Yeah, I'm just so sorry for like underestimating with our predictions. Have to sincerely apologize for that. Sierra, I don't know how you're always right, but you are. You are just a wizard or something. I don't know. And when I'm just thinking about that last map, it's so nice that it wasn't just like a complete stomp into a comeback like we saw the first two. It was a lot more even. You could see both teams kind of finding their footing again and not just getting like ran down through a half. So it felt a lot closer too because of that. And while I thought, you know, NRG was going to struggle a bit, specifically on the with the comp that they were coming in, having that Nova. But it really didn't seem to have too much of an effect on them, especially on that attack. Like, I'm thinking in my head, they have to look at so many different angles and they have to cover everything because they actually don't know where any of these players could be standing. And with a map as open as mine, they could literally be anywhere. Like, you just can't expect that, but they handled it pretty freaking well.
Yeah, and I think they just have an idea of how they want to play, and I'm sure they understand their weaknesses, so they're just kind of playing around it. But for me, the one thing that's for certain with SaD is the fact that this didn't really feel like a fluke. Like, it's not one of those series where like it's like, oh, this team is very clearly overperformed. No, I genuinely feel like SaD Esports is just, they leveled up throughout the split, and what we got to see from them today feels a lot more in line with kind of what we expected from them when we called them a sleeper roster, when we said this was going to be the team to look out for in this split, and how low-key they were. I mean, I feel like they've made their claim. I don't know if we can call them low-key any longer.
I mean, you're talking about too how this wasn't a fluke, and it goes back to what you were saying after that map 2, whereas this realistically could have been a series that was a 2-0 in favor of SaD Esports, and not in a close fashion either, with just how significant the leads they were getting, and looking back at like little mistakes here and there, a little bit of nerves, etc. That maybe kind of helped things slip. So I mean, when you're looking at SaD and this win, it was definitely a close one. It was an earned one, but I was so excited to see the SaD Esports roster, Emily, just continue to grow when it being a relatively fresh roster still. Like, I'm excited to see where this could peak.
Yeah, like Roy kind of touched on, is we have seen them grow match after match, and I think NRG was like the biggest opponent for them. I said in the pre-show, like, it would be huge for SaD to kind of get this win and kind of prove that like they were 3-0 for a reason. It's not just because they were facing like not as strong teams. I don't know how to word that, but you know, not super big teams that have like high expectations. Yeah, not as developed, not as yeah, I guess, yeah, let's just go with not as developed. But they showed that they can do that, and they really thrived when it was kind of back and forth rather than just a stomp. And then I feel like they got in their heads a lot in those like 13-11 situations that we saw in map 1 and map 2. But here, I felt like they weren't really feeling that because it was close the whole game, right? Like, there was never a huge gap when it came to rounds, and they looked a lot more comfortable without having all that like mental extra added pressure.
Yeah, and another thing that we kind of came into the series highlighting, if you guys recall, when we talked a lot about the pistols, right, for NRG Academy, they had some of the highest pistol round wins. In this last map, SaD Esports was able to steal both of them, and I feel like if had NRG gotten a single one of those pistols, that could have been the difference maker. This could have been a completely different series. But I mean, SaD Esports, they played well, they secured the pistols, they won the majority of the first engagements, and the way they were converting on those advantages was beautiful to see. And I feel like this is a very well-deserved win here for SaD Esports.
I mean, a really big impact in the match as well. Like, we're not going to ignore the elephant in the room. We're going to get right to it and talk about Zaj and Jerwin and this dynamic duo. Well, like, we didn't get to see the double duelist in the very first map, Haven, but map 2s and 3s we did. And Emily, like, I love this duo together. Like that. Yeah, energy had like to play against that.
Yeah, no, they really thrived. It was a very big change of pace coming in from the side of SaD, going from that first map where they did run a solo duelist, coming into Breeze and Vine, where they were just absolutely dominating as like this dynamic duo. And I feel like it's so hard to kind of counter that when it's literally just them just kind of dashing at you, trading each other out. Like, it's just that team chemistry that they had within that is just so hard to stop.
And I think the best part about the agents that they play is the fact that they're so self-sufficient. Like, they didn't really always need a setup. Like, they were fine either setting each other up or just taking their own engagements off the utility that they have at hand. And they're playing the two best duelists in the meta right now. And I feel like the way they're dismantling a lot of the things that they're, you know, they're kind of a lot of the problems that they're facing is just so easy, or at least they're making it look easy with the Waylay and the Yoru, with the way they're moving around, the way they're taking their engagements, and the way that they, when they get on sites, they just swarm positions quickly and they just kind of take over the sites rapidly. It's really nice to see.
Especially too, looking back at the series, like the first kills that these two share between them is just like that last map, we got 10 in between them, right? So it was just so insane that we could always see one of these two opening up the round when 10 of the first kills out of like the 15s just from them. Like, they just did such a good job at making that initial impact to where when we talk about NRGA maybe not being able to bounce back as well from being down, when you have these two duelists making an impact like that, like, that's just absolutely incredible. And a duelist we have on the line now, one half of the dynamic duo. Jerwin is here to chat a little bit more about the map, everything else. Jerwin, congratulations. SaD Esports officially, as of now, the best team in Challengers, undefeated and in playoffs. How does it feel?
Thank you, Ray. It feels great. You know, we put a lot of work into this, and being an assigned team, feels like we proved ourselves a little bit today, and yeah, it's exciting.
I mean, looking back at the series too, like you're saying, you proved like or something, like, yeah, you guys had to fight for this every way. Like, talk to me about that map 1 into that map 2 and how you're able to close out the series, because NRGA, they pushed you guys to the limit.
I mean, yeah, we didn't deserve to even be in that map 3. We choked so hard, and you know, 2-10-2 halves going that close should never happen. But I'm glad my team stayed resilient. You know, it's not easy to recover something like that, knowing you do so hard. But I'm glad we got it done.
I mean, growing pains with the team, right? So you get through it today, all good. Now, I want to talk about you and Zaj, because a big change that we got to see in the map 2 and 3 was this double duelist, and you two just seem to play so effortlessly together. Like, how are you feeling in the server, being able to be one half of this duo?
I mean, he's a great player. He makes my life so easy. You know, he's best mechanics I've seen in the league by far, and it's so easy just entering with him. He trusts me to do what I do. I trust him to follow up. It's effortless for him.
I mean, I'm definitely hoping we see so much more of this double duelist down the line. It was a treat. Last but not least, I mean, you're the first team into playoffs. You have 2.5 weeks off. Any plans? You guys gonna hit the scrims hard? You get a little bit of a break?
Definitely a little bit of a break. We've been working so hard, like scrimming every day, especially my coaches. My coaches stay up, you know, voting these teams, anti-shredding, because, you know, they get like a day notice to prep. But yeah, the coaches, they definitely get a deserved break for sure.
Well, it's definitely been a long series today, so I'll let you take your break too. Jerwin, thank you so much for chatting. Congratulations again, and best of luck in playoffs, okay?
Thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you. So, SaD Esports 4-0, the very first team we have qualified into playoffs. Of course, a lot of teams still battling it out. Now it's time to go to the 2-1 bracket to see who can get one step closer after the break. welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. Don't mind the analysts, they were being silly with the casters in the green room, but we gotta get serious, guys, okay? Because we have another heat of a match coming up. QOR going up against YFP. Two teams sitting at 2-1 record, so 2 wins away from making it to playoffs, but this is gonna be one step closer. And two teams, too, that going into this, I love the adaptations and changes that they've made. And Roy, I think both of them are looking really strong.
Oh, they look so good. And I feel like this match is so different from what we got to see between NRG Academy and SaD Esports, where we have this very like kind of, team we considered one of the best in the league versus a team that we weren't really sure how they would fare against some of the top teams in the league. We got our answer. But I feel like with these two rosters, these are two very low-key rosters that are looking to make a very loud claim at the top of the rankings, and both teams are looking really hot right now.
And with both teams looking so good, let's break it down and talk about QOR first, because I feel like too, when you have names like Moose and Playa, yeah, you know the team's going to be really strong. And for the knowers who know Emily, Smoke, like, yeah, this roster hooks.
No, like just Fly and Moose alone have so much experience under their belt, and we see it in the server. Like we see them kind of making plans around Fly's utility when he's on that Sova and Fade. We see Moose coming in with the lurk timings and like calling for those rotates on attack, and Kumi and Smoke kind of getting set up by these players when they're on that chamber or duelist role. And we've seen Smoke kind of come out and be this super aggressive player that kind of rounds out the rest of the team.
It has been so nice to be able to see the step up. And I'm talking about we're going to continue the conversation there, because again, when you're seeing this Smokes player just put in the amount of work that he has, it has just been so wholeheartedly impressive. Like this Asher that we saw last map, Emily, was just, I couldn't believe it. Like you're not allowed to get that many kills on a Smokes.
No, this guy makes me so excited because he is kind of like the Astra GOAT of challengers right now. He's so quick with his utility for not only himself, but for his team. He's a self-sufficient anchor on defense, using his utility to kind of delay, Smokes dropping on site to kind of play around. And his aim is on point too. Like he is such a strong anchor. It's kind of scary going into his site.
Yeah, and he's the kind of player that can balance the util usage in the astral form with actually getting active with his gun so well. And I feel like we're headed into this kind of Astra heavy meta where we're seeing a lot of Astra come out, and to have a player like Note can give you really good util, perfectly timed a lot of the times, and kind of have a lot of that Astra tech already on deck. I feel like it makes things so much easier in that transition and kind of puts you ahead of the pack when it comes to that meta shift.
And I don't know about you guys, but going up against a good Astra player is one of the most terrifying things. And like a godlike Astra player, I don't know. Good luck, YFP, on the day. But hey, maybe they don't need luck, because looking at this YFP roster themselves, they definitely have some heavy hitters. I mean, even if maybe you're just like, no, but I'm looking for my T1 names, etc., maybe you're going to disrespect them. Emily, you should not at any day of the week disrespect this roster.
No, this is such a solid roster that I feel like we've been seeing kind of improve upon different aspects every single week. And I really like the kind of game plans that they have going into like every map that I've seen so far. And in my head, this team also could have been a 3-0 team, Right. When we saw them go against Evil Geniuses, they dominated that first map. I think it was like 13-4, 13-5. And then taking them into 2 overtimes, like they easily could have made that a 3-0.
Yeah, this team, they had such a close series versus Evil Geniuses Academy that honestly that game could have gone either direction. But for me, what I like about this team is they have such a nice mixture of team chem, and they have so much solo takeover potential as well between Ferbsa, between Nabil, between Jack, even the IGL Darkest, who can put in work himself. And I feel like their team identity is built on this like hard work and camaraderie, where they talk a lot about how hard they're working and outside and inside the server, and kind of the friendship that they have, and kind of how they keep the vibes up and they uplift each other. And I feel like that sort of camaraderie is honestly a huge buff. And I know a lot of teams say they have it, but only some teams really have it.
I really like this roster too, because not only that, but being able to see these players that we're not quite familiar with in challengers up until this point, and seeing how they've shined has been so refreshing. And I want to talk about Jack for that, because this is a name that we're only getting in challengers as of this season. This is the first stage, but already, Emily, putting in this impact that, yeah, forcing us to talk about him. Like, he has been putting up numbers.
Yeah, I mean, when YFP don't run that double duelist comp that we've been kind of seeing a lot of all these other teams, Jack has stepped up and been that that second entry for them. And he's not afraid to fight or trade and go for those kills or even anchoring on site solo out on the initiator role. He's just such a super confident player. And it is kind of scary, like how willing he is to fight.
Yeah, and he's the type of dude that's going to be alive towards the end, and he's going to clutch so reliably for his team. We saw so many clutches from him already. I'm excited to see some more. And he's also the kind of player that's Odin abusing, and he's kind of using all these like zoomer weapons where like you're taking advantage of what Valorant offers, right? You have the Odin spams, you have the judges, you have all these things happening, and you also have the support util, and then whenever your team needs you to clutch, he's there. That's a gift.
The Zoomers, they're taking over. They're taking challengers
No, the
over.
game we love.
What happened to the game we love? I feel like Wyatt right now. I mean, moving on, again, two criminally underrated rosters here, and I want to talk about maybe two of the most criminally underrated duelists that we have here in Challengers, and talk about this head-to-head between Furbza and Smoke, because Furbza, you want, like, wow, I don't even know where to start with that. Smoke has also been putting up numbers, but to Furbza to just be like clearing like that much, like Roy, like come on.
Okay, also I would like to say something on Smoke's defense. I know his stats look like he's overshadowed gigantically here, but I think one of the matches that they played isn't actually recorded statistically because I think they had to remake or the servers or some stuff. So I think his stats look a lot lower than they are, but in real time, in reality, he's actually a really strong player that's been consistently performing for this roster. And I think Furbza is obviously, he's kind of that, I mean, he's proving himself why he belongs here, and kind of, he's, for the people that forgot about him, maybe he's reminding us that he's back in the server, he's back in business. This player is scary when he's feeling it, when the vibes are up. He's the person that's going to take over the game very easily.
Yeah, and then when you look at Furbza, like the Waylay 5 times, and he's actually like a really good, if not one of the better Waylays that we've seen in Challengers so far. He's not just kind of like setting up his team by using his dash for info or like dropping his concuss to kind of help his team kind of get those picks. No, you will see him literally hit someone with his concuss and still push into sight, take space and take fights. Like he's so aggressive and self-sufficient on the Waylay, which I feel like a lot of the times you don't see as often as a Waylay that kind of, you know, goes in for info, stuns someone, team follows up. He's just right there taking every single fight as well.
And for Smoke, you know, missing a week one, you know, that's okay. Now, this is where we can see him pop off in what is such an exciting duelist head-to-head. But looking ahead at this series, again, two teams that, ooh, I really don't know which way this is going to go. I think a lot of it's going to come down to our map picks and bans. And who was that made a little clicking sound? Who seems like they're
Ooh, that was me.
Roy,
that was me. Yes.
All right, thoughts?
My thoughts are this. I'm loving the Pearl pick by QOR. I think that's a really good map for them. We saw what they've done against M80. They looked so good, and I feel like a lot of their results are very recreatable, so they're probably feeling extremely confident on this map. Whereas for YFP, if you're looking on their kind of side, they're 0-1 on the map. Yes, they did go OT against Evil Genius's Academy, but I think they kind of know what they're up against. They kind of have an idea of what they're doing, and I think the game planning with Flya and kind of the execution that they're going to have should be pretty good for them here on this first map.
All right, then going forward in the series, we get a Bind picked up on YFP, Breeze as the decider if we get there. Emily, how are we feeling about this map pool?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like Roy touched on, I think Pearl will be kind of that very push and pull map to kind of see which team has the strongest kind of macro. Whereas Bind and Breeze, it can get a lot more brawly. Like it will be coming down to like who has the most firepower, who's able to get the better trades, you know, and who can actually create that space within the sites that are honestly pretty hard to kind of hold. You have to play it in such a certain way. And I think with this map pool, you'll kind of see the best of both worlds.
Oh, I love that. A little Hannah Montana up in here. Okay, I'm with it. I'm with it. Last but not least, before we get started with the series, we have to get to the very serious business, which is our official predictions. And Emily, welcome to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, I what can I say? I like the roster from QOR. You know, I've played with Flya before in like a Ludwig event at some point. Yeah, it was streamed on YouTube. It was like some Ludwig event, and he carried me. He was the GOAT. And I think his comms are great. I think his utility, especially on the Sova, is great. I'm excited. I like all these players.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised. Okay, I'm not that surprised, but I'm a little surprised to see a more majority for YFP considering QOR's performance against M80 recently. I know why I picked YFP, okay? I'm not sure why everyone else is on YFP, considering the recent results. But for me, I think YFP is a really good overall team. I think they have a lot of low-key experience, and I feel like their comms, their ability to execute game plans, and kind of their ability to go off script while handling those kind of situations, it puts them in a really good spot to contend this game.
I mean, we'll question Chio and Jaws as to their pick after our agent select, as we're almost ready to head into our map here. But going into Pearl, I mean, we had highlighted note on that Astra and just absolutely insane. But I mean, Emily, thoughts on our comps going into this? I feel like it's going to be a fun one.
Oh, no, I think it will. I think on the side of QOR, you know, you have that double duelist. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of exec-y kind of fast takes, whether it's just straight up execs or maybe splits. I think there's a lot of opportunity for your Waylay duo. And on the side of YFP, I honestly do really like the double initiator pick here. I like using that KO knife to kind of stop all of that Sova utility. I'm expecting to see maybe them pull out an op because, you know, Sova, if you're Knife, you can't really clear that out. And also with Fade, you can get so much info and fight up with your dogs. I think it's a great comp. This will be a good matchup.
And Darkus is one of the best KOs in this league. I will say that confidently. I think his ability to get a lot of value from this pick is huge. So expect a lot of those cross-map knives to re-clear a main, to regain territory, to kind of deny the time window for core to make their jump with this double duelist setup. So expect a lot of push and pull on the map control. And when it comes down to those site hits, keep your eyes on Kumi and Smoke to take over those sites rapidly with their explosive composition.
Two great teams. It's time to get this one started onto Pearl. I cannot wait to get started, so we're just going to go right to it and head on over to Jaws and Child to take you through and answer Roy's hard-hitting questions.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, look, I went YFP. It's a little caster bias because I cast them previously. So yeah, that's why I went full send on the YFP prediction. Although with Sierra winning the first pred of the day, I think maybe I should flip over and go with QOR. I mean, Shia, how are you feeling?
You never pred the same thing twice, man. That's all it is. I doubted YFP last time. They showed me who was boss. I'm with the YFP nation this time around. Also, for me, look at Phoenix. When I saw Furbza play, that's what my POV was. I was just absolutely, going crazy about the Furbza factor. Furbza is just such a good player, takes over games, and the fact that we even see Darkest on KO up in Pearl, again, it makes me even more confident looking at YFP because these guys, and Darkest specifically, as Roy was pointing out, such good utility usage. I think it's one of the best agents on the patch. Not enough teams are utilizing him, and when I see him picked, I'm like, wow, might just be a free win.
Well, they're already heavy on the A main push here, but there's 4 players from YFP already stacked up. I mean, this is going to be tough side to hit regardless. I mean, still got to roll through the Astra util. Double dash in. Oh, a couple of swing and miss there with the shorty, but it's all good. Still a little bit of damage at the very least. Sheriff goes a little bit wide as well. But Furbza alive, recalls away. The shock dart, though, chases him down. And now Nabil's in a 1v2.
Nabil's done some special stuff as well when it comes to clutches or good lurks on this roster. Thing is, he's going to get sifted out right now. Doesn't look like it. Timing on flank might be the worst thing about this, but in a position to play off your teammate. I'm liking that adjustment from Core.
Yeah, Flyer behind Plant right now. There's one headshot, looking for the second. Flyer doesn't quite manage to execute Nabil. A low swing. Playing time's going to be perfect here for Flyer. Jumps on top of the wall. Is going to be out to Nabil's head. The flick upwards good, though. Nabil with the clutch. And YFP with pistol.
What an option as well. I feel like everybody 9 out of 10 times brings the turret out. The enemies are waiting for it as a sign to swing because you know your gun's down. Nabil, ice cold, not a lick of damage. Holds through that Sheriff. 1 magazine, 2 kills. We're ready to win that round. Huge for the side of YFP. And they've got that diva bag of people that have the X factor, right? I mean, these are your favorite players in the business. There's a story behind every single one of them, and they play in these clutches the best way possible. They'll go for all their outs, and they will be very confident in the path they choose. That'll be troublesome for Core to deal with, but Core, so consistent, as the desk mentioned. Yes, it's going to be on an eco this time, but Pearl's their baby. We can see them hopefully rock it over as they get the rifles up.
See if Kumi wants to go for the double dash again. A bit more dangerous this time with the weaponry in the hands of YFP. Happy with just an orb take.
I got the spike.
Thing too with these rosters we were talking about with the agent select up in the business, double duelist dive versus a KO, man, it's tough. Even on ecos, you have to be very careful. If the KO is in the right spot at the right time, gets that knife locked down, you are just in trouble. Sometimes the way they force to recall, Kubi, I hope, as reaction times faster than at least half a second. I think every pro should at this level. If I'm playing on the server, it might be too slow, but it can really just throw a wrench into everything. Right now, exploration around the map, they will be ending things on A.
Yeah. Looks like there was a little bit of farming happening there from Flyer. Just wanted to grab both orbs. Couple of shots towards B trying to kill the alarm bot, but they're not really bothered about that at all. Stallion ends up finding one. The bomb's been planted. Oh, the dash from Gumi. Tried to go for the backstab with the shorty, but didn't end up working out. Moose creeping around. Dog doesn't spot him, but the defuser's coming in. Only a pistol in hand. The Bucky doesn't end up winning that fight, though, sadly. So Moose at least got a small weapon in their back pocket as the defuse comes in. No shot anybody's going to challenge him, though, as YFP get another.
Some damage done to Ferbza, but things are going to be fine. Approach between these two teams will be scrappy to start things off. I think both these rosters are very akin to fighting and taking space, taking just names for themselves first. Very proactive players and comps, honestly, on both sides. Emily was talking about Flya and his prowess as just, you know, regular aimer. When you come into the control he can have of a team and of a map as well, you got to be careful. You give him even a second to download you, you are in trouble. Just individually, though, not even like mid-round calling. The guy's nuts. Look at the rest of the roster, too, on the side of YFP. We saw them do a bit of special things on broadcast. Ferbza and Stallion, the duo, when they're last alive, look so good. You can't count anyone out on either side.
Denying this orb take of YFP now. Flyer one away from the Hunter's Fury. So Jack is just going to steal it away. Flyer a little bit pissed about that, so sends in a shock dart.
Watching here.
I'm liking the exploration here from YFP, though. Check it out, Jack. All the way down,
He's
B long.
vibing. They're ready for it too. They know something cheeky's going on. Kumi ends up going down. Swift headshot from Ferbza. Takes one, dashes away, gets away for free. Sadly, though, doesn't end up picking up the gun. Flew a little bit too far away as they drone in.
That exploration leads to a little bit of a flank. The turret's not going to be able to see things in time. At the same time, Cage is straight through art. Yeah.
There's still an alarm bot, though, so they should be discovered, that being YFP's flank players right now.
30
the rest of them backside, one in secret. Ferbza trying to look through the small gap in the smoke, and he gets taken out. Note with a kill. Get backing off. Got the plant down. Now they just need to play time.
Good round for a second. Gravity's there to be able to just pull people right off the spike. They might actually be using the ult as well. Yeah, locking it in. Round 3, you may as well use it. Flip the eco as fast as possible. That's what we'll try to do.
Yeah,
Smoke's still up though. Darkest, he's on it.
They're killing one. Darkest is still on it. Someone's going to try and challenge. They might have just done it all through the smoke. Flyer kills Darkest. That was like half a second away from being completed there. That could have been a round. Unfortunate timing for YFP, but QOR, they get one for themselves.
Thing is, the closer it gets, the more expensive it is overall. So, got to be careful there for the side of QOR. Core Gaming up in the business. Got to be able to translate some of these round wins into even more after the fact. The approach to Pearl so far has been interesting. Lots of A-heavy presence, conditioning the rest of the team on YFP to do something about it. As soon as that B activates, going to be a little bit of a troublesome situation for YFP if they're not ready, but they're not even going heavy into that A side in terms of exploring it that much. One Prowler tells them everything they need to know. Still an A angle from Art, but they've got a turret, they've got a Molotov, or the Nanoswarm, should I say, to block things off. A shot as well from the Beal. That's nice.
Yeah, swinging off that drone contact. Smoke's in Art right now. Same with Moose. They end up taking down the turret. The Nanoswarm gets set off so they don't immediately just dive on that corner. They're hitting A again. There's a Nanoswarm on default currently. Jack ends up getting smoked off. Doesn't want to get spammed through. A little bit of damage, but that's about it. Nabil still holding down the fort, though. As a swing comes through from Darkest 2. Traded, but the spike has gone down. So going to need to repick that up. Not exactly in no man's land, but it looks like Note wants to go a little bit exploring, wants to swing secret, but there's 2 players there, so it's going to be tough to actually capitalize on this. They got 40 seconds, Shio. There is time, but there aren't players. Stallion with the kill onto Moose, and there's the C's. Note needs to look somewhere, but unfortunately, he's looking straight at the ground now. Jack with a nice swing. Note down. YFP with 3.
Very patient from their side, letting Core do the damage almost to themselves, right? Core's been using a lot of utility to get in. It's very telling, A, and then B, they have nothing to actually solve the dugout problem, nothing to actually reveal what secrets lie inside Flowers, right? And that's the places that YFP are playing, just holding things down. It's a very smart adjustment. As a result, Core understand what the approach looks like onto that A site. Maybe time to explore B, see what the rest of the map holds. Then 4-1, 5-1, whatever it is, timeout, adjust, attack better. This time, yes, we are looking at the B side. The Beal's in the business. There's no scope there, but it's actually hiding Herbsa's intentions of being up top over the smoke and actually landing the shot.
Stallion with a little peek, sees 2, backs out. Yeah, they don't want to any of B now. There's naught, but the fucking AWP ends up running all the way to A. That was almost a really nice kill onto the secret player there, but unfortunate stuff. 2-on-5 now. Shio, 2 sheriffs.
They lock it down. Ferbza, he's everywhere. Started off on B, up on the boxes. Landed a shot all the way back into A immediately. Understands that sometimes the best thing to do on an eco is run away from the op. And that's a really good option from him. Past that, Nabil has been looking so good to start things off. And supported as well, yeah.
You didn't mean
It's been huge so far. Look at the ultimates racking up on YFP as well.
Nice.
As Nabil gets that kill, one kill closer to lockdown. Ferbs has got the pads. Stallion's there with the wall. That'd be a bonus here for Jack
Hey,
too.
read this like a book. My goodness.
It's crazy, Jack. Check this out. So many people close to ultimate on YFP. Even if you call a timeout on Core, even if you have a perfect round called, they just press the X button. They just say you are not allowed to walk in.
Yeah, really a tough spot.
Yeah.
They've got the wall, I suppose. But yeah, there's just so much on the side of YFP. It just feels overwhelming. I mean, Stallion can also pop a wall down if they want to, kind of thing.
Oh, it's
we'll
actually
see where they
insane.
end up going from here. Op, Ferbsa, B long, solo right now. There's a 4-player stack on A for YFP. Really reading into this push. And with Ferbsa taking an aggressive line too. Maybe an alley push instead. The alarm bot goes down.
Oh, they got to be careful here, though, Jack. The biggest thing is, no matter where they go, that lockdown will follow. Right now, Nabil is locked into that A site. We'll let them come in. That lockdown can be just put in from that pit side if he wants to. At the same time, they go to the B side. Lockdown can be there very late, and you're forced to get all the way into B long, where, look, that's exactly where Ferbza is. Chilling, conversion paths combination. Although Core have all this space, they can do nothing with it. This is such an awkward situation. They're trying to find anything, but YFP is giving them absolutely nothing. This wall, it's cool. Let's see what the site, but they can't just lock it down.
Yeah, they're just going to chill. Yeah, Nabil's like, yeah, okay, sounds good to me. In fact, we're going to make a read. Maybe you don't wander to A. Maybe you wander to B, but it looks like a quick re-engage here. A nice little opening kill onto Note, but there's the lockdown you were talking about. Spike has been planted with, A main. Yeah, we've got a player posted there. Stallion almost whiffs that shot onto Flyer, but now you're going to have to run straight into him. Here's the swing. Smoke, you want to test him? Stallion's just standing up to the test here. Smoke takes a little bit of damage through the box. Flash through Art. Stallion picks up that kill. So now the site is YFP's. Moose is going to have to do some heroics here. Ends up getting one, but the dash over the top. He wouldn't have had a chance even if he picked up that kill. And there's the defuse from Ferbsa.
Getting an idea that I think Waylay, the dash, should be able to do some damage because that was so fast.
Mario like Goomba stomped him on his head. So, like...
It should be a spike like from wrestling, man. You should do like 50 damage if you direct hit somebody on that second one, especially going from velocity so high up. But I'm liking that take from YFP. I'm liking the way they just control the map as well. They didn't just play scared and way far back waiting for ultimate. Stallion took space A main. You had Ferbza taking space all the way down B long. And still, everybody was there on time for the retake because of the threat of Nabil just denied the time for the plant. I mean, they've got every finger activated right now, 10 toes down on this map, a complete lock on the situation. And even on this complete B rush, all 5 rifles are here, man. All 4 rifles, yeah. It's insane. Pop flash. They peek
Pop
first.
flash round the corner. They're going to peek, and Stallion with 3. Make that 4, almost 5. Nabil steals the ace, but it is a YFP almost sweep. Darkest, the only one to go down. They read him so hard there. 5 players stacked, like you said. We're just going to post Ferbs up on A with the op. He can take space. And wow, that was just destruction.
Dude, look at the actual round score right now as well. Just the overall timeline is what it is, looking for the word. The Fuse is in there. Like, Core's done different things to get on the site. They've been taken out on equals before they even reached the spike down on the site as well. Like, YFP have won in every different single way. Core now strapped up to an eco. The question is, do you use ultimates to supplement your lack of firepower? That's kind of what YFP want. They don't want a round where you have rifles and you get the dimensional drift. Rifles and you have Hunter's Fury for the post plant. They want you to use it right now. Lineups for Moose. There's still some players on the site. YFP, especially Ferbza, has a say on this, how this round starts.
Oh, sees the drone. He'll probably peek the smoke. Wow, Note with the kill through smoke. Just the Sheriff headshot like that. All right, well, there's the op out of the equation. They still got to solve this problem. With this KO ult, it's going to be a tough go of it now. A lot of players revealed too, so it's going to prompt at least one player to rotate, and that's Nabil.
Up out of the equation for now, but it's not really crossed the equal sign to the other side. It's still on the ground. It's an option to be able to pick up for the side of Core. They can scale with it as well. And yeah, Smoke has it. He's picked it up and he might scoop it all the way out. Convergence comes in. The combo's here.
Yeah, the combo's coming in. Darkest does end up getting stunned up a little bit. But they've made their way onto the site, and that's what's important. Darkest got to check, though, this corner. They're pushing it quite heavily, but it's all good. Nope. Ends up just flopping over like a fish out of water. Smoke falls down. Here comes the wall. 2 players backside, and they've already dealt with a player in main. Trivial round. 4K for Darkest. They get the ult back. They get the defuse, and they make it 7.
Yeah, when it comes to having that op, it's not going to be able to fight all 3 people at the same time. So a bit of a tough situation for Core. At the same time, I like the scaling. I like the idea of Smoke taking that operator and pushing it all the way to backside. Maybe you run that with a fake, but I'm, operating in hindsight with my boy Harry. It's not going to go as well for these guys when they just don't have guns. That being said, Jack, when it comes to YFP's approach on this map, again, using ults against eco rounds, usually a good time, especially when you're in the lead, to keep supplementing that lead. You can build that ult all the way back up. Stallion will start to. Darkest just use the ultimate, the null command. Last round is rocking it again. No timeout on the other side, which is surprising for me because we're 7-1 right now. Core's confident in their approach.
That's a super deep push. See Smoke gets the kill. Backs all the way up. Can't even do anything. So you're just going to walk away. That is just a free kill. And, well, now their Waylay is playing all the way back. Kumi, nowhere to be seen. And what's Ferbs going to do? Well, rotate to another site. See the op one side? Well, let's just go to the other. That's exactly what they're attempting to. And even Flyer, 7 HP, bro. Like, spammed.
That's just aura. Getting double scanned by the dart. No one's breaking it.
Yeah.
And you're just holding the door angle. I mean, YFP have a vice grip on this map.
Reading it super well, too. 2 players looking through art. And A main is going to get pushed by Core, but yeah, have to drone it out. Have to use this util because you know how far they push the extremities.
They play so well off Nabil, by the way, too. That turret is watching all of lane. They've got an alarm bot for all of B. So even if these guys take link, it doesn't matter. Aren't taken, it doesn't matter. You have a 4-stack here waiting for things to happen. Ferbza has the line cross. He's looking for it. Use your smoke super early.
30 seconds to go. 2 people from the smoke. They do end up just lasering down Kumi. And this is not close right now, Shio. An 8-1. I mean, YFP, their rotations and ability to play off Nabil's util, like you said, is just crazy.
Yeah,
they're
and the way
always
they play off
ready
each other, too.
for the push, ready for the crunch. It's insane. And there's the timeout from QOR.
QOR will lock it in. They understand now that something needs to change. The coach will tap in and say, listen, they're playing a far line back towards the spawn. You are manipulating rotations a little bit, but we need to take down some of the stuff when it comes to Nabil's turret. We need to explore things like art first and then leave, go somewhere else. That B hit on the eco, I like that. You know, they took a lot of space. They got a lot of rotations. Nobody could shift back because of the economy. We'll see if that changes. But right now they have some tools to use as well. Moose's lockdown, Flyers Hunter's Fury. You're not going to be able to break the lockdown because there's nothing on the other side to stop it on the side of YFP, right? Usually there's a Sova in the business. Not this time. Usually there's a Tejo sometimes with an ultimate. Not this time. So QOR have like one free round here to get momentum back on their side.
See if it's going to work out. Looks like an A potential here, but yeah. There's just so much available. The bank is so plentiful as well from YFP. Even if they do end up going down this round, it's fine. They can buy for the next couple. You're good. Ferbster is definitely taking an aggressive angle again. Yep, and it's just going to be an A here. It looks like just straight up. All 5 players just stacking.
They'll push for it. What's available right now, there's delay. The star over here, Smoke will skill slowly because he's scared of a stun or a recall. Nothing going to happen yet. Second Smoke actually comes in. There's a nanostorm available on site.
They heard that dart as well, so it's going to be a quick rotation from Nabil. They're already on site, though. A little bit quicker than the rotation from YFP can actually manage. Looks like it's going to be a Horn. They're revealing a couple of players, but Jack, nope, already got a kill. They trade for Darkest, though, so it's a 1-for-1. Remember, the gun disadvantage here from QOR cannot be understated. Gonna try and make a swing onto the AWP. Oh, they do as well. That Sheriff is it's their worst nightmare at the moment, but it's all good because Jack is gonna clutch it out. Still Flyer with a weapon. He's gonna pick up a Phantom. They might be able to double swing this. Flyer does get one, but dashing straight over the hedge. The recall just draws the eyes away from Nabil, and Nabil cleans up the rest. Ferbster, Nabil, dynamic duo.
It's just looking so good. And Ferbster has that ability to be able to play off of whoever's last alive in the best possible way. Because we're not using dash anymore to get up top on a box on B for Pearl, like there's the site's completely changed in the re-edition to Pearl in the pool. You get to save that dash for retakes, and it looks so good. Jack as well, getting the scan, getting a few picks. I mean, look at it. It's so Timatino. Nice. He's back in tier 2, Jack. It's crazy. It's wild.
Just making everybody look everywhere all at once.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you need eyes in the back of your head and the top of your head to actually make it work with Waylay.
Hey, remember though, we saw some 10-2s earlier in the day. We saw some big comebacks happening.
Yeah, true. Dude, he spit. 10-2s, it can happen. It can happen. Do they have the same gumption though? That is the question. This knife's gonna reveal a whole bunch. Oh, maybe not. Only hit one. Thought it hit at least another. Oh, there's the lockdown. Nade's gonna come in, delay for a little bit. I'm not sure. It's tucked heavy in the corner. No, it didn't end up breaking it. But here comes the wall. The spam. I mean, yep, unfortunately. You can just pop flash through this, though. That might be the play for Darkest here. Molly backside. There's the pop flash. Swing. But no. Note was waiting for not only Darkest, but for Jack and Ferbster as well. Stallion is going to get the spam kill, actually, from Seeker through onto default. Another one, too, from Nabil as he swings. But in art, lurking, waiting was Kumi. And now it is Stallion versus 3. Moose, Kumi, Smoke pretty low, but they do end up flashing out onto the side, but don't really have a clue. Not 100% sure where Stallion is. The spike is going to get planted here, but a quick shoulder peek there from Stallion does find the kill onto Smoke. Time's a ticking. 30 seconds, a lot to play for, but 2 players swinging as Stallion chunks down 1, but Moose a better shot. Stallion falls, the spike gets planted, and QOR for 2 now.
High horsepower for Stallion, though, man. That was an insane play, just moving around the site, delaying time as much as possible. A bit more of a peek on the right side towards that first, or I guess the second spike kill. I think it was the Yoru player planting on the attack side. So tough for these guys, so close overall as well to getting that clutch down, making it a 1v1. Yeah, it was Smoke. And if you just saw the Church player as well, that could have been so close.
The vision.
Yeah.
I saw the vision. It really did feel like it.
What's the consequence, right? Yes, QOR get a round up. It's still 9-2.
Could be 10-2. Is today just 10-2 day? Is that it?
10-2 day. Yeah.
I mean, bro, it's crazy.
Petition to rename Thursday. 10-2 day.
10-2 day. Oh, they're going for a big split. Bombs on the other side of the map right
almost,
now.
Right? Yeah. Like,
yeah,
this is not going to be real. We can TP off. Yoru's with him. Waylay goes all the way far back to pillar. Yoru's gone. It's time to go away. Let's test YFP's.
They sense it though, Shio. Look at this.
They're back.
They're already back. Double Stars coming in. They feel it. Should be a fairly quick rotation from Purpser too. Yeah, he's also on his way back. Haunt, Spike is going down. Haunt destroyed. No, he's going to get spammed. Spammed through the wall again. That's the second time Stallion has got that kill on the planting player through that wall. Drone's going to come in, reveal him, but that's it.
Nabil's watching the sewer lurk as well. They're hyper aware of everything. Going to be a pull on the site too. Stallion is still spamming this one down. The double crossfire with a spawn push. This is perfect from YFP.
Okay. Sometimes you give it, but sometimes you have to take it too. Okay, yeah. Stallion eventually goes down through the spam. Drone gets stunned a little bit there, but all good. 2 players playing on the site right now with the spike kicking. Kumi, Smoke, just absolutely destroyed. It's a 10-2 day. YFP 10-2 on the half.
I love to see it. They're cooking, and I feel like this is not going to be the same 10-2 we saw before. Look what they have left in the half, by the way. Darkest ultimate. They haven't even locked down at the same time. They were playing so well. They had leftovers to use if the half went even longer. I mean, YFP's dominance on this side cannot be mistaken for anything else than just absolutely prepped practice, an approach to Pearl that's just the most cohesive we've seen across the board so far inside the VCL. I want to see what the attack side looks like. We don't even get to see a rifle around here, Jaws. It might just be pistol into anti-eco into mega bonus.
Well, Binder was picked by YFP as well, so, you know, there's that. Pretty scary affair when you lose the map that you pick and then you run onto the map that you didn't, and you're already going to go down like this. YFP 10-2 at the half, and like you said, there might not even be a rifle round. A very heavy presence from YFP already. Nabil takes a little bit of damage for that shock, but they're ready for it.
First, I was ready to go there in case there was anybody waiting, trying to get that fight. Doesn't happen. Flyer, though, cheeky angle, doesn't find much.
Nah, actually takes a bit of damage. Well, there's the dash in onto the sites. No Killjoy utility to be found here, but a nice reveal is going to result in Nabil going down. They trade it very quickly, though, as Ferbster pushes all the way to backside. 2 players going low. You see how much damage that right click did to 2 players? That was insane. 22 HP remaining on the Astra. Knife is going to get deployed there towards Art as YFP. They're surrounding them. I mean, this isn't really fair, but luckily, Noted comes out, clutches the round with 3 kills, and that's going to be a defuse.
Noted up in the business. Again, one of looking good to give QOR a chance at having just a voice inside this game. The biggest and the best stuff we saw so far on that attack side was some of the fakes that were thrown, some of the util that was being used to scale. The issue was once they actually hit site, it was tough to fight past it. So if they're not fighting extremities, if they're looking for retake, QOR should still be in this fight. The only issue is YFP have invested 10 rounds of wins into this game already. QOR's gonna have to play perfectly as a result as well. The reads are gonna have to be on point just like YFP's were from round to round, and YFP can actually manipulate that. There's more pressure on QOR now to play so well.
Notes look really good right now. All right, well, a little dash to lane. They do take control of it. Shorty as well. Don't want to run into Ferbster at all. Stars coming down. Still, Killjoy utility they're going to have to get through. Moose waiting around this corner as YFP already making a full swing. Again, Ferbster more than happy to put their body on the line. Shorty, yeah, can't quite reach that range, unfortunately. Note still in at the back lines, and just going to hard swing that one. 4 kills for Note.
And the enemy was
Those kind of ranking up in this one on this side. It's looking kind of nice. Yes, a little bit of an anti-eco, but one of the best players to get kills on this SAF, because when it comes to Cosmic Divide, it's one of the ultimates that just translates, you know, a 1 ult use into a 1-round win. It's so good at getting you on the site once you have that initial space, and it changes the rules of the game. A lot of the time you want to save one Yoru flash for the actual execute. You want to save one nanoswarm for, the actual post plant. But when it comes to having Cosmic Divide, you can cheat all your util early and, to use it to take that space, then just have the divide for the actual retake and just use that ability. So right now, lots of investment for the side of QOR.
That was cheeky. A little too cheeky, I think. Oh, no. The smoke. It's okay. All good. Reinforcements may be coming in. No, kind of deciding. I'm looking at the mini-map and I'm like, okay, no, it's like, okay, back and forth. But no, they know people are there. Oh, double shot doesn't connect though, but that Guardian headshot from Ferbster does. Now, no trying to lock things down, but YFP have just dipped.
And they're gone. All the way over to the other side. We talked about their defense. The rotations were so good. I mean, it took QOR like, what, 10 rounds to get to this point where they were running fakes. Now YFP on the third round of the half are already looking to go somewhere else, avoiding any of the damage from the bonus on these sightlines even more.
Oh, they gotta go.
Yeah.
They're giving them time, Show. They're creeping up A main right now. I mean,
it's okay. It's okay. They want to make sure there's no mistakes happening over here. Get the spike onto the right person. You have a nanoswarm to deal with still. Clear everything. When you have numbers, you don't want to make any mistakes.
Spike planted.
Spike planted. There you go. Recalled back.
5-man main with pull. Come on, guys.
Whoa. Dodged. Okay. That's
Dude,
taking a little bit too much damage.
Absolutely nothing that QOR can do on this retake.
I mean,
every single person's in main.
Oh, come on. Oh, Moose gets one. Yeah, there's just no way. That's got to be against the Geneva Convention or something, man. So much util and everybody's stacked up like that. That's YFP with 11.
I mean, a good 11 as well. Again, complete control. Looks like an almost tier gap between these teams when it comes to the approach on Pearl. And as you mentioned, the most surprising thing, this was QOR's pick. I'm wondering what the thought process is here in approaching this map. Maybe they weren't ready for YFP not to fight them. Maybe they were used to just fighting a little bit heavier on this map in general. The last time QOR played, it was again the likes of Alvin Boy, Derek, Bonnie, Paint, and Guimond on that roster that's running an M80. I'm wondering if they were fighting for extremes a bit more and things were going better for QOR in general, if the map's pacing was so different. But dude, YFP runs such a tight ship here. It's tough to get any reads on them.
Yeah, they do. They trade that one in the smoke after the saturate hit. Flyer, yeah,
wow.
He's just gonna get spammed there. They kind of knew that they were still in the smoke. Stallion does get plant, but here come the reinforcements. Wall is gonna come through though, and oh, Darkest just gets flicked through the wall. Okay, not great. Rather painful, it must be said. Molly on the site, and yep, it's going to be QOR just waiting and actually using a wall divide of their own, but YFP are already through. A nice little flash actually stops them from all just dipping in because they have to just escape real quick. No ends up picking up a kill on Nabil, and now Stallion versus 2. Smoke, 8 HP, a couple of shields, gets half on the spike, and that'll do. Smoke gets the kill with Stallion going for the trade, but it is QOR's round.
They're bleeding though. 4 people down. Economy looking absolutely tragico. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for QOR to take themselves out of, Jaws.
Yeah, that was a nice kill initially, but dying like this just through the wall, you lose your KO. It's a real rough spot to be in, but I like the counter wall. It was good. YFP tried to like kind of explode through it, but they got flash, so had to like, okay, we go through flash. Okay, now we have to back out. So all that kind of space or proactive space that they tried to take just got completely denied.
That's the thing too, right? It took the wall to have a better chance at winning that one. Granted that, you know, YFP used their own as well, but YFP can kind of afford to go for these ultimates. Every single one gets them closer to a round win overall. QOR has to be very kind of selective of what they choose to use. Is that a double saturate almost? Doesn't matter.
A beautiful
Coverage.
saturate. QOR is just gonna just clean this one up. They trade 2 for 1 with Fly going down. Still though, they're in A right now. They've kind of swindled their way past all this utility by just going art side. Stallion is so low though. Oh, surely you can see Stallion's back. Maybe just a hair, maybe a pixel, but Stallion does end up surviving.
Smokes uses only flash to get through as a fake or something, maybe to get some info for people spraying. Gonna be tough here.
Nice kill. Now they know everybody's kind of backside. Swarm grenade pop. Smoke on the wall is going to get spotted by the turret. Another molly coming in. And even the pull as well. Oh, and Moose tries to challenge Nabil, but it's not going to happen. YFP looking like they're going to get the 12. Stinger in the smoke, and there it is. 12 for YFP. Map point.
Match point.
Or match point. Not quite map point yet. Don't want to get ahead of myself.
Things are looking good for YFP. All across the board so far, attack and defense, it's global domination when it comes to this team. It's looked so good. Timeout might be called here from the side of QOR as well. I think if I remember if they even have one, the game's just been so action-packed. No, we're still locked in. We're ready to go. That's why it's called art, I guess, by the way.
Definitely why.
Definitely why. We keep it rocking, though. This time, a hit again. And there's 3 on the side of QOR. The read is good. The eco's a bit bad. Ferbs ready with the outlaw that kind of just gets a super bonus buff in this round. On the other side of things, lots of half armors. Kumi, actually, the one that has the shotgun, the Bucky, is the only one that can actually take hits from that outlaw. 2 of them at least. Going close here. That's what Smoke wants to play for. Going to be in trouble in just a second.
Just jiggle beacon. Oh, sees the barrel. Yeah, but so do they. A quick teleport away. Kumi's going to go out too. Double shotgun on A right now. Still want to challenge it, but like you said, Kumi, the only one that can really stand up to the Marshal, but the range is just such a disadvantage. And oh, Smoke's hand blown clean off. Kumi might want to just go in on this one. Hunter's Fury used from QOR to stop the aggression in A. But they're still hanging around. They're just going to wait for this Smoke to disappear. They know he's got a shotgun. Let's chill. Don't want to give anything away. Oh, no.
30 seconds left.
Well, only time will tell, and we've got 30 seconds left, Shire.
We'll pop the ult to go for it now. Ferbs are going to skip Kumi here, but back in the second, it's a whiff!
The body shot! It's a whiff. And now it's a 2-on-5 to try and save the map.
Spike planted.
Well, KOR used at least. And there's a rifle for Moose, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's 5 players.
Gonna be more stuff for the moment.
Oh, Note, I will say the Sheriff on Note looking kind of clean. Moose in secret, but unfortunately, Note head rip clean off. Now Moose all alone and down. And that is YFP. We're kind of a shutout game. 13-5 in map 1.
If you're watching since the start of the day, that is the fastest one we've seen so far. People were hyped for the series and closest, but we got what was glory from the side of YFP. What a shutout. What a way to start things off. Not even on your own map pick. Only one time both these teams have played Pearl. But clearly, I think this might just be YF Pearl instead of YFP. These guys looked so good.
Yes, yes. Map number 2 is their pick as well. I mean, man, that was, like you said, not even close compared to what we've had. We've had a couple of 10-2s. That first series was a banger, but that map just kind of rolled through, and it was like, okay, cool, that was just a map of Valorant. Like, that happened. 13-5. There were a couple of rounds there where Court and like Note, for example, was kind of popping, but it just didn't really pick up any steam, and it was just YFP running away with it. And now we go to the second one. Surely there is something that they can bring out different here. We'll have to wait and find out, though. We're going to jump to the desk, and then we'll be back for map number 2. fight together.
Exactly what QOR needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his class around this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
We had teed this up to be a close series going on between QOR and YFP waste no time making us eat our words. 13-5, a considerable lead at the half that they're not going to let go of to take the win. I mean, going into this, Roy, it kind of seemed like YFP could do no wrong. Like, the shots were just crazy. The amount of multi-kills, like, they just looked a cut above.
And the flow state was just so apparent too, like by the calling, like it felt like every decision was the right call. And a part of it feels to me like YFP tamed the pace of QOR very early on the defensive side. Like they were varying up the aggression, and it was kind of forcing QOR to like play slow and wait for like a lot of the defensive aggression that was coming out consistently by YFP. But I feel like that's exactly what you want when you're on the defense, right? To start to get the other team to slow down and kind of take their time, because it works against the attacking side. And then it felt like QOR was corralled, or they like kind of tunnel visioning on the A side. They kept hitting it over and over and over, maybe because they were tired of getting dismantled. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I felt like the calling was just so on point here for YFP.
I mean, even when they try just kind of hitting it over and over, you have Smoke and Kumi kind of struggling to not only get those first picks, but also just get any sort of space on site, on mid, wherever they went, and feel like YFP was ready to shut them down. And like when we look at the rounds that they won they won by defusing, so they were good on their retakes, and there were a lot of rounds too where they won just by brawling before QOR could even get on the site, and that's such a hard thing to kind of bounce back into. And I feel like we saw QOR kind of have a different variation, or like tried to switch things up in those earlier rounds. But you're right, they kind of fell into the same pattern, trying to force something and fix it, but they just couldn't find a solution.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a tough one. I was curious when we had highlighted this team, if when we saw the side swap, if we could see a string of rounds. The pistol was promising, the next couple Emily, but ultimately once we got on even footing, it was just kind of lights up from there.
To be fair though, the one player that we did highlight, noted, performed pretty well, you know, going +3. I'm happy to see his Astra, like he was still frying. But yeah, just even looking at these first kills, getting tough. 12 on that defensive half is just kind of crazy. Like it's really hard when you're going into a round basically already in a 4v5.
And the way that YFP got those first kills was so different as well. Like sometimes it was Ferpsa, and sometimes it was the team fights, and other times it was like just kind of switching it up. It was Stallion taking A main. Like they're getting that first kill in so many different ways. And I feel like just overall, I don't say this lightly or often, but I feel like QOR just straight up got outclassed on this first map.
I feel like there isn't another way to say it, honestly. Like, I definitely think QOR's a good team, but like when we going into the map, I mean, YFP just, they had every single answer. It was just, the YFP was just so good on the day. Looking across performances as well, I mean, Emily, you had talked about the shutdown for the double duelists, and yeah, you can see that impact. Like, that's a tough one, because I don't want that to reflect on the players, but YFP just did such a good job at shutting them down.
No, they didn't. Honestly, Stallion, my bad for not calling you an AstroGo too. I did not know your game.
Yo,
you're insane, bro. Like, actually, you are insane. The kills that I was seeing you get away with, literally, like, what, 25 and 8 is just crazy, bro.
No, bro was splitting water. I don't care what anyone says. He was doing so much, and his utility was also so on point. And he was also putting so much pressure on the map too, which I honestly feel like is so... It goes so easily unnoticed on the stat sheet. So I think there's a ton of value to be found in that regard. But yeah, just looking at the core side, I mean, that's tough. Like, you have the double duelists who are, I mean, that's more than triple negative. I think if you add their kills combined, they're still double negative. That's really tough.
No, they are, but yeah, kind of highlighting back to Stallion though, you're right, his utility was insane. It felt like anytime they were trying to exec, you know, you would see the smoke coming out, you would see the suck coming out, then like even a concuss to follow that up, and even on their retakes, like the stars placement was just perfect.
And when we had highlighted notes and just like, oh my gosh, it's so tough to go up against a goated Astra, for, I mean, YFP to show up with one of their own, I mean, yeah, it was, there was so much disrespect on our end. Stallion just put up the most impactful performance.
It was just so crazy because it feels like Stallion was in their faces the entire time. Like, I'm thinking back on some of these rounds where he was in A main, like just constantly jiggling, constantly has his stars on the ground. They tried to punish him by running him down. He would pop the stuns. He was always there holding smokes, perfect counter util, holding it down, locking down the sights. Like, he literally did everything you would possibly want from an Astra, and then more on top of that. Like, and he was playing the late rounds really well. Like, yeah, this is a monstrous performance coming out from an Astra here in this first map.
100%. I mean, there was a couple of rounds where Note was really able to try and catch YFP like by surprise, but I mean, Emily just not enough in the end. And for Note, like, he needs help out there. Like, he still put up such a good performance despite like the score line.
No, I think we saw kind of what we were highlighting him for. Like, he was kind of being that clutch player, you know, on the couple rounds that we got to see on defense, he was doing his job. It's just, yeah, it really felt like he didn't have too much help. Even when he was trying to throw util for his team, they weren't really able to capitalize off it or kind of play around it. And no fault of the Astra Stars themselves, because I still think he played that well. I think he placed them and had really good timings on them. It's just that his team just couldn't find a way to kind of get back into the game.
And I really do like the game plan that came out from YFP though in this first map, because I feel like they got it in their heads so early on. Like, they front loaded that entire defensive half with just so much aggression. Some rounds it was, you know, it was Perpsa walking up with the op. Other rounds they were calling a 4-player brawl up B long. Like, so many of these things is like a kind of a counter to the way that Flya likes to call, which is like very methodical, very strategic, very logical. And I feel like once you start to get that like early pressure and a lot of that early resistance, like your early ideas are kind of gone to waste, right? Because you have an idea of how these rounds are supposed to unfold, and then seconds later, oh, I have 4 people fighting me long B in my spawn where I'm buying weapons. So yeah, it's kind of tough.
It's a little bit of a rough one, a little bit of a wash, but map 2, surely map 2 is going to be better for QOR, right? That's what we have to look at, but it is definitely going into a little bit more of an uphill battle, as Pearl was actually their map pick. Second map of the series is going to be picked up by YFP. Emily, we're going to Bind. How are we looking there?
I mean, I feel a little bit more confident on QOR kind of sticking with that double duels, but just giving them a second shot to kind of wake up and kind of have a little bit easier of a time finding those success, especially on those opening kills. But it's kind of a mental game at this point, right? Like, trying to regain coming from that map 1, absolute, like, getting shut down, getting dominated. You kind of have to be able to have the mental to kind of come back into it and just have a fresh start.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, honestly. I was going to say, if your double duelists are feeling like that on the first map, you really need to see a huge psychological bounce back in the second map, especially if they're going to be running the double duelists, which I'm sure we'll get confirmation of shortly. And then if they're... Oh. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. All right, number 1, I'm gonna start with YFP. I like the double initiators. I like the Sky. I like the Tejo. I think the double drones is so strong on this map, especially when we see how much push and pull happens. And of course, with the Tejo missiles, there's a lot of early control that you can challenge and kind of brute force whenever you want. And when it comes down to those sight hits, you have the flashes to get through the chokes, and you also have the Waylay dashing in on you. Then we saw what Persa did in the first map. Looking on the other side, though, I feel like it's such a mechanical comp. We're going to need to see a lot of mechanical bounce back here from the players. I want to see them regain their confidence, because if they play the same way they did in that first map, it's going to be a 2-0 for YFP.
No, for sure. I honestly don't even mind having a chamber, but a solo Sky, again, it just feels a little bit tough, especially just looking at the utility that they're kind of lacking here. Like, Smoke is definitely going to have to step it up, kind of being the solo initiator. And when I'm looking at YFP, one thing that they're going to be looking for on this attack is playing that post plant. We have the double mollies from Viper. We're going to have a molly from Brim, and we're going to have the Tejo missile. So as soon as they get sight, QOR are going to be really quick on their feet and like be able to adjust really quickly to try and disrupt their post plan.
I mean, going into this, I'm just excited to see what both Smoke players can do again, because Stallion on the Brim is also nasty. But Note on the Clove, get kills and get more kills. Let's go. Let's see for QOR if this is going to be enough to take us into a map 3, though, or if it's going to be YFP again on the day to take a strong dub. Time to head into the map and find out. Back over to Jaws and Shayo.
Yeah, thank you very much. They need some insane bounce back right now. I mean, Shayo, that first map from YFP looked clinical, looked drilled, looked practice. I mean, is this the kind of comp you expected to see coming into this one from QOR?
Clinical, drilled, practice, whatever it is on there on the side of YFP when it comes to their approach, right? You got double drones like Roy's talking about. You have the post plant like Emily's talking about. Right now, when you look at core, the bounce back that's needed is happening off of, the desk is red again. One of the most mechanical comps you have to pilot. Solo Sky, as Emily's pointing out as well, just leads you to being in a position where that agent also becomes mechanical. Every single person here has to be playing absolutely on point. I love the warm-up they had, by the way, which was an absolute smashing on Pearl. I mean, that's not the best way to get yourself ready for this type of bind. YFP have definitely cooked for this map. I haven't seen bind really in Core's repertoire so far. I'm kind of basing their experience on it on maps like Split or maps like Corrode that might be a little bit more execute heavy. And on those map, Core's like rocking some Veto, they're locking double controller. This is the first time where, yes, it's double controller, but it's Clove. You gotta be tapping in and really frying out. Their win con is honestly, you gotta win pistols, you gotta be in control. It's the only way to really lock things down. The worst part about all of this, Jaws, let me just finish with this. They're starting on defense, man. Like, you can't really have the proactivity to be on this map, look for frags, pass like what they're doing now. They're playing in spawn, rotating fast to B, they have to flood.
They do. They got smoked off. And unfortunately, Kumi couldn't see the light of day there. The amount of flashes thrown their way. It's going to be a saturate on top of the box, as noted. Does end up catching 3 there. And a 4th too. Oh, and an ace for notes. That's a way to bounce back. An ace on the pistol.
I've shown them all the hurdles they need to jump through, and they just run that relay race like crazy, man. They jump over every single one, pass the baton over to the next round as well. Keep that momentum going for Core. I mean, if we want mechanics out of this team and Notes coming in with an ace to start things off, this match might be cooking.
Yeah, let's take a peek of that. Just in the smoke, just 180 on a dime, looking around. I mean, an insane vote of confidence there, and the nice transfer as well to the player that jumped out of hookah. Insane stuff. Very early push for Note out of showers. Nowhere to be found, though. It's going to be a full 5-stack towards B doing split.
More shots happening still. You got to pick the right places. The fight is getting crazy out of TP as well. Jack picks up smoke.
Ooh, unlucky. Yeah, I mean, smoke had a weapon there, but they couldn't quite retrieve it. Herbster with the shoddy on the site, and now it's up to the player that got the ace the last round. Can you get the 3K to finish this one up? The crossfire should, in theory, be just too good. Well, there's one. Don't give him the ones. Don't give him the ones. Oh, there you go. Okay, double swing out of the tube. You're all good. YFP with the 2nd round.
Why force from YFP is the question, right? Well, they got that spike. She didn't even get spiked down. That was a spikeless force, if I'm not mistaken, because Note came in with that ace really, really fast. Did not end up diffusing anything at the back half of it. But from what I'm seeing so far for YFP, they understand that if there are buys up from the side of Core, they're not going to be doing the same thing, Jaws. They're not going to be winning in spawn like Talon, picking one of the sides and then jumping to it. They're going to have some set strat enabled now, maybe Chambers on a Marshall or something real is happening. They can just, again, force one of these sides. If Core don't have a perfect read defensively on this round, they're not going to be able to put these mechanics into tow. How can Note ace if he's not in the same room as 5 other players? He can't. It's just not possible. So YFP, keep picking a site, do damage, work the rotates, and look, 4 people moving to that A site. Everybody else might be going to B.
It's gonna be a drone through hookah. Dog spots the waylay, hiding with the shoddy. There's the, I mean, the saturate. Unfortunately, still a 1-tap, despite the saturate. No, ends up popping the ult, though. The beer was kind of chilling. A little bit of fire, it does end up splitting them both. No needs to find some in here. Doesn't find it whatsoever. Reload comes in, luckily bounces back. Moose with the Bucky now. Ends up silencing. But you still need to pick up kills. There's one player in the choke sat on logs. As YFP clean up the round after the spike gets planted.
I'm just looking at trouble for Core when it comes to the approach for this map. I mean, I'm liking the composition, but I wish it started on attack. Again, flooding has to be key. Timing has to be the best. YFP is playing their game, which is why they're getting kills on the board. But as soon as these slower rounds come into play, as soon as they have the potential, just run a few fakes. Honestly, Jack, I wonder how Core adapt.
Yeah, I bet they're wishing the bullets traveled slower as well in the Sasha, right? that Bucky was, it was just horrible to kind of clear. They had to use so much, even use one of their bodies. Herbs are already in showers. Takes a chunk out of, no saturate there.
Yeah, see, that's the fight that you can't lose. If they're giving you that, if Herbs is pushing in, you can't be half HP playing for this desperation play.
Yeah, they're playing this fast as well. The Op's going to find 1 kill at the very least. And Note, just guarding showers. Jack's raised, but it's not on a line. It's not good enough. Jack finds another, but the crossfire, way too good. There you go. Scrappy so far in only 4 rounds in, 2 and 2.
Hey, desperation works. The flood coming in again from YFP. I mean, again, it might seem like I'm just looking at their comp, just usurping the way that Core should be approaching this, but I want to see them slow down a little bit. Manipulate the way that Core want to play this game. They want to be at the fight. Bind's a map that you can really toss fakes into all the time. Double fake even if you think that they're not all the way on that site just yet, but play for some control, get them on one side of the map, then move. For Core, I'm liking the commitment. I'm liking they're looking at the fight as fast as possible, not leaving any questions on the board. It's huge right now.
A very aggro line for the chamber. Boo's not suffering any damage there. Salvo didn't connect. They're still pushing this chamber up a short. Should get a bit of information. Oh, it didn't.
Now YFP starting that, control B long, play a super far line back, but look at this. Looks like Smoke's actually snuck into market, is pulling around. Unfortunately, Nabil's missed it.
Yeah, Stallion. Oh, has kind of an idea. Wow. Stallion. Eyes in the back of his head. YFP are just going to rotate now. They still need to deal with this chamber with the op, though, Shire.
I mean, Core is also reacting to this and sending 2 people straight to A. They've got to understand, 48 seconds. Play honestly like Fnatic facing this comp. You can take a lot of time. Kumi's already there. They're starting the fight.
Yeah, Note finds one as well. A nice little flick of the wrist as YFP. Now they got a 2-on-1 on their hands. Slow rotate from Moose from B is just going to be walking.
But just be disrespectful from YFP's side. They want to play Core's game and beat them at it, even if they don't have the same type of firepower when it comes to the way the agents can shoot. Moose is here, has to clear halls and find a way in this 1v2.
Good luck. Still got to deal with this Teo.
Accurate.
Yep. You don't need util if you just got a good gun. YFP with another round. Oh, secured as well, so it's a nice little bit for the econ. I like the trip actually went off there, by the way.
Yeah,
hit like 2 people at the same time, so they couldn't like immediately like jump on the chamber.
And
looks
still,
like Kumi's just gonna ult.
Yeah, still YFP are the one is the team that wins that round. It's crazy. And now you look at the util. This is gonna be tough for Core. Util are just positions can be manipulated. Fire.
Oh yeah, peace. Get me out of here. And it's just a B-hop out of hookah, but
Poison's off.
Things slowing down again from the side of Core. They're kind of anchoring on all sides, which is interesting, but YFP have not actually put the flame out. That means the moth won't move. No sound really made from them. 1 drone comes in. Exploration and showers by Core, which is nice, trying to take some space. The proactivity from Core in this comp is really, really cool, even on rounds where they don't have the weapons.
looks like they might just try and force their way through hookah. Oh, hang on a second. Smoke waiting idly underneath that window with a shorty. Dog used first, clearing hookah. No convergent pass, although Smoke's still kind of waiting there, and there it is. There's the old Smoke on the other side of things. Can they have a quicker reaction time? No, they cannot. Not quite quick enough, unfortunately, on the shorty, so instantly taken down. And now Nabil's in a bit of an awkward spot.
30 seconds left.
Has to deal with these two players with pistols here. Sorry, there is a rifle on the other side of things, but Darkest at least cleans up one. Moose with the rifle gets one, but Kumi with the ult. There you go. Spike carrier down, and the round is theirs. 3 on 3. It's a very scrappy game of Valorant right now. Kumi's coming up clutch, though, I must say, with these op kills.
He's hitting it up, but I think the MVP of that round is definitely Smoke. They're just under hookah, committing to that shorty shot, breaks 4 different crosshairs, makes it so easy for Moose to be in that spot to pick up a 2K. After that, 3K available as well. Moose is playing perfectly off the positions of his teammates and is the only player I think on the team that can kind of think. He's playing Viper. I'm glad that he's using that brain and is using his more scrappy, as you're calling it, style of his teammates who are forcing these fights to find favorable sprays for himself. It's huge. That being said, X Factor is available on the side of YFP. Orbital Strike already used off this timeout. I might think about how to use that ult from Darkest as well. Jack will have the Seekers up. Conversion pads will start to build up as well from Ferbza. We already saw it used in that round. I'm liking their approach. Again, they're playing on core side of the field. I find that the most interesting. If they can beat them at their own game, man, that is next level.
Yeah, Pit for Moose. I mean, even Flyer and Smoke are one off their ults, right?
Yeah.
Timeout expired. YFP's first one of this map. Now, Kumi's had an ult for so many rounds now. Op and then the ult as well. Looks like he's actually changing up the approach towards B this time. But unfortunately, kind of read this a little bit wrong. YFP, they are stacked towards A. There's the Pit. It's in showers.
Dog won't find much, and Smoke will see someone go through. He probably also tagged on YFP's map, but this is the first time they have halls without any type of interruption. It's cool, but they're on eco.
Yeah, they're just YFP are just kind of hoping someone runs into them at this point. They got lamps, but just slowly trying to make space or trying to make room, but kind of run out of things to use.
Check it out. Yep, Nabil's position. So good to punish this lurk.
Oh, that's
and he's slightly sleeping on the angle. That's tough.
That's a real tough. A bit of damage, though. Enough to actually secure a gun, which is perfect to teleport through. There's two in hookah now. Jack low. Kumi could just bring out the Q here. It will take pistols to kill him at this point. There it is. Headhunter secures the kill onto Jack. Stallion with the rifle, but the last player alive. Now the Molly can just be sent out to get a free plant. They're waiting for the rotations. There should be a Viper coming through teleport in just a moment, so it's going to be a little bit of a pincer. Oh, not quite, actually. Teleport not taken. Moose being a little bit more sneaky with it.
We'll be at hookah. It'll take a while. Smoke's going to wait a long time as well. Stallion, where do you use the smoke? Might be seen from hookah in just a second for this one.
Good
Does
kill.
actually force the fight.
Do they know?
Stallion
down in the tube. Oh,
no,
they're not going to
way.
get him though. But Moose doesn't manage to get the wallbang kill. Stallion, 56 HP. Takes a bullet. It's all you require. Moose jumps up and Stallion clutches.
Guy's just insane. He can spray walls on Pearl. He can get the 1v2 on this side as well. A blunder from QOR at that moment. They needed that round as well in full. What was that? An eco, I think. An entire full thrifty for the side of YFP. It looks so good. I can't believe Stallion converts that.
Unbelievable. Got this. Moose got the spray down too, like through the box, man. Or through the tube. Super unlucky. No ult, no op either for Kumi this round, sadly.
Yeah, you can see how the eco just split, so they have to try something desperate. Immediate fight. The Sheriff's alive with this angle, but they're not going to find much. Ooh, Ferbza goes down.
Every time. It's on fire this series. Can't recover the gun, but they got the kill.
Bill's got space. That's lots of information. They can hear the reloads, hear the footsteps. Everybody else has a result, switches to A.
Just waiting in this smoke. Uh-oh. Well, Nabil, unfortunately. A little bit too wide seeing in that corner. Gets two, though. There comes the reload. Nabil gets three. The 1v3 just like that. He's so smooth with it. Easy rotate to B now. Might meet Moose though, but the Molly is at least going to buy some time. Spam through the smoke. Jack is pretty low, but he can't find the final bullet to finish him off.
That's just so tough. Emily talked about like the fact that you can deny the plant, but look at how much space you gain as well on the side of YFP approaching the site. Like, it's just so cool the way they can dynamically switch between playing for post, playing active in this position as well. Nice 4K for Nabil in the moment, but what a way to flip that round to their side. An amazing display from Nabil to just stop that pressure from the classics.
Just heroic. Feels like any member of this team can clutch or like make a play, make a big showing, and well, that was Nabil's time to shine. Pulled it off perfectly. Stallions the previous round, like, yeah, my word, YFP. When they're in the zone, man.
It is crazy. The lock in for this one. Yeah, I mean, something's got to change. Black Boss coming in for core just to slightly adjust how they approach this round. Also, Smoke's got the pads, Fly has the Seekers. Note has a chance to just run it back again. Want to make sure that everything's kind of being used in tandem properly. That being said, the eco for YFP will start to just accumulate over and over. Stallion already used so much money at 2.5 grand already. A win here will fly Nabil up to the 6K moon. I mean, you have to be careful or else this might be a 9-3 really fast for the side of YFP.
Hit available from Nabil too, can kind of lock somewhere down. They don't mind hitting the sites fast. It's been good to see different kind of speeds from both teams. Still though, Flyer and Smoke, you spoke about how YFP were kind of building up ults and Core just unable to use theirs in any kind of decent spot to bring them a win. We're just getting a word in. It's a small keyboard issue with one of the players, so hopefully that is sorted in a moment. Do you have a spare keyboard lying around? I think I do, but luckily not had any problems with mine.
I think I have like 2 or 3. I've given a bunch to my wife just to like.
Yeah, you seem like a guy with like many
keyboards.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, surely. I mean, I feel like you've got like a rack of keyboards going on just in case.
I've always tried. So there's so many old keyboards. I mean, through upgrades in the past, but my wife's actually more of a keyboard head than I am. She's got like the whole custom built one. Hers is like there's a bunch of buttons everywhere on it. Yeah, she's got like 2 different kinds. One's brown, one's green. It's like really cool. I'm a dude. Yeah, I use the gamer keyboards, and Gooby has one too. With that speed, holy.
Yeah, bro's got a gamer chair as well, mate. Hitting a shot like that. Saturate.
Dearie
me. Stallion floating back down to earth. Jack is going to swing the showers. Does end up getting the kill onto No, but a quick ult there is going to give him a second chance at the fight. Kumi pretty low. They end up just bumping into each other. No, give Jack a quick kiss on the forehead there. Ends up taking him out. A good swing from the Bill, but round's already done. Kumi survives, gets the last op shot on the Bill, and that's the round 1.
I mean, off the timeout, I guess the advice was shoot and shoot better. I'm liking the overindulgence and the confidence from Kumi to be able to move forward first and take the challenge on showers on an off timing. That was really cool. Note up in the business is doing what Note does. Doesn't matter what agent it's on. It's Astra, it's Clove, just popping off. And that's the X factor, right? That is the win condition for this team, going for those aggro fights, mechanically diffing YFP, because you can't shoot a salvo. You cannot fight a Molotov. You can, in fact, shoot a head, though, if you find it on your screen.
Yeah, finding them is sometimes a little difficult, but
yeah, they're doing it, though.
I love these deep op lines, too, from Kumi.
Yeah, Kumi's deep op line. You have support there as well from Smoke. And they have Notes deep line on showers as well on an off angle. They're ready for these fights.
Deadly. Oh, Nabil wins that too. Kumi forces TB back, doesn't want to trust the 90 degrees because Nabil, you know Nabil's hitting that. Seekers end up coming in as well. No, can't see anything. Like 2-3 Seekers here at the same time, plus just a lot of molly damage on the ground too. Jack's already opened this one up with a kill onto Kumi, so the A site looking pretty free right now. Note 13 HP remaining. A stray bullet will see them off to the heavens, but it looks like Core have at least managed to regroup and even heal up. Swing. One. Note down. Flyer with another. Flash. Didn't end up exploding. Maybe we're trying to get the look away going there, but Darkest was waiting. End up getting the trade. And now in a 1v4 is Moose in heaven. No chance. No time. Just maybe looking to dodge the spike.
Has a chance for the save here. Wants to keep that rifle. Just wants to make it a bit more expensive. For the side of YFP, we'll get the offhand.
Good kill.
And no one else.
Nice.
Should act over here just yet. Yeah, things should look mighty dandy for these guys. Yeah, nothing done just yet. So cool on the side of YFP to be able to keep things concise, keep things safe on their side, and hit the same site that was a problem from them before. At the same time, Core had such a good lockdown at the start of that. It was really cool to see YFP work with time to fuse what was going down. So both teams having a deep pocket, one more mechanical, one more cerebral. I'm liking the clash over here. 6-4 as well. We can see that YFP has this lead. We can see, again, they have the potential. I'm just loving the fact they're playing Core's game. They're still in the lead with it. Could be a lot larger if they wanted to get a bit more slower, but they're bringing the pace to this core roster, to these fighters, and they're doing it again towards this B side. Split coming in, drone through hookah, and a double drone operation through Octagon as well. So much space in intergame.
Yeah, Octagon already on the
man.
side. Yeah, Flyer is just caught in a bad situation, but still manages to get out of it scot-free. Stallion falls, though, and, well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B-hopping through it, though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still need to clear smoke from this cubby hole, though. And, in fact, they do. A little recall, but smoke's so low, Nabil could just jump around the corner and right-click him with a classic. Oh, even a pit, too, laying on top. And they won this round.
Disrespected down. It's all about converting, getting 7. Very important here. They know that Kumi has the ultimate, and now all he sees is green. It's not money, though. It's toxic.
Wow, that was lucky.
Yeah.
They are
and
rapping
right now,
through halls, man. I mean, this is some dirty stuff here from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now Smoke has to look 3 different ways at once. And with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill, and YFP, they make it 7.
Last round before the switch.
lock it down. They're looking so good. And again, they're playing inside the home court of Core. I can't keep stressing that the way they're approaching this. Core has the chance. They can mechanically dip. What's being dropped down, they can take these fights. Moose getting that first pick is huge. The scaling, though, is so good. They freeze on the brim smokes. Wait for the first inkling of a movement on backside. Take the fight. It goes well. YFP do it all, man, and they look so good doing it.
Last round and a half. A couple of buckies on the side of Core as well. Shio, I mean,
hey, you gotta
out a few people like that. Convergent path. Note is locked up, and the swing is good. Nice little headshot with the headhunter from Kumi, but I mean, the sight is really theirs. Make that a double, in fact. Hang on a second. Hold on.
Ooh.
Chamber moment. Flyer kills Nabil, and now it gets interesting. Jack and Stallion still have an exit plan. They still have the spike. TP available. Moose is sort of near them. In fact, backing up, waiting for the sound to come in. But it looks like it is going to be an A hit. At least for now, with Fly going down.
They didn't want to take the TP because they know about Moose's flank. They're baiting it in first.
Oh,
they see his
shoulder.
elbow. Yeah, it's all on Jack.
In heaven crawls Kumi 2. A Bucky and 4 headhunter bullets remain. As Moose cross is probably the question they're asking themselves right now. A good flash. Kumi wide swinging out of heaven. Shio. And now they know where Moose is. No ult. Snakebite available. At least there's a smoke available for Moose to play around. But Jack and Stallion just playing together with a good crossfire. Ollie, smoke. Tapping the defuse. Stallion's going to be first point of contact. Shorty in hand. Jumps through the smoke. Gets cleaned up by Moose. The spray down double headshot. Moose clutches up, hits the defuse, and that's 5 for them on their defense.
Perfect patience gives you precision inside that smoke and lets you win when the percentage is low for you in that spot for Moose. That's just insane. That's the effect of what Clove can bring to the roster, even from the grave. Being able to use that smoke on the spike is just giving Moose a chance he could never have.
Insane.
It's huge. Played perfectly, used every piece of util really well. And again, the patient one on the team, the one that can actually solve through and parse through all the information going on and then make a move. Moose is the perfect person to have in that spot. Now the side switch, this is where I feel like Core have an advantage. They're already 5 on the board with this one, which is huge. They have a nice pedestal to leap off of. Pistol is a must. Pistol's been like a huge topic and point of view to focus on in challengers. People who end up winning pistol have such an advantage inside these games and momentum. And some of these comps are kind of, pushing for that momentous type of gameplay. This mechanical comp from Core needs that pistol.
And 101's in their other half, so feeling confident at the very least. Using the wall to gradually move up. Burbs though, waiting for someone to kind of jump in. It's actually Smoke that makes the first entry. Dark is checking the corners. Smoke with the shorty. Ends up getting pushed out of there. Kumi now just lone in the showers. Verbster doesn't want to wide swing too much, just in case Kumi does end up peeking through there. Oh, it's Verbster. Lines him up like bottles on a wall and knocks him straight down. Triple kill for the Waylay. And that's the pistol one by YFP.
Burbza is just too good sometimes, and YFP setup there is very similar to how Core ended up taking YFP apart on their defensive round, although Core had a flood, YFP had a bit of a weight situation, but you let the enemy play into you. This, you know, for the one time Core waited in spawn, wanted to see which way the things would go. YFP were also fast on the rotate, although a bit more defensive, locked that site down. Now it's trouble for Core. What do you do? For YFP, they forced up on their second round. They converted that force. This time, full eco to the side of Core. How much damage can they do this round? Because it's about to be 9-5.
No is one already.
That's tough.
One. That one tap. 2 HP. There's one. Oh, nice double hit. Yeah. You're entering a site like that, and one of your players is already like 2 HP. It's tough. It's real tough. A flawless round. Burbza gets another 3, and YFP total 9. It's yeah, it's rough out here for Core.
It genuinely is. I mean, I think it was Roy who was saying if they can't actually get active consistently, this might be a quick 2-0 for YFP. The things that I'm liking from Core, because again, they do have some potential with this composition. I'm liking the fact that they're utilizing exactly where Note is dying to be able to have some advantage in the post plan. I'm liking the fact that they're at least scaling together both on those defensive retakes and on how they play that attack, although it was an eco. I want to see now what they do on this attack with these rifles. Going for long, usually uncontested, maybe just a flash. They're going to try to fight Jack solo here and should have advantage.
Slowly but surely. I mean, the Shower's control here is kind of nice. There's one person sitting in teleporter right now. With smoke and the rest of the gang do decide to go back. This could be kind of deadly. Jack already down, though. An overswing. Nose, though. Oh, hello. Goodbye.
I like
that was real nice with the bird too. Okay, now where do they decide to go? Do they still stick on B here, or do they just wrap to A? You got one person push up already into Kabi being Kumi, but can they actually get rid of Stallion? Oh, I mean, okay, well, okay, well, unlucky.
To answer your question, no.
Stallion though. Yeah. I mean,
like Stallion has been rid of completely, but at a cost of Kumi's health bar. They know that Viper is the one with that spike, so they understand exactly where this thing's being planted. No scan for Kumi yet.
Kumi's one.
Oh, Darkest
like
knows.
One tap. 20 HP. Heaven given away. Nabil up there, of course. Darkest is going to peek up, but no, they don't check bench. And now they can double swing off of this into Heaven. That's cool with the round.
Of course, forcing it to be scrappy. Again, that was a bonus on the side of YFP, though. So taking down 3 rifles, taking away just 2 pieces of armor as well. Yes, the spike was planted, but it comes at a high cost. Again, note, force onto a Guardian, smoke, a Bucky only, Flya, half armor, Burbza. As a result, or on the other side of things, Operator up in tow, full armor on so many people. No Util missing either. Flya does not have his dog. Okay, there it is. We're locking in. I'm chilling out for a second. I was about to say, man, you can't be skipping out on some of this util. And yeah, he has to downgrade to a Guardian to be able to buy that. So damage is done. Warrior, it's gonna have to get even more scrappy with this one. But look at Burbza. Is that his team's smoke? No, it's an attacking smoke to deny him that angle.
Boo is inserted though next to the TP. Yeah, Moose not giving any away, waiting for someone to potentially push really far up B long.
The stall on A is also insane right now. They can just top a smoke off from Stallion here in just a second. Molotov can come in too when the plan happens. So yes, we stem backwards. Molly option. Smoke might come out first. Dash is in
Straight
too.
into the sights. I mean, it doesn't end up sticking around for too long though with a shoddy. Molly to try and delay. Stallion though, oh, he gets one. That almost looked like 2, but no, shuts it down. Flash connects, double swing out. Smoke with 1 onto Jack, and then Note re-swings again. Note has really been the savior of Core. Gets the spike down too.
I'm gonna push back in for this one as well. I mean, YFP have a chance here, but diffusing this situation, they have a ticking flank happening as well on the side of Moose coming through in a bit. Dashes towards Showers. Furbza now has an insane angle on everything, but no one on Core will bite.
Yeah, and then Kumi just swings, kills the Waylay. Nabil And Kumi kills 2. All right, well. Yeah, that round went from bad to worse there for YFP. I mean, losing Jack there too to a shoddy and getting inserted into lamps with a Bucky like that could be tough to deal with, especially when you don't have that Sky there.
Their approach now too might have a timeout coming in the way next round if things look really bad in this one. But again, conversion pads, I talked about one of the ways you can use ultimates in this game. It's to make your eco stronger if you already think you're winning your rifle round. So in this one, if they end up getting a pick somewhere, if Ferbs denies some pushes coming in from A, if we get a stinger spray on one of the sides of the map, we could just use an ultimate to lock that round down even further. Orbital Strike can easily get kills. Conversion pads can set up the Brim to even have a better ultimate. That's why they're playing on the same site at A. Meanwhile, B, some exploration. We do find a little bit of information, and then we back all the way up. They're waiting for smokes to come down on B so they can get cheeky with it. Try to get some smoke spams, try to get some surprise picks, and here comes Ferbs' angle now. Stallion hits, and it's up to Ferbs to equalize.
Well, there's one smoke. They know Stallion is positioned towards A. Yep, all right. Looks like it's going to be a B push.
Fly's insert here is amazing. I'm liking the patience from QOR. To know that they're working against an eco, there will be cheeky angles on all sides. So they're slowly clearing the map. They have the drone to keep it moving as well. And Fly's already used it to get up long. Now is the execute. Can this be perfect? Because Nabil is inside that tube. It could be a problem.
Really early rotate, though, coming through.
Perfect molly. Oh my God.
And that's good for smoke. That's a nice ult, though. Clears no. But is it really enough? I mean, the guns are just too much from QOR.
I would have loved to see YFP play more together there. If there was a double swing from Tube on top of that snake bite, oh my God, what a different round. One more shot could have changed it all, but yeah. Unfortunately, this will be the situation for YFP for now. Not sure if you even want to time out and give QOR the space. You might just want to lock it in, but we'll see what happens with the team.
Well.
Back in a flash.
Another bird check-in. Oh, unlucky. Did hit the headshot, though, onto Flyer, but not the right gun to hit the headshot there, sadly. Not enough to get a kill. That's QOR closing in on that lead. That's 3 rounds in a row, Shayo, that they've won.
We'll look to see if timeout's coming or if YFP just want to lock it in. Rifles up. We've seen them approach things in a smart way, but check out the way that QOR are playing now. Kumi has that op again in line. It's not just the tour de force, it's the real deal. Note has a chance to make this a 6-person round, not just 5 people running inside the server. That revive is going to be huge. And on top of that, Flya, 1 away from Seekers, Moose. The more information, the more ults used, I feel like the better this guy plays. So a huge chance for QOR to equalize here.
Yeah, once more we see kind of this A-short presence from the op from Kumi. What a flash. I mean, Ferbs, that's like a heist Smoke just did. Just gets out completely, gets the pick, gets out, and then now it looks like an A push. Especially with this op on this line too. I mean, Stallion's got util to stall out as soon as this push initially hits. But they've got no ults. Versus 2 realistically here. Probably not going to use tour de force. But yeah, Stallion doesn't want any of that and ends up just mollying over the top as well to try and buy for some more time. Dark is hanging around in showers. Here's the orb going down. Actually swings out, kills Flyer. Can't quite jump around and get the kill. On to Note. Saturate connects. Moose with the plant. Spammed out a little bit, but the bullets don't connect. But that one definitely did. Note, though, pops the ult. But they're not going to give him a chance to actually get this kill. But at least Note can go for some information gathering here.
Oh, trying to hit that pre-fire. Not going to find much. And now it's a 3-on-3 for sight. Pushing through. Viper Wall from the attack side still active if it needs to be. And Smoke can get some verticality here. Kumi with a line will miss. And that might be enough of an opening for YFP to get active.
No, maybe not. Straight through the box, though, goes Stallion.
Last player standing.
A bullet through the heart, and the op ends up going down as Jack now finds himself in a 1v2. Hiding in the smoke, spike ticking. No one in showers, but there was someone behind you. And that is QOR tying us up 9 apiece, with Smoke getting that final one.
Locking in 9-9, the scrappiest game we've seen on Bind today. both these teams wanting the win. Core seems to want it more right now. They're playing that way as well. The aim's looking good. The approach to sights are looking better on this attack half as well. The comp is looking more comfortable in this way. Getting the 5 on the defensive half might just have been enough to push themselves to make this an 8-4 and just kind of teeter the scales for them on the side towards the lead. No timeout again from YFP. They're just absolutely taking.
I was curious
this.
about that.
Yeah, it's just self-adjustments from the team.
Poison's off.
Just happy to run with it, I guess. More than enough time between rounds, I suppose, to kind of talk about what we need to do better. But yeah, 4 in a row, 4. So
yeah, you want to stop momentum at least.
Your trail.
Seekers. All 3 of them going through showers. Oh.
Stopped by
unlucky.
Furza.
Yeah, actually.
That might even give them the wrong information because they've got the other 2 people already at B. And they might just be running into them.
Not see that player tucked. A nice little swing here, but no, the saturate was so good.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and then you're against an eco, so these outlaw shots are going to be guaranteed kills.
Spike planted.
Looking like a flawless round for Core. Man, that sheriff skin is gnarly.
It's got good audio, it's got good everything, and Core have a better entire game plan for this map, it seems like. It's more consistent, at least. YFP not really moving forward with a game plan, really, on this defensive side, letting Core kind of dictate the pace, where the sight hits are coming, how
there
things look, and there is finally the timeout. Once the buy round is here, once we're close to a few ultimates, how do things look for YFP?
They only get 5 in a row. We call a timeout. To be fair, it was their last timeout as well, right? So you don't exactly want to pull that emergency lever super early on, but yeah, after 5, you're like, okay, well, time to talk about what they're doing and what we can do better. Perhaps rocking the op. Kumi, I'd imagine, popping the tour to force here too.
Yep, with the Bucky and so.
Yeah, I was just thinking about even to Pearl, man. I mean, that was YFP kind of crushing.
Yeah,
this bind, this small little break that Core had, snacking a drink in hand, that just, this is a whole new team where it feels like we're watching.
They're honestly playing, I say they, I mean YFP. YFP are playing Core's game. I think one of the best things that we're doing on Pearl is the fact that they were running a few fakes on the attack side. On the defense side, they were waiting properly for retake. Nobody taking hero plays. They're not getting first blooded too often. I think the difference was like 12 to 3 first bloods or something when we looked at the actual, head-to-head graph of the teams. But what I'm looking at right now is the opposite for YFP. They're locked into playing the same style and pace as Core. Their comp is scrappy, but they're trying to engage with it early instead of waiting for it to get the site. Their retake always has someone dead before it even happens. Like, everything is happening opposite for YFP, but at the same time, they're just 1 round behind. So one fix could change everything for these guys. On the defense, this round might just be it. I say that.
Whoa, what a jump shot. Yeah,
oh my God.
Happened again. And that's the operator down too. So you're definitely trading that for the Bucky if you're a Kumi. That's for certain. They're going to push their way onto the site. Stallion kind of alone in the smoke, but still manages to get to. YFP might be able to save themselves here. Spam from smoke, kills Stallion. Now they're going to challenge Lamps and Darkest there. He's going to have backup. Smoke dodges pretty much everything apart from that flash. Random Spam's going to not do him any better, but Moose, I don't know where, save Smoke.
Player standing.
Smoke looking a little bit frazzled there, but Moose kills 2. And now it's up to Nabil in a 1v3.
He's tanked a stun. He's tanked double flashes. And his team's here to bail him out. I mean, that is just insane.
Not once, but twice.
I would apologize. Yeah. No, I mean...
And that's a free op for Kumi too.
Yeah. Should probably take that over the Bucky, I'm pretty sure. We're doing good. Dude, I can't believe that this is the approach that Core are going with, and it's genuinely working over and over again. Ferbza on these lines seems to be slightly offline when it comes to the shot he can have. It's mistimed almost. Like, he had the angle there too. On Kumi, Kumi ends up going with a crazy jump shot to break him down. But while Kumi's working Ferbza, the rest of the team is working up short. They're actually doing things in the same universe together now. It's not just one person pushing one of the sides, everybody else chilling. Maybe, you know, the word would be baiting, but it's different. Purpose is actually pushing straight through the smoke. Maybe with a flash.
Running it down. Spamming through the smoke, at least secures a couple, but they're playing the range required. And yeah, that is a round and a half. They played all the way back. They weren't too eager to quickly push up long. Like, they were fine, just taking their time a little bit. Played it into their hands perfectly. I mean, look at the range. The pistols aren't just hitting there. And that is match point. 12-9 with map number 3 on the horizon.
Well, if we have a chance to have a really big voice in this last round of a conversation, so many ultimates to be able to be used. Then as the match gets closer, QOR will have the ultimate economy to be able to at least clap back. They have so much money available for the rest of this half as well. The showers angle has not been going too good for YFP. It's darkest on it this time, just to diffuse some tension at the very start. But as soon as that wall goes down, as soon as the second layer of util starts to be used, dude, YFP again forced way back far on their site.
Dog for a bit of information. Flash ends up coming in. Kumi with the angle for the AWP. 2 players kind of playing around Octagon. 1 inserted completely. Oh, TP that. Wow, that was very close. Stallion finds the opening pick onto that site yet again. Kumi a little bit trapped. Nice wide swing from Ferbser. Smoke and Flyer. Last player's alive. But they still might be able to get the plant. No, they're going to wrap. Or maybe not. Okay, they're just going to try and flip the map. Deville in the 1v1 ends up getting shut down. Okay, now they know 2 players through the teleport. Convergent pass end up hitting, but Smoke finds one. Jack lying in wait. Hindered up is Smoke, but still 30 HP. More than willing to test this. YFP and Smoke, 1 left alive to clutch the map, but the clutch doesn't come. An ace comes in. QOR secure map 2 as we go into map number 3, the decider.
Flashy, scrappy fashion from QOR. I love the game plan approaching this all the way towards the very end. It's fight, 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 put the pressure on YFP and push them back, stomp on their heads as you do it. Insane from QOR. An ace to start things off and an ace all the way towards the end. An amazing present of a map there from QOR. I haven't even seen it start and end like that with an ace ever, I think, at least in VCL. Nuts from Note, nuts from Smoke at the end too. Dude, genuinely, what is that map?
Yeah, that was... you flip over, there was guess how many wins for the other team? There were only 2. It was 10-2-half, that's all I'm saying, Shire. A ridiculous amount of forethought there from QOR. I mean, just the amount of control that they had, and then YFP kind of time out after like 5 rounds. Are like, okay, we need to reset, we need to find something, we need to be able to get back into our own game because we're just being shut out at every possible opportunity. A complete turnaround on what happened on map number 1. And well, map number 3 is right after this, so don't go anywhere, stick around.
fight together.
Exactly what QOR needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save
and trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
After the very first map of the series, I'm not gonna lie, it was looking a little bit rough for QOR and the QOR fans out there, but heading into the second map of the series, YFP's pick, we get to see the turnaround. We get to see a QOR step up 13-9. Emily, they're gonna take us to a map 3.
No, they are, and I'm honestly excited for it. Like, what I saw out of them from this map going back to last is a complete kind of 180 for them. Especially like Kumi kind of making a comeback on that chamber instead of rushing like a double duelist again. Like, he was frying, especially getting those first picks on the attack half, like literally shutting Ferbza down every time they tried to pull an off out.
I think Shy was also making a meme that the first map was a warm-up, and actually, yeah, you might not have been wrong. I think they're actually warmed up now. They're ready to go. We talked a lot about, you know, the fact that they needed to step up mechanically, and they did. We talked a lot about the fact that they needed to be a little bit better towards those late rounds, and they were. And there's so many aspects of their adaptation to the way that YFP was playing on their defense, and it kind of just felt like as soon as the halves flipped, it was just QOR that had the perfect read and the perfect adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, also big shout out to Stallion for keeping up the insane performance that we saw first map on that Astra. Like, he was getting so many impact kills, clutches too, and he was just being like a big nuisance on both attack and the defense half.
He really, really was, but just wasn't enough for YFP to be able to get over the finish line in the end. And even just a couple of individual performances coming out of the side of QOR. Like, there's a lot of good teamwork, but I'm thinking of Moose in that 1v2. I'm thinking of, like, right away, we're like, oh, Clove Note gets an ace on this is no big deal. And it's really interesting to see how QOR was able to be putting this comp together, but for it to work so well for them. Even Roy, there was talks about this, like, Sky coming out on the side, but it's still something that is able to put in this work.
Yeah, I mean, the Sky, honestly, solo initiator Sky is not that bad on buy. Like, it's workable. I feel like it just puts a lot more pressure on, obviously, the mechanics and kind of the mechanical resolutions that we were seeing. But I kind of want to touch back a little bit about Moose, right? I think he's going to be the unsung hero of this map. Like, the stats are not really going to reflect the amount of impact that he had, but the fact that he was clutching and he was getting so many important kills in the late rounds, and it was such a huge asset to the QOR side. But then you look at everything else, you look at the first kills even across the board, you look at the post plants, almost identical. Like, it felt like everything was pretty even until that second half, and then it just felt like the players on the QOR side were heating up fully.
I mean, when you talk about that heating up, I mean, going and looking at the player performance themselves, there are two players, Emily, we have to talk about right away. Two players that we had kind of called out didn't really get to do much in map number 1. The turnaround coming out from Kumi and Smoke was awesome.
Yeah, no, specifically Kumi. Like, I kind of highlighted him already. The whole chamber pick, I think, worked out and played really well for how they kind of wanted to play Bind as a map, right? Like, you saw him getting super aggressive and catching YFP almost off guard. And it felt like as soon as Kumi got those first kills, YFP kind of scrambled, especially on that second half. Like, they didn't really know how to either even out the numbers or play at that numbers disadvantage when, like, QOR is kind of just execing on them and then playing a really good post. And even in their post, we saw them kind of fighting up and kind of just trying to end the round quickly.
And I think this attack side, like, when you analyze it from Fly's perspective, it kind of, you can kind of see the Fly effect, right? Because he could tell that YFP were starting to get a little bit desperate. There were no solutions on the sites, and kind of the fights that they were looking for, like specifically towards Octagon, like, it just wasn't working for YFP. And you could sense that they were getting more and more desperate for every round that was passing. And you can start to see the passive defaults towards long B and kind of just waiting for YFP to play their hand. And it kind of just felt like Fly had such a strong grip on the pace and the tempo towards the later stages of this game. So it was nice to see on, like, the players popping off mechanically, but also the fact that the brains are operating and then everything's kind of in sync.
See, what I'm excited for now we've gotten to see both teams step up, is what we're going to see on our decider map of the series heading into Breeze, especially too. This is something for the side of, remembering my team right, for the side of YFP, we got to see as of just the beginning of this week. For Core, we haven't seen it quite yet, but I'm excited to see what they're cooking up.
I'm also just thinking about consistency here. YFP performed pretty well on both maps. Even though they lost that bind, it was still pretty close with that 13-9. Whereas QOR, they struggled that first map. They struggled finding an answer. But on bind, it felt like a completely different story, right? Like we saw them make a couple of adaptations here to kind of close out that second half. And going into Breeze, they're going to have to be able to keep that up and come up with solutions faster than they did on Pearl.
And it's the time to see if they can, as our agent select is ready, so we can go ahead and head on over to that. I mean, we've gotten to see, Roy, a couple step-ups on the series, so seeing where the agents are going to lie. All right, we get Core back with a double duelist.
And they're rocking the Omen as the other controller for the Core side. That's going to be...
Are we not seeing this breach, bro?
Well, the breach they pulled out before, it actually doesn't look that bad. And when you think about like the points of... Yeah. When you think about the points of contention on this map, right? Like there's a lot of one wing that's happening. It's popularized by the NRG roster. You see Ethan playing there a lot. It's kind of happening a lot on in this case as well. And the breach helps so much to brute force that part of the map and kind of just get past the sticky point. So there's value to be found. But what I'm looking at is the Omen on the defensive side, and I'm looking at the double duelists here. The Jet, the Yoru. They're going to have to dismantle YFP. They cannot sit on sites. It's not going to work. So they need to be proactive, and they need to come up with a solution quickly, or else they're going to find themselves overrun by the breach, by the Neon, and the Sova utility.
But you also have to look at YP. Like Ferbsa is now in a spot where they're kind of like the key to this, key to a lot of their attacking rounds. They're going to have to be the one kind of getting in there and capitalizing off of all this utility being thrown by Darkness, being thrown by Jack. And if Ferbsa gets shut down, they don't really have someone who can be that kind of second immediate follow-up off of util.
I mean, if Ferbsa's cracked, so if there had to be a key for YFP, their fate could definitely be in worse hands. If Core has enough to be shutting him down, though, that is going to be the question we have to answer. Tied up in the series, time to see who's going to be one step closer to playoffs, as it's time to head to Breeze for the final time today. We've definitely put them through a day of Valorant. Let's head to our casters, Jaws and Shayo.
Hey, but it's a good day of Valorant. That's what's the most important, right? Double duelist versus double initiator. Shayo for Core and YFP. Feels like Core have warmed up, especially after that last one. How are you feeling about these comms?
I don't know. I was watching Project Blender right now, where you can only pick Astra once and then never pick Astra again. But I guess that is the situation inside the Core and YFP game. She's so good on this map. The divides were looking good from these teams as well earlier on when we were looking at, Pearl and seeing what was happening there. But when you look at the situation now in general, between these guys, I feel like, no double duelist, no Astra, don't smoke on Omen. It's definitely interesting. The map's changed enough to where that's possible inside the situation. Breach, though, there you go, contesting those points of big, just absolute closure.
Yeah, good flash there. Ferbsa punished for going to default really fast by a little snake bite. Deville hiding around in the smoke. No, on the other side of things. Smoke's going to disappear in a couple of moments as Stallion peeks his head out of those double doors. No, it's so low too. Same with Deville, to be fair. Only 75 HP. There is the flash again. Note with the swing. Nabil, though, double tap. Smoke and Note. Orange fight now for Moose. Doesn't take a single lick of damage there. So still with those 25 shields in a 2-on-3. Stallion gets swung on and, well, ends up killing off Moose. And now this Sheriff, it's going to hurt against Stallion. But Stallion's out of there already back into main.
1v2, though, it'll be trouble. Planted for him, time's a ticking. Nothing much but a snake bite to be able to use. And Fly's taking a sweet time going through the backside. The wall separates both, though. The first fight taken, and that's just tough for the side of Stallion. Kumi's there with the Sheriff. Two taps him down. The power of Jet on the pistol round. Hold up. Okay, no, we're fine. I was about to say.
I'm back. Yeah. We got time.
And the action there is there for Core. And one of the win conditions for them on any of these maps has been taking the lead early, has been winning pistols, has been the word momentum. That is the word of the night so far between all these challengers teams. So if they're winning pistol, they're going to be looking good. Get the eco up, keep it rolling. Oh, forced here for the side of YFP again.
Yeah.
So not sure if I'm watching YFP or G2, but they're rocking the Stingers. They're pushing forward and they're going for the B site where these submachine guns can actually do more damage.
Triple Bulldog. But that scope is on the other side of the map. No Outlaw here to kind of shut this down with a single tap on most of the players.
They're in.
Jimmy backside, a little bit trapped, but yeah, they're in, exactly. There's the recon bolt. It reveals a couple, but there's a 1-for-1 trade. Flyer, Stallion go down. But this, I mean, Ferbs are kind of running and gunning with this Stinger. They've even this one up. Even Kubi taking a lot of damage. I mean, this Bulldog's going to be great at this range. Smoke's going to have a nice angle here as three of them are trapped backside. No one's seeing Kubi hopping over the wall. He's even got that jet dash prepped. But the wind was not behind him. And now Nabil in a 1v2.
Might have almost spotted one person mid. Oh no, behind the box. Can't actually see where Moose says Smoke up in the business so far away. They're playing together in terms of time. Don't want to peek anything until that spike has been put down. Nabil in a spot to maybe be able to clutch here. And already moving even further back, Smoke. The lack of any noise here, but the lack of the spike being tapped, it's looking like it might be an A hit. Finally, they hear that B come down. And now it's time to retake B. Immediate flank from Moose. Smoke gonna drop down in tunnel. Nabil has to find a one very fast.
Yeah, there was no chance they were giving Nabil anything. Oh, and just like that, I thought there'd be more of a fight. The core hoping there wasn't, and that's what they got. There you go. There's the defuse and core with two.
Look at the minimap real quick. Do you see an attacking Viper wall at all? Because I don't. I don't think Stallion remembered to put up his wall taking the site. I was wondering how this entire team was on site and they died from arches. Why was arches open if you're coming in, you know, with a Viper on this map? Unless I'm reading the comp wrong and I need to go back and look at it. I didn't see it. Yeah, even on the replay, on the minimap, I don't see a wall. This time the wall will be up there. I know you don't want to throw it to maybe throw people off as to where you're attacking, but at some point you got to throw that wall up in the head, even if you're moving throughout the site. Could have been the difference maker. I wonder what the decision process was there, but no wall. Stallion's crazy. This time, rocket through mid. No rifles, as Jaws mentioned. That was a force from YFP, so this one will be tough to win.
Oh, no angle at all at heaven, but they see the tracer bullets coming through there, so know someone was there at some point in time.
Okay.
That is the Outlaw.
Core's controlling this one. They're still taking the pace. They're getting the right angles to look at. It's kind of crazy right now. Moose also still holding doors strong.
It's wide swing. Yeah. Oh man, it's a real rough one. Perhaps I had a scope like double tap from Darkest. He jumps across.
Nice patience.
Gets three. Yeah, really clean from the Yoru. Yeah, good round from Core. Just clean fundamentals there. And Smoke just hitting some nasty shots.
Core could be like an NV 2.7. You know, I know people like to say 2.0, but we got sleepers as NV 2.0. NV 2.7 and the fact that they love these shooter comps, and at the same time, they also hate doing well in game one. And they've had this thing where it takes them a game kind of to warm up, and I was using it as a joke, but truly, even, you know, not having the most rounds on the board in that first game, if these guys just like the fundamental portion of the game of fragging, it might just take them a game to get the jitters out. It might take them a game to get used to how the server feels for Smoke. I mean, he's used to it. He is dialed in.
That is just so annoying to die to like that. The smoke hadn't fully like expanded. Fly's been revealed behind.
There. The smoke definitely expanded. This shot expanded on that guy's head, man. That was crazy.
Yeah. Well noted in the 1v1 versus Stallion. Blinded is Darkest, looking default. Moose.
Bro, they are just taking over every site. Mid control is there.
Wow,
Notes can't miss, by the way. This guy's also not in tier 1 for some reason because they just can't have more players. He deserves to be there. It's crazy. 4-0 for Core right now. Smoke leading the charge with 7 kills.
Yep.
And an immediate timeout from YFP. Yeah.
You gotta have it. You gotta have it at this point. They're running into this round with maybe a hero rifle from Darkest, but sheriffs across the board, a couple of light armors. I mean, Smoke has been quite literally smoking him with the Outlaw.
Yeah.
It's It's bad, man. 7-1 for the Yoru. They're just walking into these plays, and that force is really coming to bite them now.
Do you have like pockets on your pants right now?
Yeah.
Can you reach into one of them and just tell me what's inside?
Nothing. Absolutely
nothing. So yeah, just to translate again what Jack was saying about YFP, in terms of their economy, they genuinely have nothing to work with, man, right now. It is.
What if my pockets were filled? Filled.
Oh, if your pockets were filled, then I would have talked about how QOR has so much to work with. So you can't catch me.
Very
You
good.
can't catch me. I'm a devious liar. You gotta have it all set up, man. Devious. All casters do is lie, guys. They're never.
True.
Nothing is ever true.
That's why you were good in the Plat Chat Among Us lobbies. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. 100%.
You were pretty a devious liar in that too. Well, it looks like YFP going for another B hit. Probably another fast one. No hero rifle. Darkest sold it. Going for the sheriff. Light armor. But there's another outlaw. This time it's for Kumi. And they're on the right side of the map as well.
Double duelist on defense for QOR does a really good job of putting smoke in different places around the map, having that Yoru easily shift where he wants to apply the pressure. So see nothing A, TP yellow for where it is right now, help mid doors. See nothing A, go all the way to B after the CP expires and have some impact there as well. Second one-way smoke will come in for that A side right now. The pressure from YFP is in elbow. Have they gotten anything from this position before? No, but they have seen smoke pushing down mid a lot. They'll wait till 1 minute to see if they can hear his teleport at all on B. Don't hear it. Might clock him towards the A side. That means A might be the weak one. So we'll go back towards A. It's hard for Yoru to do these cross-map TPs from A to B. So if they don't ever hear that thing on B, at least in the first minute or so, might just be a cheeky angle on A.
There's a multi-kill coming up here for Smoke. They're going to drone out first. He's going to tuck into the corner. Burbs in mid still. Drone deleted. Not sure if it saw Smoke, but they're definitely scared of this corner. That can be said for certain. There's the swing. There's the headshot onto Stallion. He's still in the tough spot, but still manages to get two. Nabil with a headshot onto Smoke. At least is a kill, but yeah, it's just lambs to the slaughter. Just guns aren't even there. Burbs last alive. Who was in mid the whole time. And that is going to be 5 with no time left. Does need to go down, though. There you go. Tried to go for a kill onto Moose. Moose, 5 HP, but wow, this is, yeah, domination is one way to put it.
Bit of a rough one for the side of YFP. Their timeout on that previous round was meant for what's about to happen here. Darkest has that rolling thunder. A lot of the times, even the Dash was talking about how the fault line is good for things like A main, B main on defense, for the attack to get people off one ways, to be able to actually have you push through some of the harder chokes in aggressive ways. Now, the rolling thunder can help you take half of B, the right side of A as well. The map is still very big in approach here. And they'll try to look for it on the A side.
Playing with them now at this point. Okay, they're forced them to use the drone yet again. Does end up getting blinded, in fact. And now a deep insert too. Man, Smoke has been so aggressive. Okay, camera destroyed. So they've got to know he's fairly close. I don't think they're going to be able to challenge this again. They're wasting a lot of util, though. Trying to clear Smoke out. There it is. There's the swing. Smoke takes it. Trades, though. There's the neural theft. Okay, so at least they know the locations now, so the rotation can come in because this slight hit is going to be quick. Moose on yellow currently is blinded up, but he does have his heaven covered behind him, so a small stack is going to be good. And that is an absolutely devastating old ripping through back sight. Kumi at least gets one with the operator, however.
Spikes down for now, retake possible. These close range angles might just translate into very fast kills. Burbs up is there.
Oh, sees him. Doesn't quite get him. Oh, and Burbs. Nice little 180 kill after the operator player went down. YFP. They've got their one on the board.
Gotta just build that up. Try to get back to at least 5 if possible. But they're not gonna have the ultimate to do it this time, right? Not gonna have the game plan as well that was built from that timeout. So now it's all up to the players after the fact. Some of the things I'm liking from YFP in that round is that slow takeover on mid, waiting for that Viper wall to maybe go down. Maybe even pressuring B, going mid might be the option, but it takes a lot of time, investment. You got to know exactly what you're doing at the start. Things I like from QOR, immediately taking A main. They have that presence. Tunnel, exploration from a duo as well. The Jet Sova in the business. Flya is in close and personal. With this drone, might be able to see, yes, one person going down mid.
Oh, wow. Kumi shut down. Knives in hand, but unfortunately they weren't sharp enough. Nabil with one. There is Smoke. Surprise, surprise. Trying to explore A main, like you said. But it's been working out for them over and over and over again. They put Smoke in A main, and he gets kills.
Who's this time is the one on the random off angle and cobble. At the same time, that Sova drone did see 3 people going back down towards their spawn A side. So Sova's moved, and now you're trying to maybe just get some information on B. Nope, pushes out as a result, but it's the wrong read. Everybody on YFP in the blind spot move towards the B side and have a free take of sight.
They're in. Fly gets one. Straight round to the back side, though. Drops another. Operator from the back, and that's okay. Of all things to kill him, it was a little snake bite thrown in his face. The Moose on a nice little angle. Spike has gone down. Now Stallion, we know Stallion can clutch. He's done it a couple of times this series already. Spike in hand, 17 seconds. Plant's going to go down. Blind coming in, though. Plant's not going to go down. Sorry. Tell a lie. Casters, they always be lying. Stallion. Doesn't matter.
Smoke shot.
Yeah. Try to draw the eye and then Smoke with a nice shot.
Smoke shot does not lie. He's just too good. Up to 6-1. And without a timeout, YFP looked deflated in terms of a game plan on how to approach this map. Some of the stuff we liked on that round is the way they kind of explored everything, got a few picks, still hit sight, looked good. QOR was still just outgunning them. This has turned into a firepower diff on the side of QOR. And you look at the economy again on the side of YFP. I don't even know what that buy is. I don't think I've ever seen that buy in my life. Is it actually locked in? It is. 2 classics, 2 rifles, and a Guardian with no armor.
Yeah, that's, I mean...
Oh, it's common for you?
That's a buy of all time. Well, that's a solo queue buy, I think.
Solo queue buy. Ah, yes, yes. I know they're just trying to half buy it all, but man, it is looking a little scuffy with it.
It looks, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Ferbs and Nabil go in, you know, get a couple of kills, then everybody else picks up the guns behind him. It's all good.
Yeah, well,
I see the vision here.
I don't see
this.
Ferbs has got the rifle and the overdrive on top of each other, right? Maybe you're looking for the first pick first, drop the rifle, overdrive when he actually hit. That's actually very smart. So I'll bite my tongue for a second. And they're finally challenging B as a 4. Now, this has not gone their way a couple of times. It takes an ultimate for them, a Rolling Thunder, to get out of here. So let's see how this works this time.
Still on the line, though, is Smoke trying to find Summit. Ferbs is already in. There's the overdrive. Oh, can't quite get the disappearing Yoru. Now Ferbs is trying to find another. This is Yoru going to peek out from, though. Smoke. Uh-oh. Vengeful Drip.
Hello?
Got to get out. Hello? Oh, he still gets the kill with the shorty. Okay. Awkward situation. Ferbs and Darkest completely split. Spike is down, though, at the very least. Hang on. Smoke gets Ferbser. Okay. And unfortunately, yeah, Darkest only had the classic there. Shio, he was one of the guys with the classic, and that'll be a defuse. Wow, what? I mean, their economy is all over the show right now. That is 7 rounds as we head into round number 9. I have questions, but I have no answers.
I have all the answers, right? So they're going to go up 10-2, and then YFP are going to mega activate again, get up 10 rounds. We'll get close to an OT. The final match score is 13-11. That's the pattern of the day.
13-11?
That's just how it goes.
I see.
But honestly, I'm looking at a few patterns and a few problems from the side of YFP right now. I mentioned the whole rifle thing with Rebza. Doesn't matter too much, but again, he locked in overdrive. Darkest walked in with the classic. I think he might have gotten a kill as well with it, but if he had a rifle the entire time, maybe could have done more. The rifle was locked behind electricity the entire round. On B takes again from YFP, things slow down a little bit as they have a conversation outside of B main. It forces a drone into tunnel, gives away a little bit of information for the side of course, as to YFP's whereabouts, and suddenly we see an immediate rotation from Flya. YFP though, you have a tempo advantage here. You can make a move on A main or indoors. At the same time, now that gap is gone, Flya's on the angle. Yeah.
I mean, Smoke as well. You're running into him again. Got the ARP. There's 2 pits available though for both No and Stallion. So if YFP make it onto the site, I mean, the chances you could just lay down the pit, find something. There's a teleport still available for Smoke, but they're waiting it out again by the looks of it. Smoke ends up coming down. Not the player, but the matter in front of you, your eyes. Is Smoke matter? I think it is. I think everything's classified as matter.
30 seconds left.
What if it doesn't matter, right? Because Smoke's position might not matter. Look at Moose though. On top of yellow and from bridge.
Smoke gets another one too.
Yeah, like right before that neon wall comes up, the Viper wall is not definitive. Unfortunate.
Couldn't win that one though.
Ooh, it's nice that.
There's the pits.
Pit will actually
okay,
come down
here
as well,
it is.
yeah.
Pit onto the pyramids. Here we go. Kumi and Note now trying to make their way in. It's a 2-on-2. Wall ends up coming up. They're going to try and enter the smoke together by the looks of it. Stallion in a bit of an interesting spot, like kind of holding just if they enter the smoke, they will fall over to both of them. What a peek out from Darkest though, and Stallion finishes that one off. In a blink of an eye, they get a double, and YFP, they've got their second round.
They have to chip a lot at the amount of cash that Core have at the moment. I think starting this thing off with what, 6-7K for each person. Now we're down to like 3 and still have another buy after this in case some of these guys go down. Ults though, we talked about the Darkest ult that helped them to get that A site. It's back online. The kills aren't looking that hot on the side of YFP for the moment, but they are building up to getting more things done. Jack has that Hunter's Fury as well to get a voice inside the server. Also needs to get on the board. And they're aiming for B this time. I mean, the B Rolling Thunder scaling, though, is kind of odd because you can only really hit, I believe, what, half the site? Like, you can't really get anybody that's playing closer to half wall all the way behind the site. I'm not sure if it reaches, but let's see what happens here.
Perhaps they're playing all the way back, looking for a potential mid-push here, but the drone is going to reveal Smoke, who ends up teleporting away. Oh, hello.
Nowhere to run.
Going straight in by the looks of it. Kumi in the skies. Ob shot ends up missing. Oh no. Insult to injury there for Flyer. Ended up getting revealed, and then yeah, Jack double taps one, but they still not made a move. They're in elbow. They're in B main, but they need to push onto the site. I mean, no, it still has the ult, by the way. They still have this pit.
I know it's in the business, but unfortunately, complete freeze from YFP still here until the very last seconds of what seems to be a B exec. Kumi online, Nabil finding a few. They understand where the op is now. It's time to move.
It's time to move, yep. Smoke the only one left on that site now.
It's time
they gotta make a move. 20 seconds to go. No one gets stunned up by that. In fact, a lot of them are vulnerable too, walking through that poison cloud as Darkest ends up going down. There's another one. There's Note in the back lines, and it's a 2-man wrecking crew on this site. 7 seconds to go. Plant has to come in, and there's still a player across the map. 3, 2, 1. Manages to get it. 0.3 seconds. And now it is Smoke with double flash. Still has a clone as well, but doesn't end up. Oh, Jack doesn't see him either. Expects him maybe still to come through CT. He's got their back to each other right now. They ring around the rosy to put it in the best way. But now Jack has the line. Where does Smoke end up going here, though? Oh, he's up on the wall. He's got a Phantom too. Okay, so he knows he's on the bomb.
What?
There's the recon. Gets Jack. He's getting full here too. He's got a swing. Oh, and he gets him a couple of pixels off. Jack with a 4K. Now he's on the board. A clutch for YFP.
By the skin of their teeth, though, man. That thing was down to just singular, like tenths of milliseconds. That was so risky from Jack.
0.3 seconds and a pixel for a defuse. That,
yeah, I mean,
close it could be on either side.
Genuinely insane on both. I'm liking the fact that Smoke is so patient around the entire. There was a really funny thing between both those players. but still the opening for core stays the same. Take that A main space, have a voice in mid. They're giving elbow kind of for free right now. Fribsa has been using this dash to get that quick tunnel space. They're kind of pushing people away from the front of B as well. No one ladder, no one pillar. Everybody on B is taking a step completely back.
Purpser takes so much blind damage there. Like, spam through the smoke and then a shot dart. Trickling health down to 49. As Kumi just challenges Stallion, wins the one-shot duel, and, well, it looks like, at least for now, A is going to be the play for YFP.
Cannot count these two out. They've done so much to hold this side alone. One smoke here as well. Oh, to segment them from coming in and a TP back towards the other side of the site. This is huge from the side of core.
Recon Dart reveals one. Dark is still in the double doors. They know that, at least for now. Oh, Moose!
Oh my God.
2 bullets, 2 kills.
Down A.
Bad to worse there. YFP with 1 player left alive versus 4. That is Moose. What is Moose on? 27 HP. He's up on the cobblestones now as, well, one swing led to another, and it's going to be Note picking up the kill on the build. That Moose play there was just absurd.
Last round in the half.
He's too good. And every single person is just too good at operating from a singular sightline that connects to someone else. Moose looking at door, and you have Fly up from bridge looking at where Moose is watching too, so they can start to swing off each other, man. It's so
Jack,
good.
Ferbster, and Stallion, 4-10-1, 4-10-1, 4-10-1, fully in alignment. Fully in alignment, interlinked. 4-10-1, interlinked.
Actually locked in. Yeah. They're side by side. And that's you know, YFP as a group, though. Win as a group, lose as a group, but I want them to stay winning right here. And at the same time, I want Core to keep that lead.
4-11-1. 4-11-1. Surely not. Surely Jack doesn't go down as well. At least 1 kill for Jack. Not quite. 4-10-1, 4-10-1, 4-10-1. And that is a flawless round for Core. 9-3 at the half. 4-11-1. Look at that. At least they're matching, that's for sure. But this is... it's feeling like the Pearl, right? But flipped completely. It is Core in full control. YFP trying to pick up the pieces. It was the same story on Pearl, but it was the other side. It was YFP there in full control. Shio, like, how do you approach this now on the defense?
Gotta do the same thing that Core were doing, right? One of the best things about them is that they were going for some sort of control at the start of every round. So for them, it was A main, where they had Moose and Smoke just there every single round. This time, looking at control, for the breach, it should be possible at either B or A. They have him in mid for the moment as a trap play through doors. This could be a really good trap, but if they go up elbow, this breach might just get surprised before any stun goes through.
All right, they see Smoke creeping up mid. I'm sure they saw Kumi, though. Maybe Jack did, who also went for a jump spot.
Yeah, they have no control of anything all over the map, though. Breach is playing way back in spawn. Cypher's the anchored ladder for the moment. No one is there to help him. There's a 4-man crunch coming over to B, and the Beal's on his own. He has to do it all by himself.
They start off strong, at least. Smoke kills Stallion in double doors. Hold up a second here. Nope, Smoke to the rescue. The guys absolutely crushing it right now. These duelists from Core shutting every single door in the face of YFP. It's only Jack on his lonesome.
And the start of that round from YFP and the way they just rotated, very reactional, just like that Pearl you were talking about, the way that people were getting pulled around the map.
Gross.
It's a tough one. 10-3 for Core. YFP, I know they've been forcing all throughout the day. Yeah, this is where you do that force again. Try to get a little bit of a thing. The issue is it's on defense. The Stingers don't work as well on defense for this map. You might have to slot into maybe just Baron Outlaws, a Marshall instead, maybe a Bucky on a close angle. No, they're going for an equal. They're trying to win, what, 10 rounds in a row pretty much? With maybe dropping 1? That's going to be insane.
Oh, lone scope with Darkest peeking double doors. 5 players from Core stacking up, Stingers in hand, run and gun activated, with 3 players pivoting towards B for YFP. Gonna wait for that plant to come in. No, just dodge. Pretty easy. Smoke with the swing. Little damage actually onto Smoke, but ends up getting the teleport away regardless. And now you're looking for a full retake, Shio, against Stingers.
It's gonna be tough when you just have classics, maybe 2 sheriffs in hand. Gotta let those deputies go first, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be possible. Given that the duelists have to slide, Kumi's able to track it through, and everybody else is gonna fall to the wayside. Nice shot from Stallion.
Does get it popping in. Smoke is 2 HP, mind you, as well. Earlier, teleport away did end up saving him. By going a little low, but still gets one. Shock dart now onto the spike. Nabil needs to find something, but the time is running out. The time is running out completely. QOR get another.
11-3.
That's 11.
And it's nuts. I mean, it was an eco, and it was really nice from the side of QOR. YFP tried to do a little bit of damage, but not many people ended up falling. A rebuy, a recommittal in the round as well from some of these QOR players because they want to end the game, and I like that. Rifles alongside everybody on the side of YFP. One Bulldog, I think, on Darkest because util might cost a little bit. That kill on the first, though, was kind of nice from QOR. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Let's see what they can get done. I mean, QOR are just playing as a unit. They're just deathballing Shio. I mean, Shock Dart gonna clear one of those trips. There's the recon bolt. Nabil waiting for someone to appear, but blinded up from the clone. Shock Dart's come in, and everybody's just descending on him. He didn't stand a chance. Like, what can you do there? There's someone's above you, someone's in front of you, someone's behind you. Like, there's nothing you can do, man. I mean, now you're what? Ferbster has got a Guardian. There's 2 rifles, Jack and Stallion. Where are we looking? There's 4 players backside, man.
Ladder will come in, fly in the business. Yeah.
Flyer 42 HP. They're going to play the clock down yet again. QOR looking for something. Looking for people who are just funneling through the smoke. YFP and Jack ends up getting 3. A flash still available. Ferbster getting half. Oh, wait a second. Schmarmy with it. Smoke. He just needs to go for the repeat. And he does. And he wins it. That's 12. That's match point.
That might just be the match in that sense, man. You're losing the bonus to Stingers overall. And now it's an all-in where half your players can't even afford armor, let alone a really good rifle. We're going to see some maybe naked Guardians coming in. Unfortunately, you might just be locked down to having a sheriff at the end of the day if you have your util being hella expensive. I mean, this is going to be tough. 16 and 14 for Nabil. He's putting on a show on both B and A and some of the clutches as well on the attack side. QOR is just running away with this game.
And what I'm quite scared right now of Kumi on the other side of things. Outlaw.
Yeah.
And a whole lot of armors that don't look and that won't stand up to par. I mean, like at the end of the day, you just put Kumi on a good line, it's pretty over. Like you're just gonna get one tapped. YFP have to come up with something magic to see themselves back in this. 3 rounds total. Then they have to send it to OT from here. An unenviable task.
Yeah, I don't envy it. Not at all. This is one of the worst positions to be in. And you just have to pump 10 rounds in a row. You gotta get a bit more than that as well. Yeah, 11, I think, in total to win the game. So let's start it now. YFP's journey. Let's see if it's possible. At the same time, kudos to QOR, man. They're playing so well. So many questions in that bind game of what is this comp? What is their approach? They've kind of shown us how strong they are, how much they can rely on what is their tier gap of skill between them and enemy teams. I mean, they're just so talented at shooting. They won't stop. This is what, a flash? And it's not going to reach anything so far.
Smoke.
Him and Jack, yeah. Jack and Dark is doing a really good job at just playing with each other with this utility. There'll be a pause in QOR for now, but the story's not done yet.
Yeah, Smoke down. 21 and 7, by the way, on the Yoru. 60 seconds left in time. Jack playing a very defensive angle as well. Kind of ready for them to push up as hard as possible. Knows they might be a little bit overeager considering the scoreline currently. Moose and Ferbs just narrowly missing each other, but Ferbs now hears some shots coming from behind. Walls of impact from both sides. Same with that snake bite. But Moose narrowly gets out of that with his life.
Understands that no one's going to push that solo. Meanwhile, in spawn, trouble of brewing as Kumi goes for the peek. You talked about being scared of him. He's inside their walls.
Ferbs gets one tapped as well. The knife's going to get unleashed. Oh, but oh! Kumi gets shut down. Already better off with the outlaw there than the knives. Moose at least gets one.
8 seconds.
And here's the 8 seconds remaining. They got to get the spike down. They should be able to get it. There it is. 2 seconds left in the time bank as well. A 2-on-2. Moose hiding in the smoke. Nabil is going to bump into him in just a moment, but Moose wins the duel. 1v2. All up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect. And, well, it looks like QOR just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4th. And that is game, set, and match. QOR take the win and find themselves 3-1 in Swiss.
I mean, that is nuts from QOR. The way they started it off, like, I think I was at a funeral in game 1. I thought the writing was already on the wall when it came to this team and their approach. They looked absolutely deflated. Visited like a pump station and just got the air back in their lungs. We're ready to push on that bind. We're ready to pop off on Breeze. It seems that they have some of these maps that they really like playing that are execution heavy. And as a result, the space control they have, the attitude they had as well, the perseverance shined today. Was harsh on their bind picks, was harsh on the way they might have explored this map as well, but they proved me completely wrong. What a good team, what a good roster, and congrats on them for the win.
Yeah, insane stuff. And I'm going to be honest with you, next time I'm just going to copy Sierra's spreads. That's all I'm saying. Looking good on the day, but insane stuff from QOR all around. I mean, that first map, and we were even talking about it, it looked a little hopeless. It really did, but they completely flipped on its head. They needed one game to warm up, and there's a whole lot of shooters on their side. As we quickly jump to a break, the desk is going to wrap up the rest of the day. We'll see you in a bit.
fight together.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Caught up by the save
and trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
For a series that started off how it did, I certainly did not expect to end it off like that. We head into our decider, Breeze, and it's just absolute domination coming out from the side of Core. 13-3 to be ending off the series, now 3-1 in challengers. I mean, Emily, we had talked about after map 1 how YFP just looked a cut above, and going into map 3, we just completely flipped the script.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see Core be able to kind of do that, especially after such a dominant map 1 coming in from YP and then a really close game on Vine to just absolutely destroying them on Breeze. And I think it just goes to show their resilience when they come into these matches. Just the fact that they're able to bounce back well from getting kind of destroyed, especially those duelist players, because there is a lot of pressure on kind of those duelist players shining and being the star player of the team. And although we didn't see that in the first map, they definitely brought it back in that second and third.
My impression of this game after watching it is YFP is like an electric vehicle and Core is like a steam engine. Okay, so the electric vehicle goes fast early, but it runs out of battery, you know what I mean? But then you got the steam engine. It takes a little while to get going, but once the train starts, that train does not stop for anyone or anything. And I feel like the heat up progressively through this match was just so fun to watch, and it felt like, the map 1 we were seeing some stuff like that happening where people were sleeping. It looked like they were kind of snoozing. YFP was in full control. But then throughout this, this third map specifically, you see that everyone is on point. There's really Moose is making plays, Smoke is feeling great, Kumi's feeling great. Everyone just seems to be popping off, and when that's happening, Core just looks like one of the best teams.
Yeah, and great analogy, by the way. I perfectly visualized that in my head. So that made a lot of sense. And I also just think that Core did a great job at kind of playing around all the util being thrown at them. I didn't feel I thought Breach would have a bit more of an impact, especially on the site hits or the site holds coming in from YFP, but they really didn't. I felt like Core was really good at kind of finding these pockets that they could play in and avoid it, and knew how to reposition back into places that have already been cleared by utility that I don't think they were quick enough on capitalizing off of the Breach util, honestly.
I mean, just looking throughout that series, the glow up we've gotten to see from Core was just absolutely incredible. First kills all in their favor. All the people that needed to be activated, Roy, were just absolutely popping off. And I mean, what a showing coming out from them, especially when you take a look back on the series. They kind of just snuffed out anything YFP could get going before it ever really started.
And I feel like that's part of their game plan too, right? Like Emily was saying, the way that Core was playing around the fact that the Breach wants you to be on the sites, Breach wants you to be passive on your defense, right? They were challenging towards A main, they were playing a lot in the mids, they were denying space, they're putting the double controllers to work in their favor. And I feel like that whenever you're not in the predictable positions, that's when Breach tends to struggle. And when it came down to the choke points, they were just holding it down, spraying through smokes, killing Furpsa, and it felt like Furpsa got zero value. And it wasn't even like Furpsa was playing poorly per se. It was just more the fact that the game plan for Core was just so good at isolating Furpsa by himself on these sites with no one to follow up. It kind of just felt like he was a sacrifice.
Yeah, when we saw YFP kind of get shut down on those straight up execs, we saw them kind of go into splits. But with that solo Viper, it was really hard for them to kind of do that because they don't have smokes that can cover nest, that can cover tunnel, that can cover double door. And Core really took advantage of that. I can't remember a time where Core didn't get a pick when they were trying to split a site, and then it just fell apart for YFP after that.
I mean, something else to talk about going into the series when, again, the question, or not even the question, just the topic is map 1 in comparison to map 3, is a lot of the stuff we're saying now was kind of what YFP did to them, and that's including snuffing out one of the players. When you look at Smoke and the impact that he was able to have in map 1, YFP did not let this kid pop off whatsoever. But Roy, we get into map 3, and he found a way, Smoke was activated.
Production, we're doing it so dirty, man. The 45 damage per round is crazy. And then yeah, you know, you guys there's just really no other way to put it. I think it just is what it is. Like, and kind of what happened to Smoke in the first map is what's happening to Ferps on the last map, where it kind of felt like Smoke wasn't getting a lot of value. He was being sacrificed without any really tangible trade or gain. But I feel like for the last map, like with at least with the way Vine went down setting up for Breeze, like you could tell that the vibes were so different headed into that third map. And I mean, it showed in the performances by the individuals for sure.
Yeah, I was really surprised to kind of see Smoke pick up the op over the Jet, but it worked out. Like the amount of first kills or just kills in general that he got in those last few rounds when they were trying to exec on him and able to TP away and then reposition and go for more. Like it was awesome to watch.
Mm-hmm.
It really was. And being able to see a map and just see series close out in the fashion this core was able to, I think is very confidence boosting for the team and the individual players going on forward, as they're now one away from securing a spot in the playoffs. So super well done to the team. Again, for a team that has kind of a mix of everyone in terms of like these young players that haven't really been seen in challengers that have this massive pop-off potential combined with some of these more veteran players. I think it's a really nice mix here that makes this team, you know, I don't think we're at the point where, you know, we're majority through stage one. We can't say teams are a sleeper anymore, Roy. I don't think we can say this team is a sleeper pick, but like definitely they went from a little dark horsey to now like, wow, you cannot disrespect this team.
Yeah, that was perfectly said, honestly. It wasn't even like I think they just went from like low key. They went from low key to high key, and it's kind of obvious that they're kind of in form now. And I feel like this is the team that also just has a super high ceiling. Like I don't think we've seen the final form of core just yet. I think once these players get a lot more comfortable and even more reps in their roles and kind of the way they want to play the game, I think this team is going to be really scary headed into playoffs if they make it there.
I mean, already a scary team now, and if we haven't seen them at their final form, whew, that's a terrifying prospect. We'll have to see that going on forward. But as for right now, we have none other than Smoke on the line for a post-match interview. Chat a little bit more about the series. Hello. You're 3-1 in the league. You had a fantastic series. How are you feeling after that crazy best of 3?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm feeling good. That first map, that was tough. That was a really tough start. I mean, me and Kumi were both forward 15. Honestly, yeah, confidence was down in the dumps, but we got map 2. Some of my teammates were just pulling off some crazy stuff, and I just realized like they didn't have very good mechanics. They were just swinging like really like aggressively. So I just started to shoot my gun, and it got a lot easier.
I mean, hey, the performance you put up on map 3, I believe it. You were absolutely popping off. And for yourself, too, I mean, you're definitely not a stranger at playing at high level. We've gotten to see you got that #1 rank globally. You definitely compete amongst the best. But in terms of challengers, you are a brand new face. So how has it been competing in challengers so far in like this structured team environment?
Okay, first I want to apologize. Those guys are all really good players. I didn't mean what I just said. They're all great players. But challengers, it's been a tough change. I've never been a duelist player for an actually good team. And when Fly and Moose sat me down, they said, you're going to change roles. You're going to be your rule only, and you're going to be our scope. But that role has shifted over the about month and a half we've played, and I'm still trying to find my comfort. I mean, you could see map 1 that kind of shows, you know, it could definitely, there's still a lot of challenges, but we're finding our way. And I mean, I think we'll easily be one of the best teams in the league. I know everybody's saying 3-1, but I mean, let's be real. We're 3-0. The first map didn't count. The first series, I wasn't even there. We had to change comps. In my eyes, we're 3-0 right now. Nobody stopped us yet. And just trying to keep that going.
Hey, I mean, for yourself, the 3-0, that's all, you know, that's all you can say. But talking about the peak of this team, we're still pretty early on. There's still, you know, a lot of teams trying to qualify to the playoffs. You still have the whole playoffs bracket if you make it to this point, which I'm sure seems pretty likely considering the performance you're putting up. I want to know what you're thinking the peak performance of this team can be, especially since you've had this opportunity to scope out some of this competition.
I mean, our peak performance, I mean, honestly, you saw it like map 3. Like we can absolutely take over and just dismantle teams. Bind, we have scrimmed 1 time with that comp. We still won it. Pearl, I mean, it's you know, it's kind of shaky, but like once we get everything set in stone and we're actually in comfort, a lot of these maps, we're gonna be, I mean, in my eyes, at least top 2. Like really nobody's looking amazing right now. I know we don't look amazing either. Everybody's, you know, figuring things out. But in my eyes, I think we'll be top 2 easy.
All right, then I gotta pick your brain. You say top 2. Who's the other team aligned? Who's the other top team?
You know, I mean, after today, isn't it just wait, who won? Wait, I don't even remember who won. SaD or NRG?
Yeah, we got a SaD Esports win.
Okay, that's SaD.
Easy SaD. Okay. All right. Smoke, I'll let you take a rest after this best of 3 series, but best of luck getting that playoff spot, and thanks for your insight. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Right, we're getting hear so much from the young kid too. Of like
maybe a little too
everything.
much.
You know,
just leaked
that's
an
fine.
entire map live on air. That's crazy.
Nah, we'll just
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, all good. No, honestly though, he's a lot more well spoken than I thought he would be. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest, but he seemed like he speaks well. He kind of has an idea what's happening, and it's kind of nice to hear from him, and the fact that like he's getting more comfortable, and that's something that we thought was also happening. Like he's swapping roles. It was kind of, you know, it's sort of like it was insightful to see the way that he's playing and the way he's feeling on this new role.
Yeah, I love the, all right, I just like, they're not, you know, that good, I'll just shoot, and then like the walk back. Okay, no, they're actually all
The
really
walk back?
good. Like, I just got him.
He's respectful. He's respectful.
Yeah.
Respectful king.
I respect it. I respect it. I mean, the confidence worked, and taking that 3-1, or in his mind, that 3-0, so close to getting the playoff spot to be joining SaD Esports, the best team that we have here in Challengers so far, Emily, going for that undefeated run, but there's still so much VALORANT to play as we get to see what teams get to join them.
Dude, I mean, that round 5 3-1 bracket looks kind of crazy right now. Having
Right?
SRB, NRG, EP, and QOR now. That's going to be a fun day.
It's a
You
crazy
know what would
one.
be-
And Roy, even like the round, like the 2 and 2s?
Yeah, the 2 and 2s is actually crazy, but I want to talk about the 3 and 1 real quick, because there's a world where we get EP versus NRG Academy, and if EP wins that one, that would be so crazy if that happened. But yeah, looking at the 2 and 2 bracket, I mean, it's pretty stacked. You got a huge range of teams in here as well. You got M80, you got Evil Geniuses, YFP's obviously looking good despite their loss today. Vic Picks, they're kind of on the come up. Pigeons, who are somehow turning the ship around. I think, yeah, I mean, the competition just continues to be crazy, and just look at the 1-3 as well. I mean, yeah. Azure Dragon, we got Nightblood, Winthrop University, and Rose. Any of those games will also be pretty fun to watch. So yeah, exciting VALORANT up ahead for us for next week. Can't wait.
100%. But as for now, that is the end of our week. We definitely made sure to give you as much VALORANT as possible on the last day of Challengers for this week. So it has been a long one, but I definitely hope that you enjoyed. Make sure to be enjoying your weekend, whatever you're up to. We'll see you all here on Monday for some more VALORANT Challengers North America. Take care, everyone. Best of luck in your own ranked games.
Jones about to come in, get a little bit of information. Ren, there with the spots the barrel. Inside the smoke that gets him down. Now it's the 1v1.
One shot dart in the back pocket, and Zaj is just peeking outside the pit. Torek on the box right now. This pit is going to go down. So, I mean, what is Torek thinking right now? Where can Zaj actually be? Has to check back plat, surely. Peeks out. Here I am. Oh, he whiffs. Chloric, still though, alive. Can go for the swing. No! Zaj loses it. NRG Academy with huge giant.
They've already used their advantage. Nightfall dropped in. Out already back out.
Joe in with 2. Convergent past 2, 20 HP. They're going to shut down this short position. The ultimate's going to come in. It's the stun on to Zaj. Ends up costing him his life. Annihilation does end up ripping one apart. The defuse is coming in, but Shondex is playing on this corner. You can go for another re-swing here. Stella gets half, but it gets shut down. NRG Academy, they lost a lot of numbers, but they're round. And a swift push in, I'd imagine, too. Joe in double dash. Default, though, needs to be dealt with. Guardians tapping. Heads. 3 kills for Arj. Puts the smoke down, too, and there's the spike down. Stella with...
They can really just throw a wrench into everything right now. Exploration on the map, they will be ending things on A.
So there was a little bit of farming happening there from Fire. Just wants to grab both balls. couple of shots towards B trying to kill the alarm bomb, but they're not really bothered about that at all. Stallion ends up finding one. Bomb's been planted. Oh, the dash from Doomy. Tried to go to the backstab with the shorty, but didn't end up working out. Moose creeping around. Dog doesn't spot him, but the defuse is coming in. Only a pistol in hand. The Buckman doesn't end up winning that fight, no, sadly. So Moose at least got a small weapon. Smoke, they're going to drone out first. He's going to tuck into the corner. Pubs are in mid still. Drone deleted. Not sure if we saw Smoke, but they're definitely scared of this corner. That can be said for certain. There's the swing. There's the headshot to Stallion. He's still in a tough spot, but still manages to get two. Nabil with a headshot onto Smoke. At least is a kill, but yeah, it's just lambs to the slaughter. Just go on.